A very good morning and a warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live for day 4, the final day of this LV Insurance County Championship. Top of the table clash in Division 2 between Nottinghamshire and Middlesex. Now Middlesex will start the day on their second innings. They are 63 for no loss. That is after they got 376 in their first innings, and that meant that Nottinghamshire enforced the follow on. So they currently trail by 112 runs. Now we had a bumper day of cricket yesterday, 102 overs there was yesterday. So let's remind you of everything that happened on day 3, and that is with the day 3 highlights.
Middlesex follow on but handed hope with Simpson 92. This match was billed as a tight clash of the two sides at the top of the table, separated by just a handful of points. But Nottinghamshire have belied the standings. Lyndon James with a new career best of 155 to steer his side to a declaration at 551 for 8, and Middlesex had lost 4 wickets for just 106 runs, the hosts decidedly in the driving seat. And Notts wasted little time in dealing with night watchman Tom Helm, LBW to Pattinson to the first ball he faced. As expected, Simpson was more difficult to remove, and he struck up an effective partnership with Max Holden in the middle as the score built towards 150. Their 50 partnership came from 92 balls, brought up with a bit of fortune, Holden's soft hands seeing the edge scoot away for 4 rather than find the hands of a fielder. Simpson was catching up to his partner with some big hitting. Patterson White sailed over the boundary, both men in the 40s with half an hour to go until lunch. Holden found his way to a half-century with back-to-back boundaries off Lyndon James. 147 deliveries needed to get there. Reason to be cheerful for under-pressure Middlesex. Simpson would join him as well. Pattinson pulled for 4. The 100 partnership racked up in the process. They were 334 behind at lunch. The resistance shown so far, key for the visitors, but they'd need a bit more after the break. It was more of the same after the break. The partnership went from strength to strength. The deficit headed down towards the 200s as Nottinghamshire found wicket-taking opportunities hard to come by. A change of bowling did the trick. Ben Slater's part-time spin caused Holden problems. The catch pounced by Mullaney 5 balls into his first over. Once again a wicket fell, but Middlesex were unmoved. Holman now with Simpson, the keeper into the 80s soon enough and looking good for a ton. It was hard work for Nottinghamshire, just a handful of wickets picked up and their visitors moved beyond 300. Middlesex had to be careful. Nottinghamshire were doing all they could to try and tighten their grip, and they struck on the cusp of tea. Simpson out 8 runs short of his 100, caught behind off Pattinson. Holman was now the set bat in the middle and had to be patient, the spin of Patterson White finally breaking the piece. Back-to-back boundaries took him to a 74-ball 50. Anderson hit out, this pair picking up the baton and doing their best to cause concern in the Nottinghamshire ranks, and they were doing so effectively. The score beyond 350 and the deficit dipping below 200. Patterson brought Holman's innings to an end on 52, holding out to James deep on the leg side. Toby Rowland-Jones managed to add just 2 to the total before he was out LBW to Patterson for his 3rd. Middlesex down to their final wicket and still 37 away from avoiding the follow-on, which they couldn't manage. Anderson annoyed with himself as he cross-batted Pattinson straight up in the air, only to be taken by Mullaney. Middlesex all out for 376, and by the looks of things, it wouldn't be long before they were back out there again. They'd had their spells on top of the Notts bowlers, Simpson and Holder's partnership crucial, each with 92 and 86 respectively, but they'd needed one more to stand up and had fallen 175 shy of parity. Pattinson led the attack with 4 for 65, a good effort after literally bowling himself into the ground. Stoneman and Robson returns to the middle, not going for it late in the day, but struggling to cause the Middlesex openers any problems, who were patient in their approach. And it brought them a 50-run partnership, a virtually chanceless one too. Middlesex under pressure, but you couldn't tell. They reached the close at 63 without loss, trailing now by 112. Day 4 will be a long one for the visitors. They'll focus first on reaching parity and batting for as long as they can, with some big hitting, which their middle order is certainly capable of. There may even be designs on pushing for a win, but Notts are still in the driving seat and will be confident of sealing the victory on the final day at Trent Bridge.
So that was the action from day 3. Now, if we just take a look in regards to the bowling that Notts did yesterday, they took the 10 wickets that they needed to in the first innings, and if you just take a look there, you'll see that Jimmy Pattinson, he took that first wicket in his first over. The night watchman Tom Helm, that was gone. He took 4 wickets. But if you look at Ben Slater there, he's already had 1 wicket this season, his maiden first-class wicket, and what a crucial wicket his was yesterday. It was Max Holden. And that partnership between him and John Simpson, it was up to 142, and that was a crucial partnership that Middlesex had. But Ben Slater, he came on, he only bowled a couple of overs, but it was a crucial wicket. Now, if we take a look at the amount of overs that the bowlers got through yesterday, you will see that they really did put some effort in. And Liam Patterson-White, 40 overs. It felt like he was bowling all day yesterday. 40 overs for LPW, but also Dane Patterson, 30 overs. As I say, James Patterson, he got that first wicket in his first over, and he also got the last wicket in that first innings as well. They really did put a shift in yesterday, and they're going to have to put a shift in today as well. But what did assistant coach Kevin Shine think of the effort that the Notts bowlers put in? Well, the media team spoke to him last night, so let's listen to what he had to say.
Couldn't be prouder of the efforts that the boys have put in there. We've seen this as a very, very good wicket, and it stayed a very, very good wicket. We obviously lost that 2 hours yesterday, which means we've had to really try and push the game forward, which you've seen today. The lads have just shown an enormous amount of commitment and skill. So, no, everything to play for tomorrow.
James Pattinson took 4 wickets today and showed plenty of passion, as always, when he takes those wickets. How important is that on the field when you're going through a day where you've got a lot of overs to get through and a lot of work to do?
Massively important. We know the type of character that James is. He's larger than life. He runs in and he bowls rockets all day. But every single one of the bowlers did, and every single one of the fielders did as well. That's what I'd like to make as a point, is that every single one of those players on that pitch gave everything today, and they'll continue to do that tomorrow. I think it was a great advert for how hard these guys have worked over the last few years, that go into those games and show you what they're made of.
Considering the effort they put in, the overs they went through, was there ever any doubt in enforcing the follow-on?
Nope, never any doubt. We always knew we were going to do that. There's a little bit of rain around tomorrow by the looks of it on the forecast, which we looked at, but even if there wasn't, we were always going to be making the follow-on. Yeah,
and what does that say, I suppose, about the attitude and the condition of the bowlers, having bowled so many overs, that they're out there to go again another crack at it?
It shows that all the work they do in the gym with Pricey, all the extra bowling that they do that people don't see outside of the matches, all of that effort goes into those days, and not one of those bowlers has even jokingly said, can we not do the follow-on? They've all just literally walked off, walked straight back out again, so could not be more proud of them.
And over the best part of 3 days' play, there's been 18 wickets in the game. So what's required tomorrow to get 10 in a day?
Some really good bowling. Obviously hold our catches, but it's going to be around that pressure. The pressure that we have exerted. You saw on that evening yesterday when we had them 106 for 4, wasn't it? Where, it was just pressure, pure pressure going on. And they did that again today. There was partnerships. We knew there were going to be partnerships. And they kept pushing with the pressure. And that's all we'll be trying to do again tomorrow.
Okay, so as Kevin Shine said there, from a Notts point of view, it will be continuing with trying to build pressure, because with pressure sometimes comes wickets. The Notts need 10 wickets here today if they are going to get that victory. Now, let me just remind you of the 11 that has been selected for this fixture. He's already taken 1 wicket this game, and he might be needed again today. That is Ben Slater and Haseeb Hameed. He got a partnership with Joe Clark of 105. Ben Duckett, he got a partnership with Haseeb Hameed of 74. He'll be there in the slip cordon. Joe Clark, and finally Lyndon James. Stephen Mullaney, the captain, he's not bowled yet in this fixture. Will we see him today? Well, you never know. Tom Moore spoke to him last night. They were always going to follow on, and as I said earlier, 40 overs for Liam Patterson-White. These three, well, they will be in action today. There's no doubt about that at all. It is James Pattinson, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. They are your selected 11 for this fixture. Okay, so that was the Nottinghamshire selected 11 for this top of the table clash with Middlesex. Now, if we just remind you of the situation of how Division 2 looks and the table, you will see that this top of the table clash really will make a difference to the table. 10 points so far, the difference between these two teams, but the bonus points are in. 7 for Notts, 6 for Middlesex. So Notts have gained 1 extra point on Middlesex already, but they will be chasing obviously that fixture. Now, as you might be able to see, that the bowlers and the fielders are on the boundary rope. We're just waiting for the umpires. The weather report, because I'm going to turn into a weatherman now, it's quite cloudy, it's a little bit chilly. Notts will be very happy about this. They'll be hoping that these kind of grey clouds stick around, but they don't bring rain, because we can't really afford for any overs to be lost. From Middlesex point of view, well, they're really just looking to bat out the day, really, aren't they? But as we await the umpires, it's now time for me to hand you over to your commentary team of Kevin Hand and Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge for the final act, the final chapter of this LV County Championship Division 2 game between Nottinghamshire and Middlesex. The top two going into this round of matches. Seems very much as if it will be the top two at the end of the day. Glamorgan are in a battle, third place Glamorgan with Worcestershire. They go into this last day needing 100 runs, whilst Worcestershire need 5 wickets. An outside chance, I guess, that Worcestershire and Glamorgan, well, they're going to have a thrill or whatever, but if Glamorgan win, an outside chance that they could perhaps leapfrog Middlesex if Middlesex were to lose this one. But we'll be concentrating obviously very much on the game here, with Middlesex starting the final day 63 without loss. That's still a deficit of 112, we'd have to say, and we have been saying off air that the draw is the strong favourite. Warm thanks to Aaron Lord for setting the day up. Those of you that have been watching the live stream will have seen the highlights, last night's interviews, and a preview to the day. But now we can get on with the main matter at hand, as the umpires and the players make their way out to the middle. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Kevin Howells from BBC Sport here with us, and also to my right, also wondering what's going to happen, from BBC London. He's been out there this morning with his fishing rod. Here's Kevin Hand.
Hi. Yeah, hooking the tripod over my shoulder to walk out and do the morning piece.
Was it a camera on a long...
the long old tripod.
It looked like you were going fishing.
Aye. We're fishing for some wickets this morning, Nottinghamshire. If they get a couple early, then maybe it won't be such a long and ponderous day for us all on what will happen. But a good start again for Middlesex, and they'll fancy that they can try and hold Nottinghamshire at bay. Not, I said it overnight in an interview. I said it to John Simpson, and it's a weird one that you kind of walk away, you're following on, but you're actually pretty happy with your day with the bat.
Yeah. Just wonder how many times today we'll say forward defensive push, or he's left that one alone.
Yeah.
Might be like the old days of football commentaries in the Radio Times. We might need when they used to put the squares on the on the page for you to cut out and keep like a little grid. Hence the origins of the ball's played back to square one, and back to square one became a saying from then on. It might be for balls left alone outside the off stump, that's a number 1, or forward defensive pushes, that's a number 2. Well, we'll forget about number 1s and number 2s for the time being. Notts will have had their huddle, and they will have had their prep this morning, and they'll be all about 10 mistakes. Make them make 10 mistakes. Let's see if we get one here. Here's Luke Fletcher to get us underway.
He's in, bowls, and onto the pad straight away. They get a leg bye down to long leg. It was always going down, they just got excited, I think, that it hit the pad first thing. 64 without loss. Yeah, for Middlesex, they have to be careful not to go too much into their shell, won't they? Because even at 3 and over, they've still got to bat probably until the last hour to save this, because 20 overs left tonight. Notts will happily come out and have a go at 200.
Yeah, the forecast's a lot better than yesterday. We thought it was going to be today. We thought we were perhaps going to come and there'd be a morning of drizzle before it blew away, but it looks now as if the overnight rain is all we're going to get. So 96 overs. What's that? About 280 deliveries. Fletcher bowls. Oh, and that one just got a little big on Mark Stoneman. That's slightly unsettling. Fletcher goes down and has a... He's gone down and had a little look. So if there's a spot there at that end, might be interesting. Liam Patterson-White, the spinner throughout the game, has bowled from the pavilion end, but that one just did a little bit. Paul Baldwin, the umpire at the pavilion end, has just swapped over from square leg to point because Asiba Mead is in there blocking his view.
Fletcher around the wicket then. 2 slips. A deep gully going down.
I don't know if Stoneman's feeling that blow. Here's an update for local radio. Yeah, it's now 64 without loss. We've just got underway a couple of minutes ago. A couple of deliveries sent down by Luke Fletcher. A single from the first. The second one, just off a length, it actually reared up and spat into the gloves of Mark Stoneman, who was wringing his hands for a moment. So that might give Notts a little bit of encouragement. We've seen this surface really aid and assist the batters rather than the bowlers over the first 3 days of this match. It would seem unlikely that Notts would be able to blow Middlesex away and take these 10 wickets quickly. Might have to graft all day. Middlesex still a long way behind, 111 runs behind. The 1 run added today, Middlesex 64 without loss.
Fletcher bowls full straight and Robson defends. Stoneman defends into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, the weather's been absolutely perfect for Nottinghamshire, hasn't it? It's not raining, but it is overcast.
Yeah. Jason Manning, not sure if you've covered this already in this game, gents. I can't think of too many players who played for both Notts and Middlesex. Can you? Well, I think there is quite a lengthy list, Jason, and I'm not sure how far back you go, but certainly in my lifetime I can probably come up with a dozen or 15.
Fletcher bowls, forward goes Stoneman, defending into the offside.
In the 70s, Harry Latchman, Mike Harris and Bob White, Knocker White, they all pretty much came around about the same time. I think Harrison White came in the same season and Harry Latchman a year or two later. In recent times, a couple of overseas players, Adam Vogers and James Franklin, one an Aussie, one a New Zealander, have played for both.
Fletcher last ball of the over, he bowls, and Stoneman solidly defending once more to cover. 64 without loss, end of the over. Middlesex trail by 111 following on.
Amongst the 14 or 15 different counties he's played for, I think Imran Tahir's played for both. I think he actually started with Middlesex, didn't he?
Yeah.
That was one that he played for. So that's just off the top of my head. 6. Did Scott Newman play? Yeah, I think he
came on loan to you from Middlesex, didn't he? Yeah.
He did. So that's 7. Now I've done the ones off the top of my head. Let's just have a little look. Stephen Fleming, of course, championship winning skipper with Notts. Lance Klusner played a little bit for both. Dirk Nannes played white ball for both. Vernon Philander played for both. I don't know how many that is, but
Philander, yeah.
There's a few there anyway. But thanks for the question, Jason. If you can add any more to that list. Oh, David Allain, the wicket keeper. He played for both as well. Just saw his name there. 64 without loss. It is going to be Dane Patterson to bowl the second over of the morning from the pavilion end. And his first delivery to Sam Robson's whipped away on the leg side. And they get a single. So an interesting choice from Notts to go with the South African international. I'll delete the word former international that we have used from time to time. He's a South African international, and I'll say this strong chat that The South Africans might want him for their tour, which I'm guessing they'll be announcing the tour party anytime soon. So we'll have to see if he's been included when it is announced. He might have said no. It was fairly non-committal when I put it to him earlier in the season. 65 without loss. Next delivery is to Stoneman, who eases this onto the offside. And there's no run. So 96 overs today, lunch at 1 o'clock, tea at 20 to 4. The last session they'll play from 4 o'clock until there are 16 overs left on the board, and then have the last hour, as they say. So that's the schedule. We can, of course, get to a point at the start of the last hour or any time in the last hour where the two captains agree that it's pretty pointless going on, and they'll shake hands on a draw if we get that far. Here's a nice clip away on the leg side by Stoneman. I was going to say it's the first boundary of the morning, but had I done that it would have been premature, because James Pattinson's out there and he slides round and makes a very good stop. So there's only a couple of runs to Stoneman, and it's 67 without loss.
Yeah, 7 for Patterson and Pattinson in that first innings, wasn't it? Just the 1 for Patterson White, but he's the one that I think certainly today, right-handers in particular, but will there be a little bit of extra turn for him on the final day to try and tie down an end?
He'll have him round the bat, won't he? 2 slips. Joe Clark at first in his own shirt today. Well done, Joe. Got the laundry sorted out. This one just defended on the leg side, fielded by Liam Patterson White. I think days 2 and 3 he's had Tom Moore's number 23 spare shirts on, but he's got his own shirt on today. Ben Duckett alongside him. We've got a school party in, which is good to see. I think we had 4 if not 5 school parties in yesterday, but one is here. I just wonder how they'd have gone about that if this had been a 3-day match, or wrapped up in 3 days yesterday. Would the school party have come along anyway, and they'd sat there watching the ground staff at work, watching the grass grow. Next delivery is played up to mid-on by Stoneman, no run, but good to have them with us. All seated, or most of them seated, plenty still coming in the William Clark stand away to our right.
Yeah, good day in prospects here. Proper old-fashioned cricket, this one for Middlesex. The only result possible, the draw. Nottinghamshire, it could be a very quick victory if things go well. I'll fight right down to the last, the win and the draw.
What we've seen over the first 3 days, what have we had? 14 wickets? No, more than that. Next delivery is pushed back to the bowler, 18 wickets. Spread over the first 3 days. Would seem unlikely that we'll get 10 all in a hurry.
Yeah, it's just pressure, isn't it? As I said to you last night, I think we're 4 down, 3 down pretty quickly. 106 for 5, one of those the night watchman, but then the resistance came. It's a case of, in this innings, you might get the resistance at the top. Stoneman, Robson, Eskenazi, Jack Davies in at 4. But then does the innings go the other way, that all of a sudden the resistance was at the top and the pressure really grows then on those thereafter. And then the wickets start to go quickly. That second new ball's one to look out for, isn't it? Only 22nd over now, so it's going to be around about tea, isn't it, when the second new ball becomes available. So they'll hope that a fair bit of the work will be done by the time they get to that, and they might just be finishing them off at that point. But still 108 behind, 60 overs time.
We'll have a little last hour chase, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. 2 slips go down. Here's Fletcher moving in from the Radcliffe Road end. He bowls, and forward defence from Robson gets a long way across. Yes, 60 overs time. Middlesex go at 3 and over when that second new ball becomes available. They're only leading by 80, aren't they? So how many down are they by them? Yeah.
Bit of rain around the country, particularly in the south. Delayed starts due to rain at both the Oval in Division 1, Surrey, Kent, and on the south coast at Hove, Sussex, Derbyshire. But they are playing at Bristol between Gloucestershire and Lancashire, at Wantage Road, Northants, Warwickshire, at New Road, Worcestershire, Glamorgan, and obviously here, and also at Taunton, the women's test.
Fletcher to Robson, defending into the onside. There's no run.
They're also playing, I didn't realise, in Colombo there's a test match going on, just started today, between Sri Lanka and Australia. Sri Lanka 212 for 9 in fact it's not in Colombo, it's in Gaul. been to Colombo, not been to Gaul.
For cricket in Colombo, was it holiday or?
It was work, but I went and had a look at the cricket ground as you do. Right back in 1984. Test cricket in Sri Lanka was a moderately recent thing.
Bounce from Fletcher, which bounces again on its way through to Moores. Robson just swayed inside and kneeling down.
Was it 82? I think the first Sri Lanka England Test match. Sri Lanka's first Test match, I think.
Yep.
So I went and had a look at the stadium.
So it's proper work.
Well, not really, but you don't find yourself in Sri Lanka doing proper work, do you?
Fletcher up to the crease now, bowls, and on the back foot, Robson defence. 67 without loss.
Interesting to see how Notts go about this today. Obviously, set the stall out here with Fletcher and Patterson. We've not seen Stephen Mullaney bowl a single ball in the match. Lyndon James, as yet, hasn't bowled in the second innings. Notts have used 5 bowlers in this second innings. This pair, the spinner Liam Patterson-White, James Pattinson, and golden arm Ben Slater. He had a couple of overs to add to the couple that he bowled in the first innings, and he got a wicket in the first innings.
Fletcher close to the stumps, bowls, clipped away through square leg by Robson. Just felt as though he went a little tired at the stumps on release on that one.
It would seem very much as if who was it he got? Max Holden. As if Max Holden was perhaps a little unlucky. I think everybody's pretty much had a look at replays, and I don't think anybody can sort of see any confirmation that it came off the bat looping up to be caught by Mullaney at slip, but the umpire clearly felt there had been a nick off the bat and sent him on his way. So a wicket for Ben Slater in the Middlesex first innings.
2 slips, short leg for Fletcher around the wicket. Stoneman are walking in mid-wicket, but quite close as this ball's pushed back up the track defensively by Stoneman on the back foot. And that is the end of Fletcher's 8th over, 68 without loss.
Not surprising, the numbers in the ground, people who are attending here are down on the first 3 days combination of perhaps an inclement forecast and also just maybe the feeling that it might just drift along. There's nothing finer on a last day than a really exciting contest that could go this way and that and bring out the most amazing finish, but there's there is a downside to that. I don't think we ever like to describe county cricket as being dull. It would just set off the detractors, but sometimes you can have a fairly attritional final day. Robson's on 38, been anything but attritional. Plays this to mid-wicket as Patterson starts a new over, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. You know, the talk of Ben Stokes and the kind of cricketer that they want, and people who want to get into that side have to be able to play that way. Well, of course there is you get to the end of a Test series and you're leading 2-1, final Test, and you've got to save the game on the last day. The likes of Robson and Hamid, Stoneman, first-class batters who, if you want them to bat for your life on the final day.
68 without loss. Robson on 38. This is pushed back to him. I think they'd like to say that players of the character and quality of Joe Roots and your Ben Stokes are perfectly capable of doing that job, though, Kev. I mean, they have done it in the past. Yeah,
that's true.
That Stokes win at Headingley, you know, obviously it's all remembered for the 70 odd that he put on with Leach, but he battered forever, didn't he?
Yeah. Before
unloading between 50 and 100.
Robson, 38 to his name.
Patterson bowls to him. Again, just helped up to Stephen Mullaney at mid-on. There's no run. Notts' next championship game isn't for 12 days' time. They face Glamorgan at Cardiff. Stephen Mullaney's already showing the ball to the umpire. Yeah, it's at Cardiff. I know some of the early in the winter, some of the early fixture release papers and sheets and cards and what have you had Colwyn Bay as the host ground for that one, but the The fixture was changed very early on in 2022, so it is at Cardiff. Next delivery played into the offside by Robson. No run. Not done Colwyn Bay, so that was a little bit of a shame.
Yeah, nice one, Colwyn Bay. Yep, done that one. Tent blew away when we were there on the side of the bank. It was turned up in the morning, and the tent was halfway across the playing field. Big tent as well it was up on the bank. Yeah, Bevan was in a spin that morning, getting it all put back in position, ready for the broadcast.
There's Dane Patterson into Robson. Plays this one off a middle and leg line. Out into the deep to Ben Slater. Just lobs it back in. As far as Stephen Mullaney. One more taken by the right-hander. Robson on to 39 from 71 balls. And now Middlesex trail by 106 at 69 without loss.
Goes without saying that you've been to Swansea, because even if Nottinghamshire weren't playing
Yeah,
there, I'm sure you'd have gone there on holiday if they weren't. Go and see the ground there, famous ground for Gary Sobers.
Yeah, done games there, and as you say, had a good odd look round. Patterson round the wicket to Stoneman, who plays and misses. Stoneman just, I won't say rehearsed the shot, he rehearsed the back lift and then held it there as if he was giving himself a mental ticking off. It was a good delivery from Patterson to conclude the over. He'd gone round the wicket to the left-hander and it was wide enough to leave, and Stoneman just had a little fiddle at it. 69 without loss.
Yeah, we were going through the outgrounds the other day. Finest ones of them. There are some good ones, aren't there?
Yeah, you did mention a day or two back.
Scarborough.
Beckenham.
Beckenham.
You're talking about Beckenham, a women's game this weekend. I've not been there, and I've not actually been to either Merchant Taylor's School or Radlett, where Middlesex, of course, are playing some games.
The better of the two.
Your next one's at Merchant Taylor's, isn't it?
It is, yeah. The better of the two outgrounds now for Middlesex. So
is which?
But that's what I mean. The two of those are the better
right.
of the whole lot that Middlesex have as his. Fletcher bowls. This is pushed back to mid-on. 69 without loss. Have you been to Richmond?
No,
that's a nice one as well, Richmond. But it's a very small ground as well. They only ever play T20 there.
I've been to Uxbridge dozens of times, but not anywhere else, I don't think. No.
Southgate was the other big one when I first started doing it for Middlesex. The Walker ground. Waterfall Road end and the Adelaide end are the names of the grounds. Fletcher close to the stumps, pushes it right up there, asking for the error from Robson, but he plays a patient drive through the covers to pick up 2. Moves to 41, 71 without loss. Yeah, it's just the 2 this year. Radley and Merchant Taylor's. Middlesex is the outgrounds. No Richmond game this year.
Loftus Dell says, morning gents, should be a gripping final day. Tough on Middlesex with this cloud cover.
Aye, but that's it, isn't it? You know, they got lucky at Lords, didn't they, with the weather? That helped them there. There's a advanced square leg in place now. Hamid, and goodness me, no ball called. There's a slip in place, an advanced square leg. If he were a short leg, I think that would have dollied as a catch, but it was a no ball anyway.
Yeah.
73 without loss. Well. He's staying at the advanced square leg rather than a short leg.
Yeah, that was an opportunity created and spurned for a couple of reasons. They didn't have a fielder there. I'm sure he'd have played the shot the same, Robson. Would have popped it up to Hamid, and then there'd have been all sorts of disappointment. Fletcher overstepping.
Fletcher bowls and Robson drives to mid-on, just watchfully so. It's almost a case of they bring him in from halfway where he is at square leg at the moment. Halfway in backward square leg he is now. He's just gone a little bit finer. You bring him into short leg after that one, it'll loop over his head, won't it? So stick with the original ploy, but yeah, goodness me. Nearly the inside edge. For Robson, but no, 1 it didn't carry, and 2 it was a no ball. Fletcher sets off again. Noisy school kids, nice to hear him. Down to our right, this ball's onto the hips of Robson, turn for a single out to deep square, 74 without loss, Robson 42. Don't forget, tweet us at Kevin Ham BBC, at Brace Cricket. We'll have Kevin Howells with us as well.
It's going to be a fine call all day long from Stephen Mullaney. How long does he give each bowler? Just players like Fletcher like time. They like long spells trying to work the batters out.
It's a short leg in for Stoneman now as Fletcher's around the wicket and bowls onto the legs. It's clipped away, back to square on the leg side. Long leg will get there, and Stoneman has a single, moves to 19, 75 without loss.
You've got to give them the time just to try and build up that pressure, create that pressure, and see if you can knock over a wicket. But at the same time, very quickly got to be alive and alert to the possibility that perhaps you've got the wrong bowler on, and don't be afraid to switch it round and try somebody else. I'm sure he's already thinking, we've gone with this pair, how long do we want to keep James Pattinson out of the attack?
This one's full and past the edge. Robson came a long way across to be beaten by that one. He was really pushing at that, fishing at that, on a fifth stump, and well beaten. 75 for no wicket. Stoneman 19, Robson 42. Should have just checked more closely because he certainly moved around the crease a little bit, Fletcher. He's gone close on a few. Where he was for a release on that one. Let's have a look back and see. They trail by 100 now, Middlesex, 75 without loss.
Good delivery. Still going to be Patterson. 5 overs this morning have produced 12 runs. Quite a number of no balls now from Luke Fletcher. I think that's 6 times he's overstepped. It's a well dropped. It was hit so hard. Liam Patterson-White's close in there at short mid-wicket, fairly sure it was off the ground, got a hand to it instinctively. He's saved 4 runs, that's the positive, but fairly short. May well have been a bump ball, not seen a replay yet, but instinct and the reactions was that it got to him on the full, very low down, put the hand out, didn't stick, and down it went. 75 without loss. It was really sweetly timed by Stoneman, clipping it to mid-wicket. Next delivery on its way, and it's defended. Not seen a replay of it as yet. You might have to do a bit of...
No, it doesn't pick it up, the replay on this one.
Rocking and rolling. But the reaction certainly was that it had got to him on the full, but very low down and didn't stick.
Yeah, I mean, the disappointment wasn't great anywhere around the field. He's still looking at his left hand, isn't he? Hanging his head backwards.
I think the disappointment was very tangible from the bowler.
Well, yeah.
Stoneman has 19. There's Patterson. In again, bowls a bouncer.
I mean, it would have been a screamer, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
If it had held it.
You have a stick of it down.
Yeah. It would have been absolutely brilliant.
He saved 4 runs, but again, that was just instinct. Just put the left hand down and try and stop the ball, but pretty sure it was on the full, low down as it was. Stoneman on 19. Robson over the hill and gone. Is on 42. He's left his batting pod. Oh, and this is a thickish outside edge. False shot from Stoneman this time, gets him 4 runs. It's a funny old game, as they say. He's clipped one magnificently towards mid-wicket, got nothing for it, and it nearly cost him his wicket. He's had a loose waft outside the off stump, and he's got 4 runs wide of Clark and Duckett, the 2 slips, and down to the unprotected third man area.
Yep. Highs and lows of cricket. A little bit of luck you need.
Certainly this over nothing else will make Notts feel they're in the game, and perhaps they can look forward to opportunities coming a little more regularly. Patterson bowls and Stoneman steers it to backward point. I mentioned the Rain at Hove. Play there will begin at 12:15, provided there's no more rain. So that's still 45 minutes or so away in that one. Could be a decent final day as well down at Hove. Sussex playing against Derbyshire, who in their second innings are 127 for 7. That's an overall lead of what, 303, 330, 340, something of that ilk. So it could be a good day down there once they get on. Patterson round the wicket again to Mark Stoneman. Again he works it through mid-wicket past Liam Patterson-White, but there's protection out there with Lyndon James, and there's a single, and that's the end of an eventful over. It cost 5 runs, and almost was the undoing of Mark Stoneman. 80 without loss, Middlesex.
Always a decent day at Hove, isn't it, Dave? What's your favourite away trip?
Well, it is Hove, but this year we were first up. When did we start? 7th, 8th of April, something like that, and it was absolutely bitter. I've never known it so cold.
Yeah.
I was just coming off the back of COVID. I'd got a barking, continuous cough that I couldn't get rid of. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have made that trip. I was barking my head off all the time. Couldn't sleep with it either, and I was a little poorly, but it was just so cold. Chosen not to stay with the team and stayed very close to the ground, so I had that little walk in the morning, and it was freezing.
Fletcher bowls full outside off and through to the keeper it goes, left alone by Stoneman. 80 for no wicket. Yeah, it's always a disappointment if you go to Hove and it's cold, because there's nothing better than a little stroll along the seafront, is there?
And the other disappointment, of course, is there's no longer the old cricketer there to pop into at the close of play, the pub on the ground.
It will be rebuilt, won't it?
Well, they say so, but...
well, I assume it will be, that they'll put... It's a block of flats it's going to be, isn't it, with a pub on the bottom floor?
They say so. Didn't help me in April.
Yeah. Fletcher bowls, Stoneman punches off the back foot, only as far as backward point, no run. 2 slips gully, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, short leg and long leg.
Obviously enjoy the trips to Lords. I enjoy most of the away trips.
Even Surrey.
It's all right when you get there, isn't it? It's the journey to get to the Oval, especially if you're driving. Of course, the other option is the train, and then you've got all the gear and all the rest of it.
Fletcher bowls outside off, left alone by Stoneman. 80 for no wicket it remains.
I mean, it's a lovely sporting arena, the Oval, and I really do like what they do on the concourse. The walk around the ground. There's lots of photos and stats and everything of all the greats that have played there, all the magnificent performances and what have you. Yeah, I do like walking around the Oval, and I enjoy it when I get there, but it is a bit of a trek to get there, whichever way you do it. Fletcher's run through the crease this time.
Usually running through a brick wall, isn't he, for his county, Luke Fletcher?
Towing that caravan.
Yeah. His 10th over now, midway through it. None for 23, 3 maidens. 2 slips are down, so's the short leg, and Fletcher bowls. Worked through mid-wicket, a little uppishly, bisecting the short leg and the mid-wicket. Cry a catch you'll have heard on the effects, Mike, but for it is, if somebody was in position, a finer mid-wicket, then indeed it would have been straight to him, but nobody there. 84 for no wicket, Middlesex trail by 91.
Yeah, I'm sure Middlesex supporters think, still 91 behind. Crikey, that's going to take some wiping off, and Notts will be thinking, well, they'll soon be level. They'll soon have wiped out the deficit. It's the mindset, isn't it, on the final day in these matches, depending on whether your side's on top or playing catch up. Lyndon James has been brought over from the offside just to add a little bit of protection on the legs.
Fletcher bowls, solid defence from Stoneman, pushed back into the offside. 84 without loss. On to come with the 10th. Now, so there they go. They've sorted that onside field now, because Stoneman has put a couple in the air through the onside, hasn't he? So it's a short leg, an orthodox mid-wicket, and a short mid-wicket.
Dots over 8 is -1, which
Patterson White will fix that today.
well, I said that yesterday. Actually, I was a little surprised. The second innings started with them behind.
Last ball of the over. Fletcher to Stoneman, left alone outside off. 84 without loss. Stoneman 28, Robson 42. Myself, Kevin Hands, and Kevin Howes joining myself and Dave Bracegirdle.
We'll bring Kevin in just a moment. I'm sure there'll be an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a moment or two. Been playing for just over half an hour here this morning, and Middlesex have moved on from 63 without loss to 84. Been one or two slight alarms. Yes, none to show for the first half an hour's work. Mark, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson have been given the bowling responsibilities, although I think we're not too far away from a change. No wickets yet, as I say, 21 runs have now been added. There's been one or two alarms. Mark Stoneman has just whipped a ball very, very quickly, low and hard to mid-wicket, and Liam Patterson-White got a hand to it on another day. If things are going for you, that one might have stuck. Luke Fletcher also found a ball that just popped up to short leg, but had it been taken, it was a no ball. So there's one or two opportunities seemingly there just around the corner for Notts if they can take them, but Middlesex eating away at this lead. They're 91 behind, they're 84 without loss. There's Patterson in, bowls to Sam Robson, who pushes it into the offside, so we can say very good morning for the first time today to Kevin Howes.
And may I return that very fine greeting to say good morning to you?
You may. All well in the
it's never been better. Never been better. Terrific stuff. Another group of kids in today. When did you reckon they made their mind up that they were going to be able to get in for a fourth day? Because that would have been huge disappointment had the game not got that far.
Yeah, I've posed the same thing to Mr. Hand this morning.
But you haven't come up with an answer yet. No, well, these are the answers we need. But anyway, it's lovely to see them again. Fantastic.
There's Patterson from the pavilion end, bowls Robson deep in his crease, works it to mid-wicket. You know, had the buses been booked and paid for, the packed lunches sorted out, you know, would they have come along anyway and just had a little bit of the guided tour and watched the ground staff?
Is there a bit of a park the other side of the bridge? Maybe they just had a bit of a day out, so we made up for it in other ways. But it's great that they're here, and wonderful, good old Pattinson wasn't who was giving them a wave. Give us number 4, give us a wave. They were shouting and trying to get their own Mexican wave going themselves. Wonderful energy, great to see. Lovely to have them here today.
They either don't do a school uniform. This one's banged in short. Robson bobs underneath it. They either don't do a school uniform or I think at work you call it Mufti Day or some such where you can go in your own clothes.
I think there's a few school jumpers in there, Dave.
The binoculars and.
I think there's a few jumpers in there, but yeah, I know what you mean. They look relaxed and having a lovely time. Terrific stuff. However, what are they going to see in terms of heightened excitement?
I think you're right.
Wow.
It's the very dark sweaters that they're wearing.
It's a real battle here today, Dave. Real battle. Ducks out of the way of that one, Robson. On 42, 84 for no wicket. And forgive me being a little bit busy there at the start of the proceedings. What have you boys been saying about your predictions for the day?
We're predicting that you can't really predict how it will go, to be honest. But one thing I was talking about, Andy Eason, Dave, I've just gone on Cricket South Africa page. Dane Patterson hasn't been included in either the red or the white ball squads that will tour here later on in the summer. So that's one thing I was talking about. There was a little bit of talk. I need to find out now whether he said no or they've not selected him.
Robson facing at the moment, and it's the aforementioned Patterson in bowling. And he's bowled 6 overs here, gone for 21 runs without a wicket. 84 for no wicket. Stoneman 28, Robson on 42, trailed by 91 runs. So you've not. Have you gone for the draw being the favourite here?
Oh yes.
Yeah. So the draw, the big favourite. I can't see anything else, Dave. Can't see anything else here now.
Well, we've had 18 wickets over 3 days. It's asking an awful lot for 10, and then. and then a bit of a run chase. But we are going to get some twirly-whirly stuff, and very interesting. I think, was it the second ball of the morning for the Fletcher Bowl just popped off a length into the glove of Mark Stoneman, and we sort of said, well, the spinner Liam Patterson-White's bowled all his overs, and what did he have, 38 in the first innings, 7 in this, so he's had 45 overs so far, all from the pavilion end. But it may be that it might do a bit from this end, and Stephen Mullany's seen it exactly the same, because he's going to get a bowl from this end. Lily says good morning to Dave, to Kevin, and to Mr. Howells. Listening again today, Yorkshire fan, but Yorkshire aren't playing. She's not. She's a Notts fan, isn't she, Lily?
Okay, Patterson-White then. So we got Patterson and Patterson-White. Patterson with 2 T's. Never mind the double barrel he's on. Start of his 8th over. Spinner in and bowls, and defensively pushed into the offside for those that can't see, i.e. listening audio, radio, online, whatever. We've got a slip in. It's a fairly deep slip there. And then we've got a forward short leg and man silly point right under the eye line there of currently Stoneman for his 28. Another ball, and well, that was a delivery that could easily have just popped up to the man just in front, but in the end went into a bit of a gap, but didn't run very far away, so it doesn't allow them to go through for a single. But this is the battling display from Middlesex here. 91 runs still behind. They're following on. And again, Stoneman. Oh, now it comes into the pads. A little bit happening out here, and as we say, looking ahead to the day, our predictions are based on what we've seen so far. Should this pitch offer some real assistance here to the spinners? Should it do a little bit of misbehaving generally? Who knows? On the final day, defended by Stoneman, things could change around, because still, you know, it's, although no wickets taken in their second innings, still 91 runs behind, and with 87 overs left of this match on the final day. Stoneman facing, goes back and defended again down towards slip for no run.
Yeah, Middlesex have got to bat deep into the day, because if Notts are left 20, 25, 30 overs to chase something, then they'll go for it, I'm sure. But it's getting these 10 wickets going to be very difficult.
This is the last ball of the over, and a little bit of lift and turn there into the body, but high the body of Stoneman. So Stoneman on 28, Robson on 42, 84 for no wicket, trailed by 91 runs, and Patterson-White's bowled 8 overs, of which 4 have been maidens. Conceded 8 runs on this final day in this latest round of championship matches. Then we take a break, Dave, for a bit of T20, and then it's T20 knockouts for those in the knockouts. And then I think it's a round of championship before the finals day, isn't it?
In 12 days' time. I'm just saying, Notts are at Cardiff. It's a Monday start.
Do you enjoy your trips to Cardiff, David? At least you're not there the weekend.
Yeah.
I'd worry about you in Cardiff at the weekend. It's a wild place, you know.
I think there's a big festival or concert on the day before, the Sunday. Brian Adams, I think, at Cardiff Castle. As Dane Patterson bowls, this is whipped away down to long leg. Always have a little bit of a look to see what's on, and but it's something we might go and see. Actually,
and are you going to see it?
Well, I'm keeping my options open at the moment. I think Mrs. Brown's Boys is on in the arena as well.
Oh, Dave, no, do not tell me that you would choose Mrs. Brown's Boys over Brian Adams.
Well,
please.
Well, it's
no.
It's
you're even thinking about it.
Tomorrow night I'm going to see the Drifters. I've already mentioned that. Tonight, actually, I should have been going to see some music, because in the Royal Concert Hall in Nottingham here tonight, Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons are playing. 88-year-old Frankie Valli. Now, there's a bit of a backstory to this as to why I nearly would have been going to see them, as Patterson bowls Stoneman a little push and run into the offside.
This story's not going to end tragically.
Well, 2 years ago, almost exactly 2 years ago, Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons should have been playing at the arena. So about 8 months before that, bought tickets. We were both going to go to see it, but of course that was 2 years ago. We were
locked down
in the midst of the pandemic. The concert was cancelled. There were 1 or 2 other events we'd got tickets before, and we were having trouble getting the tickets, getting the money back. At the time, as Patterson comes into bowl to Robson, this is defended. So when the arena here Is it the arena or no? It's the concert hall. The arena said, unfortunately, obviously due to the pandemic, Frankie Valli won't be able to come. It'll be rearranged. Your tickets will still carry over unless you want a refund. He said, "Oh, right, let's have the refund."
Oh, poor old Frankie.
And then it should have taken place last year, and again it was postponed. So this is now 2 years since we probably had tickets 2.5 years ago for the event tonight, but tonight 88-year-old Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons are playing in Nottingham, but we're not going. Outside the off stump, past the outside edge and through to the
Has anybody checked on Frankie since 2 years ago?
Well, cracking music though, isn't it? Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Jersey Boys, I assume we've all seen Jersey Boys.
No, Dave, I'm afraid not.
Have we not?
No.
Have you seen Jersey Boys, Mr. H?
I am begging you. Have you still got those tickets? Or have they gone?
No, they'll have.
I love Frankie Valli.
Well, he's on in the Royal Concert Hall tonight.
That'd be sold out, surely.
I don't think it is. I keep getting
reminders saying, "Are you sure, Dave?
Yeah.
You sure you and Mrs. David don't want to go?"
Staying in your hotel, Kev. Next delivery on its way, and Robson pushes into
Which
the
Kev?
offside. And well, I don't know where he's staying.
Oh, that was cruel, that wasn't it? Imagine if you looked around and Frankie Valli was sat next to you at breakfast this morning, Kev. That was cruel. I literally thought, I might need to pop back to the hotel, lad, see if I can sit down next to Frankie
I'm a bit
Valli.
annoyed now, just in case it was, because I took grab a bag option this morning.
I'm trying to go back through the breakfast bar room now and think.
Good morning, sir. How are you? Oh, what a night!
I thought for one moment he was in the room, didn't you? I turned round sharpish then. I thought, he's here.
Just as long as he doesn't ask me to put my loving hands down.
God, I knew somebody was like one of those.
There's Patterson in and bowls, and this has helped into the offside. But now it's the big one tomorrow night in the Kingdom. Off to see the Drifters again for the 15th time. Kev, you'll always be more than a number in my little room.
Oh, here we go. For all our younger listeners, for the kids down there.
Going with the missus, we'll be hugging and kissing in the back row.
Oh, it's too much detail, Dave. Too much detail.
You're doing the kids a favour. Listen to old music, folks. That's what you got. That's one of the things they always say whenever you read about all sorts of psychology and things. One of the things they say is listen to old music.
Why, for heaven's sake?
Because it stands good old music stands the test of time.
Yeah, but there's a lot of old music that doesn't stand the test.
No, it doesn't. But don't listen to it all. Listen to everything.
What Dave's going to go and see tomorrow with the Drifters? We've got back to the cricket here. Stoneman's on 29, 86 for no wicket. Patterson wide in bowls, goes back and turns to the onside. That stuff he's going to see from one generation to another. They'll be up on their feet, they'll be dancing, they'll be having a good time. And that's the sort of stuff now that you want to see live, because that's just party time, isn't it, Dave? You'll be having a whale of a time there tomorrow. Next ball bowled and pushed for no run, square on the offside. It might not stand the test of time you're listening to it on the radio for some people, but everybody, no matter what your age, you should have a lot of fun at what he's going to say.
Everywhere now. It's remixed forever, isn't it?
What?
And even the begging, it's always remixed somewhere in some house on an advert or something.
It's rubbish. Rubbish remixes. Stoneman on 29 goes back and pushed into the offside.
But if I'm going to see Frankie Valli or the Drifters or whoever, I'm going to see Frankie Valli or the Drifters or whoever. I don't want Jack Smith in the row in front and his missus to be up dancing and singing and shouting at the top of the voice, so I can't hear all.
Good point, well made.
Is that
29 Stoneman, and he allows that past the off stump here. I tell you, there's a little bit more tension now in the box than there is out in the middle.
You could imagine he'd be putting his cream on before he's jamming the rope as well.
There's a warning to everybody tonight. It's a good job he's not going to see Frankie Valli by the sounds of it. Stoneman 29 goes back and defends again from Pattinson.
Hate it when the artist says, "Come on, everybody, let's have you on your feet. Join in if you know the words."
Come on, everybody. That was.
You must be great fun to go out with.
No.
What was "Come on, everybody"?
Come on, everybody. Eddie Cochran.
No, what was the other one?
You'll struggle to see him these days.
Yeah. Mark Lang says, "Great to hear the headmaster back with you today as he come back for more scones."
Who said that?
I wasn't the one that had four yesterday.
No, that's Mark.
Anyway, one ball left to this over, and we're back to Mark. Clearly, he's got something horrible to say. One delivery left, goes back and turns down towards a mead, but safely on the lakeside. End of the over, 86 for no wicket. Middlesex, they trail by 89 runs.
No, it went down well on Instagram. The headmaster looking over my shoulder yesterday.
Yeah, no, that was it from Mark. Says greetings from Rutland Water. Good to have the headmaster back with you as he come for the Stones. Graham Rowley, morning guys. I'm watching the action this morning with my 9-month-old grandson, who's already becoming a very avid football and cricket watcher alongside me. Don Topley ticking Kev off for the caption competition you set this morning, saying you're always setting your colleagues up.
I try my best.
As Dane Patterson bowls from the pavilion end, goes through to the keeper, or one if you heard this morning. We said we could save an awful lot of time, Kevin, saying that's a defensive push on the offside, or that's left alone, if we just say 1 or 2. And he's talk of forthcoming matches. I work in a primary school. I can't attend matches as much as I'd like to. Just one red and white ball fixture, Sussex at Trent Bridge, he says, during the whole of the 6-week hollybobs.
It's a tough one for people that do have to do that, and so much, played in other holidays. Easter holidays, May half-term holidays, but not great. Weather's not great then.
Next delivery is past Robson, past the outside edge. You seem to be groping for that one. Andy also says, in a couple of weeks' time, I'm finally getting to see Tears for Fears play at Derbyshire County Cricket Club in support of Alison Moyet, or supporting Alison Moyet. Bublé's also doing a gig there. It's becoming a thing, isn't it? Pop concerts and music in cricket grounds. I mean, Notts played Lancashire at Blackpool last week because
I know.
Who's the guy?
Well, there was a few of them.
Who's the One Direction guy? Harry Styles.
Harry Styles, but they also had Red Hot Chili Peppers, and they had the Killers. They had a series of concerts over a two-week period there.
86 without loss. Next delivery is met by the face of Sam Robson's bat. He pushes it to mid-off, and there's no right. I realise it's a great source of income for sides, but
if you're going to do it, have the drifters. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I was going to say, just remember first and foremost, it's a cricket ground, and if you are going, don't damage it. Don't damage the cricket ground.
Oh dear. I remember when Shane Warne refused to take to the field of play when he was with Hampshire at Lancashire following an Arctic Monkeys concert. And the reason he refused to take to the field of play was the smell on the field.
Patterson bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowler. What the ammonia smell in his eyes.
People said, he's cracking the flag, Shane. He said, get down there and smell it. Bless him.
We had
you got to choose the people you're playing there, And
who did we have here, Kev? Was it Atomic Kitten in one of the first finals
you'd have no. Probably was Atomic Kitten. They came in and bless him, Johnny Saunders, one of my former colleagues, he tried to do an interview with the Atomic Kitten gang, and fair to say,
the Atomic Kitten gang
won. They won that one.
86 without loss. Dane Patterson bowls Robson, looking a model of concentration and indeed technique this morning. He's pretty much played everything out of the middle of the bat. There's been 1 or 2 airy-fairy wafts from Stoneman that he's remonstrated himself for, but Robson looking very, very good at the moment.
It's one thing that interests me about this 100 competition, that they brought music back in and DJ and all that sort of stuff, and the reason they stopped putting the these were big names in their time. Atomic Kitten, Girls Aloud, Natasha Bedingfield back in early 2000. Well, they're big names of their time, and they stopped them because nobody was remotely interested in their performances during the breaks in the game.
Next delivery on its way now, and again Robson pushes into the offside. I know what you mean,
and yet now it's being sold as a big element and a successful element of the 100. I just find it interesting.
Because as you know, I've gone to most of the NFL matches that they've had in this country since that started in 2007. Most of the Wembley games, and they were always built up around featuring whatever. I've seen Def Leppard, Little Mix played at one. They've had all sorts of groups. Stereophonics played at one. Joss Stone. Different celebrities, bands, groups, singers at whatever. But over the last 3 or 4 years before the pandemic, and obviously since then, they've done away with that. Let's just concentrate on the American football.
Stoneman's 29. and Middlesex still 86 for no wicket, trailed by 89 runs. And they're trying to battle their way through today to save this match as they still trail. Oh, it's a quicker delivery and a full one from the spinner Patterson White, blocked by the left-handed Stoneman.
The answer to how you bowl in cricket is, I'm just looking, you've got Liam Patterson White off 2 yards minimum, lots of skill of course, but minimum energy seemingly, and you've got James Pattinson who'll come steaming in off 30 yards, giving it absolutely everything.
Patterson White bowls, goes back, defensive. Is that Joe Clark, who sort of takes up a position virtually shoulder to shoulder with the batter, who in this case is Robson, standing at the non-striker's end on the leg side. Sort of a short mid-on, but right there on the strip next to the one we're playing on, and he's called into action. And then a few yards to his left, a little bit deeper, you've got Duckett there on the onside, looking to make breakthroughs. I mean, everybody's trying the best here. Middlesex try to get through the day. Nottinghamshire to get in amongst this Middlesex second innings following on. Oohs and ahs. We've not heard too many of those, but that one came off the outside edge of the bat really. Soft hands, which meant it went down into the ground quickly, but got 2 balls left to this over.
Now they're a good band, the oohs and ahs.
They are. Patterson White, who's bowling from this Radcliffe Road end, and he's bowling now to Mark Stoneman. 106 balls for his 29, and pads that one away, offering no shot, but goes out towards the offside there behind square. Got 1 ball left of the over on this final morning of this match, championship encounter. Top 2, remember, in Division 2. Bowls next and kept down well. Good defensive approach from Stoneman. 86 for no wicket, another maiden. 10 overs, 5 maidens for Patterson White. 8 runs he's conceded from those 10 overs. 89 runs is the deficit. Stoneman on 29 and Robson on 43.
Trevor says good morning all from Suffolk, working at home, so listening in through the website. Great banter this morning, guys, you're all on fire. There you are. How about that?
Are you sure he was listening to our stream?
I think it's one of those where they've probably come up on the wrong game. It happens from time to time.
James Pattinson's going to have a bowl. So it was a fine balance here for Stephen Mullaney between giving the bowlers the opportunity to try and work and manufacture an opportunity in a wicket, and at the same time being very much alive to the possibility that perhaps it's not going to be that particular bowler's day, so bring somebody else on. But you know, we've been going for nearly 55 minutes, so it's probably a natural time to bring Patterson out of the attack and make a change. Is there somebody behind the arm? It's
a player,
just in the
or
eye
a
line.
Coaching staff.
Do you think it is somebody on the balcony or somebody in the seats? We're going to find out, because umpire Baldwin's striding down to that end.
So it was just the way somebody darted on that top balcony back into the...
In that run chase at New Road, Glamorgan now 267 for 6. Needs 65 more. Obviously, Worcestershire need 4 wickets.
I'm sorry. Let this gentleman move, because he's wearing a bright pink or red shirt, have they? No, he's not the one who's just got up for the sake of it. It's not him either. Or it is him. You could be careful. Oh, so they're asking somebody to put their cardigan on, because they're also wearing a red. Do not come wearing red. Well, yesterday we had 3 or 4 school parties in the red jumpers, but they weren't behind the bowler's arm at all.
In that Glamorgan run chase at New Road, Billy Root is 70 not out. There'll be some roots going on if he gets them over the line, won't there?
Formerly of this parish?
Formerly of this parish, yes.
Well, this has taken a long time for this over to get underway, and all because got in the wrong shirts. But at least they had a cardi to put on there. Good old-fashioned cardigan.
James Pattinson, then he's bowled a ball, they're appealing here. Now then, Sam Robson thought it was going to be short enough to duck underneath. The ball didn't get up, it struck him somewhere on the body, on the hip maybe, but Robson was ducking down. James Pattinson goes to the ground, pleading, imploring the umpire to give it. Not out, and he looks absolutely crestfallen. 80 miles an hour loosener from James Pattinson, although he has been loosening up for ages. Very, very interesting when we get to, hopefully we'll get to see a replay of that one, to see, well, to just sort of back up the instinct that he got down very, very low, and it may have gone on to hit the stumps. The likelihood, Kevin, is always that if you pitch it in there, it's going to go over the top, but it didn't seem to get up, did it?
No, it didn't at all. I would just like to say that, though, you see, is a case in point, and I'm going to have to finish this very important point after this delivery, Dave.
There's Pattinson round the wicket. Now he's got Stoneman on strike, down the leg side, taken by the keeper.
The point I quickly want to make. So yesterday we had a situation where Max Holden felt he'd been wrongly adjudged to have hit a ball and caught and given out. He fell to his knees. He was, he looked really disappointed, and it seems as though he was disappointed with the decision, all that sort of stuff. But it was just.
There's a replay, I think.
Okay, let's have a look at the replay first on this. This one's just happened a few moments ago. Dave, you
see Pattinson on the replay. I tell you what, he's gone a long, long way down, hasn't he? We'll never know, obviously, but because we haven't got ball tracking. But it didn't get up at all. No. There is Pattinson round the wicket, bowls to Stoneman, who's cut it away through the offside for 4, and a grunt of displeasure from the bowler. Nice looking shot though from Mark Stoneman. 91 without loss, Middlesex.
Here's a mark of the man. I like our school party there to shout, number 4, give us a wave, give us a wave. It felt like giving them a wave right now. No, so the bowler there, he also went down on his knees. He also put his head in his hands, and he was pleading with the umpire, and clearly hugely frustrated and disappointed by that decision. No different at all from Holden. There is a chance that Holden could get into trouble for what he did. Not a chance that the bowler will do. That's why I don't like the idea that Holden, and we're not saying he will be, but I really hope he isn't, because there's no difference between what he did yesterday and what the bowler just did there a few moments ago.
Well made.
It is a point. Good point, well made. Pattinson bowls round the wicket to Stoneman, who he's just chipped this up slightly, but away from Liam Patterson wide, and they take a single. Things happen when James Pattinson is bowling. Sometimes not necessarily for the good of his side, and sometimes very much so. 92 without loss. What I like about Holden, and I really do hope he doesn't get in trouble, is somebody that's got to commentate on what's happening quite some way in front of us, and you can't be absolutely certain. Certainly can't with a nick that may or may not have come off this, that or the other down at the far end. Is from his reaction, I think here in the commentary box we all suspected that from his reaction he hadn't hit it, so it does give us a little indication to tell to the listeners this is down the leg side, and Robson has a little flick at it. There was understandable disappointment, and it did seem as if the replays backed up what we felt purely as a glance at his reaction, that he hadn't hit it. You can understand how disappointed he was. He was closing in on 100.
Yeah, I mean, there are lines, aren't there? I suppose we all subjectively have our own lines that can't be crossed. But for me, the bowler, I think, was just okay. Was just the right side of the line in terms of he was frustrated, disappointed. And the same for me with the batter yesterday.
Robson on 43. Pattinson bowls to him, driven back to James Pattinson, who put his hands down to try and stop it, and I think the ball burst through his hands and struck him on the shin, but he's okay, down on the ground, and I think he's having a bit of a snarl at.
I think that might have carried,
No, definitely bounced. 92 without loss. The other thing with the Holden one, we want our cricketers to obey the letters of the law, and as soon as the umpire sends them on their way, off you go. Had the umpire stuck his finger up straight away for Max Holden, as he did, if he tucked his bat under his arm and trooped off straight away, again, our impression from here would be, well, he's just walked straight off without any sort of protestation or grumble, and so he obviously knew he'd hit it, which wasn't the case. That definitely bounced. Kev is looking at it 47 times here, but it definitely bounced.
Yeah, just before the hands, yeah.
So everybody happy now? Can we all carry on, lads?
Oh yeah, it's just fun. I love it that we got this now.
What have you got?
They can do this. Have a little...
Next ball, start of the next over. Oh, that kept it a little bit low from the spin of Patterson White, and it's played well, actually, by Stoneman out onto the onside for a single.
It's great that you can have a little look back and have a play with it, isn't it? In the stream, rock and roll it.
Yes, Kev.
Really genuine.
Yeah, I think the idea, Kev, is for the listeners to be able to do that and have a look.
Always got to be pressing buttons, you, haven't you?
Okay. Do I not press your buttons, Kevin Howes?
Sometimes you do, and you know it. And it's not a good thing. 93 for no wicket. Robson's on 43 now, going back and pushed down into the offside for no run. Do you know, it's one of those strange old mornings, weather-wise, if you like it. I'm struggling here. It feels as though it's quite bright out there. However, there's a little bit of cloud away to our right-hand side, but something clearly must be reflecting back into the commentary box. Goes back. Robson here to the onside. Still looking for this breakthrough wicket. Remember, Middlesex put back in late yesterday. Stoneman and Robson, and up again and running this morning. The deficit 82 runs. Stoneman 35, Robson 43. And again, next ball bowled. Forward defensive this time from Robson. 81 overs left of the game as a minimum today. Robson's brought up his 100 balls, 43 not out. Make that now 101 and make it 44 as he works the ball. In fact, he could make it 45. No, it's going to stay at a single. He worked that one just past the square leg umpire. 94 for no wicket.
He's got involved in this game, Liam Patterson White, hasn't he? Made 50 with the bat, and he's now had, well, this is the end of his 49th over with the ball, so he's certainly got involved.
One more ball left of this over. Patterson White bowls now a little quicker, worked away onside, dot ball, end of the over. 94 for no wicket, trailed by 81 runs. Stoneman and Robson, the opening pair. Dave.
Yeah, terrific partnership this, 94. Just quickly the other scores around the country. Gloucestershire at Bristol, 144 for 3 against Lancashire, leading the Red Rose by 81 runs. Wantage Road, Northampton, 27 for 2 in their second innings, leading Warwickshire by 73. Will be that radio update. No, that's the first of the 6 hours that have been chalked off today without a single wicket for Nottinghamshire. Mark Stoneman and Sam Robson, 2 players obviously both good enough to have represented England in Test cricket in their time, keeping Notts at bay. 94 this opening partnership. Middlesex still trail though by 81. There's a little bit of turn from one end from Liam Patterson White. James Pattinson bowling rockets at the other end. Notts just looking for this first breakthrough. Middlesex 94 without loss. It is going to be Pattinson. Kent 126 without loss in their second innings at Surrey. The run machine Ben Compton is 48 not out in that one. Joe Denley 67 not out. 94 on the board here as Pattinson comes in to bowl to Robson. Thought he'd got him in the previous over, but hadn't. And Robson defends. Quickly, the Division 2 games. Sussex, Derbyshire, as we've said, that's due to recommence at 12:15 after rain. Derbyshire 127 for 7 in their second innings, leading by 340. And at New Road, Glamorgan now 275 for 6. Glamorgan need 57 runs to win. Worcestershire need 4 wickets. The women's test as well, we ought to give you. England women 393 for 6. That's a lead of 109. Down the leg side from Pattinson. And it goes through to the keeper, 94 without loss. I think I think that's going to be the televisual viewing tomorrow if we get the opportunity to have an hour or two looking at the box whilst I'm doing the stats for the T20 on Friday night. The
Homes under the hammer.
England women, South Africa. Well, no, got to find a bit of cricket, haven't you?
Final day. Tomorrow.
I might be rocking and rolling some of Kev's recommended highlights if he can give me his best 10 moments of the game. Pattinson in bowls again. Robson defends. Joe Clark wearing Joe Clark's shirt. Throws his hands up in the air at slip. That's what confused you about Joe Clark earlier when he fielded it. He's actually wearing Joe Clark's shirt today.
It did confuse me, Dave. I was hoping you hadn't spotted my confusion. I always try and hide my confusion.
Oh dear, we've done the business there on Ben Compton.
What have you done to him, Dave?
He was 48 not out. He's not now. He's 48 out.
Oh, well done. Took a wicket.
94 without loss. Here, this is pushed into the offside. Awkward bounce for Liam Patterson-White, but watched it nicely and gathered it nonetheless.
Diana Ross is at Durham tonight, well, at Chester Street. Yeah, she's the big one tonight.
Thank you. I like that new one.
Again, I thought Diana Ross just walked in the back of the room.
Did you
Uncanny.
Did you see her in all her feathers?
No, I didn't. No.
At Glasgow?
No. I'll be watching a documentary on BBC 4 at the time.
Would you?
Oh, yeah.
94 without loss. Next delivery on its way. James Pattinson bowls a bouncer, ducked underneath. The only thing I watched last night was Serena getting knocked out by Harmony.
Oh, and you did a little, little tweet. That tweet put me to sleep, put me to bed. I mean, so to speak.
Harmonious.
Yeah, very nice. So that could be the last time we see her at Wimbledon.
Might be.
She wouldn't confirm it though, would she?
She was puffing and panting a little bit, as I would be at
10 o'clock at night.
At 10 o'clock at night, and at 40 years of age. And I think the other thing to throw in there, also having not played for a year by the warm-up event at Queen's last week. 94 without loss. Next delivery, and over the shoulder of Robson through to the keeper. That's the thing with sport. There's always two sides to the equation. Absolutely overjoyed for the French girl, ranked 115 to beat her. But I don't know if you saw, was it a little sister in the royal box or in the coach's corner or whatever? They always have family and friends down there. I think it was the little sister. I mean, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Every single point, she was either up or down, and all the emotions. Terrific to see. A great thing for that particular family, who probably never dreamed of even playing at Wimbledon, let alone playing Serena on centre court and beating her.
Stoneman on 35, 94 for no wicket here, and it's Patterson-White bowling, pushed into the offside. No run. Those presentations of caps, which now, I guess this is again going to spread into county cricket if it hasn't already happened somewhere, but it's only internationally. Come back to the moment. Stoneman 35, Middlesex 94 for no wicket. Quicker ball defended, no run. Where they're inviting close members of the family, aren't they, or girlfriends, boyfriends, out onto the field for when the caps are being presented. And I'm telling you what, I'm looking at that now and getting just a little bit choked up. I think that makes it even more emotional, as that one is bowled just wide with a little bit of lift there, wide of the off stump to the left-handed Stoneman. But I just think that really does add a lot of emotion. The families that no doubt have put in so much time and travel and money, and wonderful moments turned away to the player at short leg.
I know Mark Overton. I used to play cricket with him back in the 80s. You're not going to you're not going to see any signs of emotion from him. Hard as granite.
Next ball bowled, and whoa! No, to get a little nick on that. Look to the umpire. He's not going to raise his finger. Ooh. He's going to keep it down. Not out, says the umpire. Nottinghamshire convinced he got a little bit of a feather, and here Stoneman is suggesting, helpfully and nothing else, that it brushed the pad. Dave?
Well, you can't see. I've just seen the replay. The bat is behind the pad. Is there not a case? Off air, the other Kevin and myself were talking this morning. Is there not a case, if you're not 100% certain, just having another little word with your colleague just to see what his view of it was?
Stoneman 35 pushes forward, and again mixture of bat and pad together. This is a tense time here now.
If the bat was behind the pad,
end of the over though, 94 for no wicket. Sorry, Dave. End of the over.
And the umpire couldn't see it. Is there not a case for just going over? This was my opinion. I couldn't see the bat behind the pad. They're obviously confident. What do you can you offer anything? Just a little quiet word?
Well, you can, but
there is scope within the game for the two umpires to chatter.
But for all we know, the umpire may think I had a very clear view of that, and that just brushed the pad.
But I think the replays would suggest that anybody looking straight down the wicket couldn't have a clear view because it turned behind the front pad and the bat was tucked in behind it. Anyhow, not out. Pattinson bowls a bouncer and it goes through to the keeper. Of course, all these things are heightened, aren't they, on the final day, as one side is desperate. I know you're desperate for wickets whenever they happen in a match, but they're always heightened on the final day. There's nothing from our rock and roller.
Oh yeah, there's nothing you can see on that really. It's just, did it, you say, clip a bit of something on the way through, or nothing really that you can tell from a rock and roll of that one.
Will you rock and roll it?
That's a great phrase. Clipped a bit of something on the way through. 94 without loss. In comes Pattinson again with a grunt and a groan as he fires it into Sam Robson, who's still on 44. 109 deliveries.
Cracking field though, wasn't it? Yeah, that's what you love to see. Final day of a game, bats surrounded. Go on, get them all in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely.
There was a great one down at the GS Bowl, wasn't there, a year or two back, with I think they were playing Yorkshire, when every single one was in shot, weren't they? All around the bat, every single one of them.
Yes, indeed.
94 without loss. As James Pattinson comes roaring in and bowls, and this is worked away. There'll be runs there. Ben Tuckett's left it for whoever he felt was out there to do the fielding, and then realised he was the closest to it, so had to turn and chase. He's just explaining that to Dane Patterson. Well, I thought you were out there, mate. 96 without loss. Robson on to 46. Middlesex trail by 79. Still seems as if this is only going one way, but we've all seen enough cricket to know that just suddenly wicket, and you think, ooh, that changed dramatically. Not saying it will happen, just that it could.
But we're still witnessing some moments, aren't we?
Yeah.
Some moments of the players putting everything out there to try and make the breakthrough, try and save the game whichever way.
James Pattinson bowls, and Robson's played wonderfully well this morning. Plays this up to Fletcher with absolutely no hint of any difficulty. Fletcher at mid-off. Got a century in that second innings at Lords against Notts. We'll never know how that would have panned out. We were rained off before lunch on the final day. Notts needed 7 wickets. Middlesex had to bat all day, but Sam Robson was 100 not out. Pattinson past umpire Baldwin. Bowls, and again he struck Robson. I mentioned his technique has been absolutely wonderful. I mean, he just thrust his body in the line of that one and let it strike him. Not the recommended way of dealing with a sharply rising quick ball, and again I suppose Robson was just running that little risk there that perhaps it didn't bounce as true as it actually did, but let it strike him. Dark cloud overhead, but thankfully it is passing us by and seems to be okay behind it. As Pattinson again bowls to Robson, worked away off his hip past short leg. Duckett's there at backward square leg and does the fielding. 96 without loss. A couple of runs from that over. James Pattinson 6 overs, none for 26. He's the enforcer. Now Stephen Mullaney's just gone across and given him a pat on his rear. We don't know yet if that's a hard luck mate, keep going, or if that's a thanks mate. In fact, he just pointed to this end, but I don't know who he was pointing to. You know, he pointed to Pattinson's end, to somebody. So I think there's going to be a bowling change at this end, but I'm not sure who. Or at the pavilion end, but I'm not sure who.
Players crowd round again. It's Stoneman who's facing at the moment for Middlesex, 35. Patterson White continues to bowl with his spin. And this is a wonderful contest. When we last saw it, and over we go. Let's see what's going to happen here. The first one is just pushed down softly onto the offside.
Fabulous cricket, isn't it?
I'm enjoying it. Despite the company, I'm really enjoying it. Stoneman on 35. X-ball bowled, and that's wide of the off stump, and little grab. Just in front of the nether region by the keeper.
Excuse me.
The Moors. 35 for Stoneman. Patterson White bowls, and again bat and pad together. Who's and ahs from your wicket keeper, and then you've got slip, and just behind square offside, right there in the eye line as well. You've got silly point, then you've got short square, and driven through the legs of the man at silly point, and that's going to go out through extra cover. There should be a couple of runs. Is it going to get to the boundary? No. And they may turn for a third. They're going to settle for 2, and that's pleased our friends down there, because the ball's gone down their way. And I mean, Lyndon James will never get a bigger cheer this summer for retrieving the ball just in front of the boundary rope. 98 for no wicket.
So with that comment about the company, you telling me you've moved from Frankie Valley to Steelers Wheel?
What? Oh, stuck in the middle with
to the
you.
left of me, Jokers to the right.
Yeah, very good. Excellent for a man so young. Oh, and that's gone through the legs of the keeper. It didn't offer a shot. What we're going to see with it now, it isn't going to get to the boundary. Eventually they wake up to run through for 1, and it's given us a bye. Oh, the umpire just waits for a little signal from the scorers there. Hello, hello, anybody? There we go. The lights come on.
Richie now.
Easy. Oh my, hey, lads, calm down.
Or Adele.
Oh. What to do? 99 for no wicket.
Who sung that?
2 slips. Silly point. Forward short leg. Round the wicket he comes this time, and straight and defensive from Robson. And that completes that over. 13 overs, 7 maidens, no wicket for 12 for Patterson White. Middlesex 99 for no wicket. Yes, I'll have a flake with that, please. Stoneman on 37, Robson on 46. And right now they trail by 76 runs. We're looking at the overs to be bowled still at 77, but you've got a fair idea we've got a lot of cricket left, because we're still in this morning session on the final day.
Travis Scott, son, what to do, but I did have to Google it.
And you've no idea who he is, have you?
No. It's not going to be a bowling change just yet. It was just a pat from the skipper just to say well done, keep going for James Pattinson. Just before they were due to start at Hove, Derbyshire declared their second innings on 127 for 7, so Sussex require 3-4-2. So as the day goes on there, that could be a decent game to follow. Different sort of field here for Pattinson bowling to Stoneman. Just the one slip. Almost if they've called the dogs off a little bit, but there's a single first ball of the over. It's going to be a tap of the knee for the umpire, a leg by. So a century opening stand between Stoneman and Robson. I'm sure they'll get together and touch gloves, as is the modern way. Stoneman 37, Robson 46. In fact, they haven't.
They've been around for too long to do that.
Well, they know there's a lot of work still to do. But
yeah, that's true.
Still, you often get them.
You do, yeah. I was a bit surprised they didn't, but I'm guessing it's, as you say, because they know they haven't finished the job, and also that they're a couple of the more seniors, aren't there, these days?
He's otherwise preoccupied as well, Sam Robson, because he knows he's got James Pattinson coming in trying to maim him. This one dug out, full-length delivery from Pattinson, who's got several days' growth. Very visible, clean-shaven at the start of the game. Just all goes to the wild man of cricket sort of image. 100 without loss. Billy Root now 77 not out for Glamorgan, who require a further 47 to beat Worcestershire at New Road. Here comes Pattinson, his 7th over, and Robson again works it to leg, no run. Just the one school party in case you're only listening to the audio. I know they're making a bit of din. It's great to have them here. They've all been wedged into what is that, 4-5 rows in the William Clark stand. Lovely to have them here with us.
It's great, isn't it? Again, one of the things that county cricket can do more of.
Yeah. The poor old teachers or teaching assistants that's with them, right, Amy wants to go to the toilet. Does anybody else want to come? And then suddenly 15 get out of the seats as this one's down the leg side. And stopped by Tom Moore's 100 without loss.
I think it's a nice thought, Dave, but I think you'll find that in reality what happens is that Amy wants to go to the toilet. Does anybody else want to go? No thanks. Amy comes back from the toilet. Then all of a sudden Bobby wants to go. Does anybody else want to go? No. Okay, then Bobby comes back. You get the drift? I think that really is what happens now.
There was report that yesterday's were all given an ice cream, wasn't there?
Were they? That's a nice touch.
So we understand. 100 without loss. Next delivery from James Pattinson, far too short, high over the head of Sam Robson on its way through to the keeper.
Well, I wandered out the back of the box and they were all queued up outside, and I thought, of course, at first it was for Kevin House's autograph.
I know what's going to happen here. He got her an ice cream as well, didn't he? Is that what you did? Did you really get a free ice cream?
I put on a red top and joined the back of the queue.
I'm a teacher.
Yeah.
Mr. Handy, and you put on one of those high-vis things as well, those bibs. Hello, Mr. Hand. Hi.
Well, they also there was this big box appeared and opened up at the top. It looked like it was little pots of ice cream they were about to get, which would have been a great thing to do.
No shame, no shame.
Pattinson bowls to Sam Robson.
Definitely no shame.
Push up to mid-on, no run.
Sadly, no ice cream yesterday, though.
And Mr. Hand from Middlesex Primary School. Look, here's my badge.
Yeah. Put a bit of tape over the cricket bit on the bottom.
We've had 20 overs this morning, gents. 37 runs, no wickets. It sounds dull and tedious, I guess, but it's been anything but. Stephen Mullaney just gone through 4 of his bowlers. I'm wondering if we might see a bit of Stephen Mullaney.
What does a draw do? Sorry, Dave, interrupted there. Sorry, I just had this thought. What does a draw do in terms of there was a 10-point gap at the start? Yeah. Well, is there any major?
Well, it'll be an 11-point gap now because.
But what about those teams behind?
Well, Glamorgan were third, so they are 47 runs away from a victory. They won't be able to catch either. Not so Middlesex, but obviously they will close in again. And as I said, the next game for Nottinghamshire is an away trip to Cardiff to face Glamorgan.
And then you've got Derbyshire. How are they're faring? They had rain problems there, didn't they, at one point this morning?
Well, they've just declared setting Sussex 342, so that could be a good game as well.
Yeah,
Third and fourth on for wins.
Patterson White started his 14th over to Stoneman on 37. Goes back defensively into the offside. Oohs and ahs. That's what we need plenty of today. Oohs and ahs today. 100 for no wicket. Trailway 75 runs. Stoneman still faces the left-hand Stoneman and pushed the spin of Patterson White.
There was I think it was revealed that Liam Patterson White was asked to keep his phone on. You may remember that first Test match where Jack Leach was injured.
Yeah, another ball being bowled here. Quick delivery, fended away again. Go on, Dave. Yeah.
Initially they couldn't get hold of Matt Parkinson. We hear he was at a family barbecue, wasn't he? And I think the next message was Liam, just keep your phone on just in case.
Okay. Next delivery from Patterson White goes back and defended again by Stoneman. So far a picture of concentration, application. There will be ooh and ah moments. We've seen a couple of them. He was dropped as well, wasn't he? Yeah, much earlier this morning. It's on 37 and sticks his pad wide out of that, but the ball goes even wider through to the keeper.
And the reason he was sort of put on standby, the week before he'd played at Chelmsford for the first class counties 11 against the Indians. He'd taken 4 wickets in the match, bowled very nicely indeed down there and made an impression.
Plenty of maidens so far here, and that's another one. 8 maidens from his 14 overs. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it says 7 maidens from 14, so I thought it was going to tick over.
No, it'll change.
It will. There we go. 8 maidens from 14 overs, 12 runs, 100 for no wickets. Stoneman on 37, Robson 46. Pattinson at the other end with his 7 overs, 2 for 26. I was just checking the watch. I've got another 4 minutes before I have to join the queue for dinner. When I say join the queue, head the queue. Check it's all okay for everybody.
Final day of the game, we'll get seconds today, won't we?
Oh, I'm not sure there's anything provided on the final day for you lads.
Is that right? We've got to go out and find our own.
Is there any guests in there? That was what I was going to ask you, actually.
Any former Shrewsbury Town players doing the rounds today?
Yeah, any guests in the committee room today? Are the committee even invited on the final day? I'm not sure lunch is provided on the final day for the committee, is it? So I don't think there'll be guests.
There's not too many on the committee balcony. In fact, I can see The head guy over there who runs the whole thing just popped out and watched a bit of the cricket, so it must be fairly quiet inside.
I know two that were here for Middlesex have certainly gone home. They're not here today, so they're listening on. Thoughts and prayers with them. But yeah, I don't think lunch is provided on the final day. Is that the way it works for committees around the country? They do lunch the first 3 days for the opposition committee, but not the final day. Because
I've never been on a committee.
You've never been on a committee?
Well,
of
actually,
any description? I couldn't. Yeah.
I was on the cricket writers committee.
Oh, are you?
And no, I was, and then
You weren't.
I still don't know. I mean, obviously, it was something I said or did, but I mean.
Raining in Bristol, they're off between Gloucestershire and Lancashire at the moment as James Pattinson comes in to bowl to Sam Robson, who pushes it back very straight and might well have hit the stumps at the far end had James Pattinson not dived across and diverted it wide of the stumps to Stephen Mullaney, who
it's
picks
the ball.
it up and
It's
says,
the ball, everybody.
let's have another go at trying to change it. Umpire Baldwin, please have a look at that. Oh, he's now giving it to Luke Fletcher to have a look.
So was it you on the committee that used to vote Commentator of the Year then? Never won that, did you, Bert Braces?
I was actually on, although there was nothing to do with the committee. I was on the voting panel for
Domestic
We've now
Commentator of the Year.
got
I think I've
Debenham's
spent.
being called across to look at the ball.
I think I've spent the bribery money.
Have you?
Yeah, I think that's all gone now.
Did I not try?
No, you didn't offer enough. No.
I think you have to enter it to win it, don't you? That's my problem.
Yeah.
Should have entered it.
Umpire Debenham just took a pace or two towards the ball and then wasn't required, and they've carried on nonetheless.
That's not my only problem.
And he's still taking a real long, hard look at that ball, isn't he?
Well, it wasn't Pattinson, to be fair. The ball was played to Mullaney at mid-on, and he, as he was polishing it, had a bit of a look at it and decided to try it on. There is Pattinson, and he comes again to Sam Robson, and that high left elbow doing all the work there.
I remember the reason why now I had to leave is because everything was held down in London. And there's no way, even in those days, could I afford to get train trips up and down to London.
Well, can you do it remotely?
Well, all of that kicked off when lockdown first. You know, I know things did happen remotely before then, but that's when that sort of stuff really took off. So now you had to attend in person, and it just got too expensive.
There's people who do commute from your part of the world to London every day.
Yeah, not on my wages then.
Next delivery is down the leg side through to Moores. So the game that's closest to a finish is the one that we always suspected it would be at New Road. Glamorgan now need 39, Billy Root's 84 not out. Worcestershire still require 4 wickets. We say closest to a finish. I guess technically this could be over in just 10 deliveries. But,
good call, Dave. You're right. Oh, yes, spot on.
But New Road will be the second one to finish after Essex defeated. Who did Essex defeat?
Hampshire.
Hampshire, that's right. This one's banged in short and goes through to the keeper.
Kicked off, didn't he, Vincey? Didn't Vincey kick off about the standard of the pitch?
Oh, yeah.
Turning on the first day and everything.
David Hopp's writing about it, yeah.
Yeah. I love a bit of that. I mean, it was Essex who made a big fuss about Somerset a couple of years ago, when Essex actually won the title at Somerset. They made such a fuss by the pitch, and Somerset got done. In fact, where are we with that? Because that was suspended points for I don't know how long. Anyway, they got done and they got dodge points and everything, and then Essex, bizarrely.
Here's Pattinson. Bowls, low full toss, worked on the leg side. Straight to Lyndon James, no run.
Yeah, I saw it, the David Hopp's piece, and then he rewrote it because Don Topley reminded him that Hampshire, the team complaining, had sand shipped in apparently for Dawson and who would it have been? Dawson and somebody for a match last year. And sand scattered all over the track down at the Aegeus apparently.
Well, now we are going to get the two umpires coming together to have a look at the ball. Umpire Baldwin is sick of the Notts lads pecking him about it, so he's going to bring umpire Debenham into the conversation. Well, we came along with a lot of hope this morning from the Nottinghamshire perspective, Mark. 10 wickets required to pull off a win. Notts, of course, top of the table. Middlesex second. But it is, I'm afraid, Middlesex 100 without loss at the moment. They're still 75 behind. Notts creating the odd opportunity here and there. 1 or 2 LBW shouts. 1 or 2 balls lifted close to fielders, but they've been unable to make that breakthrough. Just having a change of the ball. In fact, they're not. They're going to insist that James Pattinson continues with this ball. Middlesex 100 without loss, still 75 behind. Next one's clipped away on the leg side for 4 runs. Trying to cough through that.
Oh, you did very well, David. Go on, give it a good go. There you go.
There we are.
There we are.
My throat clearer. That is Sam Robson's 50. Working that one to leg. 125 balls, 7 fours. Been at the crease for 2 3/4 hours. Sam Robson. Well, we know he's a player. Very, very good player. Whether he'll get another opportunity with England or not, who knows? But I know Kevin Hand and 1 or 2 others are very much in his corner. But he's looked a good player here.
Just, you know, just a feeling that Robson's, along with a few others, that we didn't get to see everything they had to offer, basically.
No.
Then, you know, they were given fair opportunity, but it's the fact that can you go calling back again? Well, clearly they've stuck with Crawley, haven't they, in the squad for the India test, which starts on Friday. But you've got to wonder how much longer that's going to be. But then again, Crawley is exactly the sort of opener that in this new era of an approach from England, you'd imagine is what they're after. So keep an eye on that one. Mulaney's going to come in. I'll do one more over Dave, and then. Again, plenty crowded around, a little bit deeper, not quite in the face of the batter who's Stoneman. That first lever from Mulaney is not too far away from the off stump. Mulaney's first ball of the match.
It is indeed. It is indeed. He's been vastly underused this season, in my opinion.
But this is by himself. This is the, No injury problems there, Dave? No fitness concerns? No, it is a bit strange. Stoneman on 37, and Mulaney wanted to come in and bowl, and he was stopped by the umpire. Almost gave a right elbow in the face there to stop him, as Hamid had changed from being on the leg side out onto the off. Got 2 catching positions, Lyndon James being the other in the offside, as Mulaney comes around the wicket right. I mean, they're deepish out there, but they're still in the eye line, very much in the eye line of the left-handed batter Stoneman. I mean, Mulaney, as captain, never mind bowler here, trying to be as attacking as possible, trying to get this wicket, trying to make the first breakthrough. Next delivery, bowled and bat again from Stoneman onto the onside this time. I'm loving the invention, and again another change in the field and what we're going to do here now. So this is Mulaney as a bowler and the captain coming in, bowling the ball, then having another rethink and thinking, right, what are we going to do now next delivery? It's the same batter. So he's still got 2, but he's changed the personnel. He's still got 2 there in the offside, close in at short extra cover. He's got Hamid now back under the helmet at short square leg. He's got 2 in catching positions, if you like, so on the onside as well, as he comes around the wicket, defended, full delivery, Stoneman into the offside. So they call this umbrella, don't they? And then you've got 2 a little bit deeper out there at mid-off and mid-on as well. Away from all this, you've got a very deep, sort of deep backward square leg out there on the boundary, way out there. And then you've got a backward point as well, again fairly deep and defended by Stoneman into the offside. But such an attacking field here, trying to prize a wicket here, Dave.
Is it not the Christmas tree formation?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if your Christmas tree looks like this, I mean, I should take it back next time, Dave. Mulaney coming into Stoneman on 37. And pushed onto the onside. And it's not the diamond formation anyway, is it? 104 for no wicket, Stoneman 37, Robson with that half century, 50 off 125. Mulaney with a maiden over, now finally introducing himself to the attack. 71 run deficit. I'll go and check the fish and chips for you all, lads, and I'll see you later.
I think it was 45 quid this year, the Christmas tree, the 6-foot Norwegian, is it a fir or a pine, whatever it is? Crikey. Dane Patterson White has switched ends, coming on at the far end. Andy Dixon says, amazingly, Dave, Glamorgan will only make up 4 points on Notts and 5 on Middlesex in the event they win. And this game ends in a draw. They were bowled out for under 200 in the first innings.
Tight, with first to fourth draw on this one. Durham and Worcestershire fancy they'll come again. Be Interesting to see. 104 for no wicket. There's 2 slips. A back pad on the offside, short leg, short cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and that is it. And here's Patterson White. His left arm around the wicket and he bowls to Robson. This ball's tickled away into all that space down below, which was the last point, the moment of hesitation as I looked around the field, make sure I wasn't missing anybody down here. They'll get 2 as Hamid retreats, nearly loses his footing actually as he grinds to a halt to grab that one. His weight was all going backwards onto his heels to slow himself down. He almost fell backwards, I think, with it. Let's have a look on the no, it was just a little slip or a slide on his right foot, it was. 106 without loss. Robson 52, Stoneman 37, trailing by 69 as they follow on, and Patterson White bowls. Robson defends into the onside. Just the 1 wicket in the game so far from Patterson White. 15th over now of the second innings. That wicket was Stoneman. It looked oh so crucial on that, the second evening when he got one to turn back out of the rough against Stoneman. He bowls now to Robson, who dabs into the onside. Quick single fine of mid-on. And Robson moves to 53, 107 without loss, trailing by 68 Middlesex. The field, excuse me, comes in to surround once more. This was the end, of course, that he picked up Stoneman.
His only wicket in the match.
Yeah, just saying, 15th over now. That was the 15th run he's conceded, indeed, in his 15th over. Quite the stark contrast to those bowling figures of the first innings for Middlesex. They've all said, you know, they've had a bad one in that first innings with the ball. Patterson White to Stoneman, decent stride, defends into the onside. There's no one apart from Roland Jones. The Mercer went okay as well, I thought. Holman with the wickets though, 4 of them. 5-5-1 for 8 declared knots. They won the toss as Patterson White bowls, and forward goes Stoneman pushing back. There's no run. I think the feeling was from Middlesex they didn't bowl well enough, and perhaps it was more 400 pitch, and they didn't bat well enough and ended up on 3-7-6. Oh, that ball turns and bounces and goes to Hamid at short leg. But did he play it straight into the ground and it bounced up, or did it hit the body and go up?
It hit the body, it hit the thigh pad and went up.
Yeah, exactly that. Loops up off the thigh pad. Cry a catch, but only playfully from the bowler, I think. 107 without loss. Robson 53 and Stoneman 37. Yeah, they said Nottinghamshire batted brilliantly. Middlesex didn't bowl as well as they should, and just a few iffy shots from Middlesex stopped them perhaps getting to maybe 450, which maybe was about par on this pitch.
Yeah, probably.
On this pitch, 400, 450, and having not bowled well, then that aided knots up to 5-5-1 for 8 declared, which I thought was a pretty fair summary. And when you're up against a team like Notts, they say you can't afford, to let the margins slip.
So Mullaney with 4 on the off, 5 on the leg. Starts his second over bowling to Sam Robson, who's on 53 and defends. On the offside, Ben Duckett is the closest catcher. He's at short extra cover. And there's Dane Patterson at sort of a deepish gully, saving 1. Lyndon James at mid-off, saving 1. And it's like a subfielder out on the offside fence. Not sure who that is. It's pushed back to Mullaney. On the leg side then, 2 close catchers. Asiba Mead at short leg and Liam Patterson White at short mid-wicket. James Pattinson is at mid-on. Got a mid-wicket and a long leg as well. 107 without loss. Mullaney bowls. Robson defends, no run.
That's what we've been calling for days, isn't it, Robson? Mullaney to come on. Have a go. Just looking at the mug here that we've got, Trent Bridge, established 1838. You see a number like that, 18th, that's 150 years before I was born. 140 years, sorry, 140 years before I was born. 1838.
Next delivery, just got a bit big. Goes over the right shoulder of Robson, bursts through the gloves of Tom Moores, and they take a bye. 108 without loss.
It's just an incredible longevity for the game, isn't it? I mean, you think, Manchester United, for example, they were formed as Newton Heath, weren't they? 40 years later than Nottinghamshire were established, or indeed Trent Bridge was established.
Next ball pushed through by Mullaney to the left-handed Stoneman, works it nicely away behind square on the leg side, gets another run. Stoneman on to 38 now from 142 balls faced.
Sussex the oldest. Sussex the oldest? I'm pretty sure they are.
109 without loss, not sure.
I think they were probably about 20 years older as well, if memory serves.
Hold up here whilst Ben Duckett gets himself much straighter. Close in there at that silly mid-off position. Robson defends the final ball of the over nonetheless. 109 without loss. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC London, Kevin Howells, Dave Bracegirdle and Kevin Hand with you. Just quickly, they're still off for rain at Bristol in Division 1. The other Division 1 scores: Northants 75 for 2 against Warwickshire, leading the Bears by 121, so that one seems to be drifting along towards a draw. Kent 146 for 2 at the Oval in their second innings, still trailing Surrey by 196. In Division 2, Sussex now 26 without loss at home, requiring a further 316 to beat Derbyshire, and Glamorgan are 301 for 7, so they've just lost another wicket. Billy Root's still there on 86, they've just lost Cullen, so a further 31 needed. Worcestershire need 3 wickets.
Patterson White to Stoneman, who gets a thick edge on that wide of slip, played it down into the ground with soft hands, didn't he? And Mullaney is the man giving chase. They've taken 2, 111 without loss. The Nelson's on the board, Stoneman's on to 40. It's aggregate up over 100 for the match now. Oh no, 1839 was Sussex. Ah, here's an interesting question for you, Dave. Well, you can be the judge. Just how interesting. This ball's onto the pads. Oh, now it trickles around, and Hamid rushes in from short leg, and Stoneman in the end kicks it away. So I think there was a thought. Firstly, he got an inside edge onto it. Yeah, it dropped, and then, ha! Just seeing it from the other side now. Inside edge onto the pads. So Hamid came rushing in, but it dropped straight right next to Stoneman. But what it did do was start to roll back towards the stump, so he kicked it away. He's defending now, bumps it up over the head of the silly point, and there's no run. That would have been a way to go, wouldn't it? Rolling back onto the stumps there, the inside edge. Me charging in. Fortunately for Stoneman, he was alert to where it was. 4 go down around the bat. 5 if you include the short mid-wicket, and forward goes Stoneman, defending into the offside. There's no run. Trent Bridge, established 1838. What year were Nottinghamshire formed? Because I think Trent Bridge was established 1838, but that's not Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, though. Here's Patterson White bowls, and this ball's pushed back by Stoneman, and there's no run. Wikipedia, other encyclopedic knowledges online are available, say that Team Information founded 1841, so 3 years after Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club. However, it says the first class debut of Nottinghamshire was somehow 6 years prior to that, in 1835 at Brighton. As Patterson White bowls, and through to the keeper it goes, 111 without loss. How could they have been founded in 1841 if their first class debut was 6 years earlier? Is it an error? Or... Ah. Have you got it? Or that was the end of the over, 111 without loss. Have you got the answer? Because I think I have.
No.
I've read a little bit further. So Wikipedia explains the county club was formed in 1841, although teams had played first-class cricket under the Nottinghamshire name since 1835. The county club has always held first-class status. So there we go. And in the middle of 1835 and 1841, when the club was founded, Trent Bridge was established in 1838. So there we go. 3 inaugurations of note.
Still going to be Mullaney. A little bit of sunshine to greet him and just warm the players up a little bit as we head towards lunch. 15 minutes away, and comes Mullaney to bowl to Sam Robson. gets well behind it and defends. Lyndon James very close in there on the offside bat pad. Ben Duckett just behind him. I think for that delivery he was almost exactly right behind him, but he's just moved a little straighter now. Those of you watching the live stream will see there's plenty of company round the back for Sam Robson. Pushes this up through the legs of Liam Patterson-White at a silly mid-on position. They take a single, so they'll all have to swap over now for the lefty, and the skipper won't be best pleased. 112 without loss.
Oh, it's sorry, go on, Dave.
Robson 54, Stoneman 40.
It's the 250th anniversary of the first class game this year, isn't it? At Hambledon. Or the first that a scorecard remains from. There were games played before, but they don't have records of it because this is the oldest one. It was at Hambledon.
Mulaney to Stoneman. Round the wicket, bowls. Mark Stoneman eases it into the offside. And there's no run. Overnight, Mark Stoneman was 16 not out, so he scored 24 this morning. Robson was 31 not out, so he scored 23. 49 runs in the session. There's the 50th run, and it comes with another extra. It's is it going to be a no ball or byes? And it's 4 of them banged in short over the top of the bowler and the keeper by Stephen Mulaney. 4 byes, takes extras up to 22. And we've now had 53 runs during the morning session, which means Middlesex are now 59 runs behind.
It was Sussex the oldest, 1839. Although, as we know, the teams were playing under the name Nottinghamshire since 1835, though.
Mulaney to bowl to Mark Stoneman. Works this past Hamid at short leg. Out into the deep. Only get a single. Stoneman on to 41, 117 without loss. Steve Eskenazi will have been padded up for quite some time. Both himself and Jack Davis came and went very cheaply in the first innings. I'm sure Davis in particular, who got a duck, will be hoping to get another opportunity. This one striking the pad of Sam Robson, and that's the end of the 47th over of the innings, 117 without loss.
As we well know from cricket, timing is everything, don't we? Dave Allen has tweeted from down at Hampshire County Cricket Club, historian down there, a big Portsmouth Cricket Club man. And now he will love the chat of the last 5 minutes, but indeed this tweet came 15 minutes ago. He says, "Hi all, enjoying the commentary very much, but please, please, please," in brackets James Brown, "no more chat about Chelmsford." Yeah, poor old Hampshire, beaten up at Chelmsford. But Dave Allen, indeed, was one of those who was pushing for the end, at the north end, now the hotel end at Hampshire, to be renamed the Hambledon end, in honour of that first game played in Hampshire. To the north of Hampshire, to the north east of Hampshire indeed, 'cause it's all to the northwest of Portsmouth. But yes, it's not happened. He said at least a Hambledon corner perhaps in the ground would be fitting this year. Here's Patterson-White, number 17 off 16. He bowls, and this is eased away into the offside, 117 for no wickets. Hopefully you're still with us, Dave, after I went through all of that, because as a historian, he's been all over Hambledon this year and the records of it all. Had a few chats with him about it. All around the wicket now. To the left-handed Stoneman comes the left-arm spin of Patterson-White. 2 slips, silly points, short leg and leg slip as well, and Stoneman forward. Defensively, soft hands, angle bat, straight down into the ground to the short leg fielder. Stoneman awaits, a lot of flight and a forward defence. To Patterson-White, no running once more.
School party trying to get a Mexican wave going.
What are they going to do? Go snake it back and forth across the rows? As you said, they're only 5 or 6 rows back.
There you go, there you go.
There's a lot of flight back over the wicket now to Stoneman. He pads up, but it goes through to the keeper. So what are they doing? Are they hoping that somewhere around the ground somebody is doing it? Are they counting the stands? Are they counting the stands in between, and maybe somebody will do it? There we go, off it goes. Go on, someone in the old newsstand do it. No. Patterson White bowls, and forward goes Stoneman. There's no run. This was always the thing at Lords, and the Mexican wave would go round and it would always stop at the pavilion, and nobody would do it in the pavilion, and the whole ground would boo.
Yeah.
Patterson White bowls, and Stoneman defends into the onside. I've forgotten about that, actually. I haven't seen that in years, the Mexican wave at Lords.
Generally all grinds to a halt in the members' areas, wherever it is, isn't it? 117 without loss. So Stephen Mullaney threw 3 overs, none for 3. Is he going to have another one?
Oh,
I think he is. No, we're going to have a bit of Ben Slater.
I thought this against the left-handed Stoneman. You've got to give it a go, haven't you? Get the off spinner on. Chubby Checker, the twist, says Graham Downey. Thank you. I was trying to remember the name of the song earlier. We were going through one that couldn't remember the name. Let's twist again. Or the name of the singer.
Got a wicket in the first innings, didn't he, Slater? Sure, we'd like to get one by a more conventional means here, but I think Notts are in the situation where they'd take a wicket any old how. He's going to be bowling to Robson to begin with. The right-hander. Mullaney's gone in at slip. Mead at short leg. There's a short catching mid-wicket and 5 others on the one. I think I'm missing a fielder. We'll have another check on that. A Slater bowls to Robson, works it on the leg side. Duckett does the fielding. So there's 4 on the leg side. I can see 4 on the... Oh, and Luke Fletcher's out. There he is, out at deep mid-wicket on the fence. Thought I was missing one. Luke Fletcher with those white seats behind him, blending into the background. He's actually having a bit of fun with those school kids out there, waving to them. Is Slater in again. Just nice flight from Ben Slater. Tossed that one up there and invites Sam Robson to play an attacking shot to him, but Robson, the wily Robson, pushes it back to the former Derbyshire man. Slater again, off just a couple of paces. That's short of a length, didn't get up very big, and it's clipped out as far as Fletcher. And they'll take a single, so everybody will swap over for the left-handed Stoneman. 118 without loss. Stoneman on 41. Robson now moves to 55.
Hello, sir. Emma Vernon, who says, grateful to be able to tune into the County Championship commentary for Nottinghamshire versus Middlesex. Whilst working from home, always a pleasure to hear the dulcet tones of Kevin Hand and the team. Good to have you with us, Emma. Thank you kindly.
Mead's gone to second slip for the lefty. Stoneman, Slater bowls, pushed into the offside, and Duckett does the fielding.
See, Lily tweeted earlier, morning Dave, Kev and Mr Howells.
Yeah.
He gets the reference, doesn't he?
He does.
The headmaster, Mr Howells, we're just Dave and Kev.
Slater from beside umpire Debenham bowls short, pulled away for 4. It's too short from Ben Slater. First boundary has been hit for though in the match. 2 cheap overs in the first innings when he got his wicket, 1 for 1, and now he's 0 for 8 in this, his 3rd over of the second innings. 122 without loss. Middlesex 53 behind. So they scored 59 runs. So if they went at the same rate this afternoon, they'd only just have a slender advantage, but of course all the time taken out of the game, and not still require 10 wickets. So I think draw was always the likeliest outcome when we arrived today, and it's even more certain that that's going to be the outcome. Slater bowls, Stoneman plays it to leg, end of that over. 5 runs from it, 122 without loss, Middlesex. We've got about 4 minutes to go until the luncheon interval.
Dave Allen is still with us, and he says a photo from the Hambledon anniversary match last Friday. So it's been and gone, has it? I think there's events all summer, but I didn't realise I'd missed it. The giant Chris Tremlett and Raj Maru, ex-Middlesex, in shot there. Raj, who's sometimes on the commentary.
Yeah.
Kevin James down at Solent. Bowling and Chris Tremlett there. At the non-strikers end, backing up. I have inquired how many Middlesex and Notts players overall were involved in the game. Kevin James must have played that one. I know he was getting roped into it. I'm surely he didn't duck out of it. Was there a bit of game Friday? I suppose there could have been a T20 on Friday night for Hampshire though. Here's Patterson Whites. Thank you, Dave, for your tweet. Thank you all tweeting, tuning in, however you're interacting with us, watching on the stream. Patterson White, left arm over to the right-handed Robson, who kicks it up into the air from outside off, which is a bit of a dangerous tactic in that it loops. He created an angle there, didn't he, with his body, because he wasn't kicking it away with the knee thrusting forward. It really was his ankle thrusting forward, which created an angle. It looped up and through to the keeper. As he does the same again, and it angles across this time through towards a backward point region. But the one before looped up, and it wasn't close to it, but it wasn't a million miles away as it looped up and dropped down wide of off stump. And Moores just went around and picked it up. That'd be a way to go, wouldn't it? Padding up and it looped over you and dropped down onto the stumps. I don't think I've ever seen that. So here's Patterson White, and he kicks it away with his ankle again, just a little outside of the foot flick from Robson on this occasion. 5 in the immediacy of the bat and a silly point, a wide silly mid-off. He's not far away as well as he kicks up once more. Where does this one go? It goes back up the track. I mean, it can go absolutely anywhere as he kicks it like that. Like I say, the first one, he'd created a real angle. He was almost getting his head and his torso away from it, which created a ramp up the pad and over his head. Patterson White once more, and Robson this time lays bat on ball as he pushes back up the track with a big old stride on that. On to come Patterson White's 18th over. He's going to go at an economy less than 1 and over if this is another dot ball. He's always been at 1 and over or just above. This time it might just drop below for the first time, I think, as he bowls now. And it's pushed back, and it's 18 overs, 10 maidens, none for 17 for Patterson White now, and it means we'll get one more before lunch.
Yep, Ben Slater to presumably end the session, although, yes, it is going to be Slater. Lyndon James took his cap off then. Just wondered if, rather strangely and bizarrely, Stephen Mullane had just given Slater the one, but Lyndon James pops his cap back on. In fact, he wouldn't be bowling anyway because he's got protective pads on under his flannels. I think he took his cap off, wondering if he was going to be required to go in there with a helmet on, but not for the left-handed Stoneman. 122 without loss. About 50 overs in the innings, so not still a long way away from a second new ball to try and bring them a little bit of respite. Slater then round the wicket, final over of the session, bowls to Stoneman, defends the first ball. May well be 5 more of those. Game not yet finished at New Road, but Glamorgan need 14 to beat Worcestershire, so that one should be done shortly. This one's turned round the corner by Stoneman, but no run there.
That's what they added, Middlesex. They were trailing by...
There was 63 without loss, so they've added 59 in 2 hours.
Yeah. See, they're not going to be that far ahead by tea, are they, Middlesex?
No, but it's the wickets, isn't it? Lots have spent 2 hours trying to get 1 wicket. Unlikely they're going to get 10 this afternoon.
Well, they spent 2 hours trying to get... Sorry, that's a top ball. My apologies, Dave. Turn to square leg and there's no run. Against 2 England Test openers. One who, you know, like Hamid, has serious aspirations of getting back there. And this was going to be a day for the pair of them to go out there. And Richard Johnson said at the start of the season you couldn't rule Stoneman out of a recall as well.
Comes Slater. 2 or 3 paces. Tosses it up there nicely. Stoneman drops it on the leg side. Lyndon James will field the ball.
But you get past these two. Eskenazi at 3, fantastic player and experience. And they're all fantastic players, but youngsters. There's 4 youngsters either side of John Simpson at 6.
Slater drops this one short. Stoneman rocks back, trying to chop it away. Mistimes it. The ball runs out as far as Ben Duckett, and there's no run. So last ball of the session. As Kevin said, Middlesex beginning the day 112 behind at 63 without loss. They've had a very productive morning. They've won that session. 122 without loss it is, as the players leave the field to go for lunch. We've had 31 overs in that morning session. Mark Stoneman 45 not out, and Sam Robson 55 not out. And I think this one's got all the makings of a handshake. Around about 5 o'clock, 122 without loss at lunch.
I think it has, but I still insist. I think there will be a moment, there'll be a pressure point, there'll be one moment, whether it's sometime around the new ball if they have managed to, but a quick blast to the quicks again after lunch, and then I try and rattle through with spinners through to that 80th over, which is 29 overs away. And that will be the big moment. If they could get past these two and then apply pressure to a young middle order, then just maybe Notts can heap some pressure, because they're not going anywhere fast, Middlesex, and as long as that's the case, then you know, how many overs still to go today? 65. Yeah, second new ball. Let's see.
From Kevin and myself, hope you've enjoyed the morning session. We'll try and get a little bit of lunch, and we'll be back with you in ample time for the start of the afternoon. Middlesex 122 without loss at lunch. That's a deficit of 53 runs. Well, everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge for the resumption of this county championship match between Nottinghamshire and Glamorgan. I beg your pardon. I can see what I've got on my mind, can't you? Nottinghamshire and Middlesex as we head into the final afternoon with, well, a draw very much looking the nailed-on outcome. Mine was momentarily distracted by Glamorgan picking up the win at New Road during the time we were away for lunch. They beat Worcestershire by 3 wickets, with Billy Root finishing 99 not out, and that lifts Glamorgan up to 123 points from 8 matches, 4 wins, 2 losses, 2 draws. The table on the BBC Sport website at the moment has Middlesex dropping to 3rd, but there's no bonus points or anything put on, so Middlesex will go back above Glamorgan as a result of what they've done in this game. Right now it reads, without the points from this game going on, Nottinghamshire played 7, 131, Glamorgan played 8, 123, Middlesex played 7, 121, then Worcestershire played 8, 108, Derbyshire played 7, 104. Derbyshire will have points to go on, so they'll go back 4th, and then the bottom 3 will stay the same whatever happens. Durham, Sussex, who are playing, and Leicestershire. Durham and Leicestershire aren't playing, so there we are. Glamorgan getting the first result in this round of matches in Division 2, defeating Worcestershire by 3 wickets. And Notts' next match is at Cardiff. We're going to get underway in just a second with Liam Patterson-White bowling round the wicket to Sam Robson. Middlesex are 122 without loss. And back from his lunch, there's Kevin Hand.
Hello Dave, hello everybody. Glorious sunshine at Trent Bridge. Will there be a glorious finish? 65 overs to bowl. Patterson-White around the wicket to Robson, who defends on the front foot into the offside, and there's no run. 2 slips, a silly point and a short leg. The 4 in close. Route 99, we've got Route 66, Route 99. I just had to look it up. It runs from California up to the state of Washington.
Oh, there is a Route 99.
There is, yeah. Patterson-White bowls, and oh, that was a nice ball. Just held the length back slightly on it. Robson forced to play on the front foot. Had to really wait then and turn it into the onside. Yeah, from the west coast of the United States. Route 99 runs up to the Canadian border. There's Robson waiting on this one. Doesn't go forward this time. Waits back. Good length on both of those from Patterson-White. Two slips go down behind Robson. The short leg already down. The silly point goes down now, and Patterson-White bowls. Forward goes Robson.
Nothing happening, is there, for the bowlers? It's a negligible turn, if anything, for Liam Patterson-White.
Yeah. Patterson-White, and again he bowls, and Robson pushes this one away into the offside, and there's no one. That was the big hope, really, wasn't it? I mean, they told us it was dry throughout in all the interviews, and then you know what will it do on the final day for the spinner? Like we say, it was only 1 in the first innings for him, though, wasn't it?
Yeah,
big one, all right. A change in second slip to leg slip now, as Patterson-White's going to come left arm over to Robson for the last ball of his 19th over, which he bowls, and Robson tries to whip away off the hips. It thumps onto the pads. There was a yelp and an ooh and an ah and all sorts out there. Whether it got an inside edge on the way to the pad, I'm not sure, but it dropped well short of immediate short leg. And another maiden for Patterson-White. 11 maidens in 19, none for 17. Middlesex 122 without loss.
Notts over 8 is now 0. They've just got to keep it at that throughout the afternoon. Should improve it if this is going to be the way they're going to go forward, though, because Ben Slater is going to continue, so it's going to be spin at both ends, and it will be very interesting to see how long they persist with a very occasional part-time spinner who's done a good job in the couple of times he's come on to bowl. He got Alex Thompson stumped in the Derbyshire game in the last home match, and he got a wicket here yesterday, which I think everybody agrees it was a very generous one for Notts to get. Max Holden, the batsman, very unlucky. But here is Slater from this Radcliffe Road end, bowls to Stoneman, cuts it to backward point. They take a sharp single. Asiba Mead shies at the stumps and hits they're asking, but Mark Stoneman was past the stumps, and the penalty of that direct throw at the stumps from Asiba Mead hitting the sticks is that it's deflected away for an overthrow. James Pattinson, handily poised to back up, has to run down almost to the rope down below us to fetch the ball back. So a couple of runs to Stoneman. Takes him to 47. A real old patient knock, this. 166 balls he's faced. And Slater, past umpire Debenham's right shoulder, bowls. Stoneman just drops it on the leg side, and there's no run. Mullanian at slip, the only close catcher. Patterson wide on one side, Duckett on the other. Fairly close in, just walk it in with the bowler. This is cut away as far as Duckett, who dives, can't stop it. Luke Fletcher on the rope, way to our right in front of the, well, he's almost in that little gap there that takes you down into the concourse behind the William Clark stand and the Smith Cooper stand. Luke Fletcher tidying up. One more to Stoneman, takes him to 48, 125 without loss. Middlesex. Very healthy partnership this, just what the dressing room would have needed to calm any nerves that would have been last night when Middlesex were made to follow on. Next one's work to Duckett at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Mentioned a Duckett there. I guess he's got to be one of the ones who, you know, with all this talk about Butler becoming a test opener, a reprieve for Duckett.
Next delivery is blocked. Well, I said plenty before the announcement of the first Test squad of the season that he should be number 3. One of the most informed players in the country in all formats, and the manner he was scoring his runs at that stage, I thought he should have been the number 3. Single taken here, sharply taken single, but they went instead with Ollie Pope, somebody who never played or batted at number 3, but it's turned out all right, I suppose. 126 without loss.
He did open for England, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Yeah, I just wonder whether, you know, in that kind of, he talks about Butler, Duckett, that kind of David Warner role. The conversation's changed very quickly from Hamid and Robson and Compton, hasn't it? So, Butler, well, who else then? Duckett, aggressive openers. Patterson White, 2 slips once more. Oh no, 1 slip and a leg slip. He goes back. Now Patterson. Patterson White will remain over the wicket as he ended his 19th over, so he starts his 20th. He bowls, and Robson is beaten by a lovely ball floated past the edge. Here it goes to the gloves. Nice stuff.
Small wins. You need moments like that, I guess, as a bowling, as a fielding side. Days like this where you pretty much know you've got to really work hard for your wickets.
Patterson White again, bowls. Oh, and he lifts one past the edge on this occasion. No floating one past on that. That was a quicker ball, and it took up some bounce past the edge of Robson's bat. Through to Moores. Well. Patterson White to Robson, forward and right over the top of that one. No run.
Say small wins. Wonder how long before the next one will come along, because they've been few and far between. Moments of almost, but not quite.
Robson on the back foot, punches away through the covers, and we'll pick up 2. No, they settle on the 1. Short boundary out there to the old newsstand, and they have 1 more to move to 127 without loss. 48 behind now. Took a while to accumulate those runs in the morning session. If they go at the same rate in the afternoon, they'll only just be in the lead by T. So this has given some flight, and Stoneman turns into the onside and there's no runs. He fixed at 3:40, of course, so an hour and 50 minutes away. And it'll be a good 38 overs left in the day after tea, as Patterson White puts it right up there. A quicker ball that Stoneman meets with a clip, a flatter, quicker delivery, and it's up to Fletcher at mid-on, who tumbles to his left to stop. End of the over. Stoneman on 48, Robson 57, 127 without loss, and it's Good old-fashioned here. Cricket at Trent Bridge. Middlesex digging in for the draw. Nottinghamshire trying their darndest to find a breakthrough.
Yeah, it's a bit of a grind, isn't it?
I'm liking it though.
Well, terrific still. 54 overs have gone, and these two openers not prepared to relinquish their wickets. Just the occasional moment of semi-panic. Stoneman very nearly clipped one. Well, he did clip one this morning. Liam Patterson-White stuck out his left hand, very nearly lodged in there, low down. Sam Robson ducked low to avoid a Pattinson bouncer that didn't bounce.
Wasn't bad that one, you know. I reckon they'd have gone upstairs.
Yeah.
Umpire's call it best though, wouldn't it have been?
Next delivery on its way now from Ben Slater, whipped away onto the leg side. Takes Robson to 58. Now Stoneman back on strike, needs 2 for his half-century.
Harmer's been called up for South Africa for the tour of, what does that do for the Division 1? Scramble. Sorry, you'll be pleased. Harmer's gone.
Next delivery blocked by Stoneman.
4 tests against South Africa, would it be? Guessing.
Not sure. That would be a lot, wouldn't it? When they've had 3 against New
suppose,
Zealand, 1 against India.
Yeah, it's true.
Don't know as they'd go for 8. So this one's pushed back to the bowler. So it may be just 3 tests. I'm not sure. Again, we can never have the world and we like it, but I used to like those periods where we had 2 sides visiting, but in between the first one leaving and the second one starting, they would have a the 3-way one-day series.
Yep, I like that.
128 without loss.
3 tests against South Africa.
Yeah.
So what's that? 7 for the summer. That's not bad, is it?
Slater again bowls short. This will be pulled away. Helped away for Stoneman's 50. Very well batted, Mark Stoneman. Runs against Notts here for Durham, and certainly for Surrey in that one-day final. Now he's cashing in the colours of Middlesex. 52 from 174 balls, 6 fours, and at the crease for 207 minutes.
4th 50 of the summer. Century as well. A couple of tons last year for Middlesex on his arrival from Surrey.
It's a lot of deliveries faced, isn't it? 174 balls for his 50, but a terrific job. Drives this out as far as Duckett, and that's the end of the over. And Ben Slater, perhaps not got all the wily skills of an experienced off-spinner, putting the ball in good areas, just hoping for a little bit of assistance, but I don't think it's going to be there today. 132 without loss means Middlesex only 43 behind now.
Nice little stat I hadn't noticed before on Cricket Info. Balls faced in the live scoreboard for the summer. I just looked along and saw the figure of 1,000, which Stoneman's now gone past in this innings. He's gone past the other batter, who was the first to 1,000 balls faced this summer for Max Holden, which I think is a good achievement for the young man. Of course, he'd done a fair bit of it against Nottinghamshire at Lords in the first innings here. Patterson-White 2, Robson drives nicely through the covers, that's 4. I know Chase given it all from anyone for that. Short boundary, Fletcher was never going to catch it. Deep cover wasn't going to get around. 136 without loss. Middlesex trail by just 39 now. Yeah, Stoneman's gone past 1,100 with this innings, live innings so far. He's on 175 balls in the innings. So Robson closing in on 915 balls faced. White bowls, padding up his Robson. He's over the wicket again to the right-hander, so there'll be a bit of kicking away. Patterson-White kicked away again. That was a full darted one, wasn't it, from Robson?
Liam Patterson-White having a good look. Can he make any case at all to the umpire that might have pitched in line? The answer's no. He had a good look. Knows what he's got to do, though.
Patterson-White a little wider on the crease. pushed in quicker again, defended into the offside, no run. Yeah, Holden averaging a very respectable 48 this year. Stoneman's average is just below 45, again a live scorecard, so it would drop with the dismissal as forward goes Robson, pushing back. Simpson's drops with his dismissal from, I think he was averaging 61 in the live, and then when he was out, he's got an average now of just below 59. So very good. And to put it to him, is this your finest year, gloves and bat? He said 2016 wasn't bad, which is a good point. Division 1 as well as it was for Middlesex that year. Helicopter flies over Trent Bridge as forward goes Robson, turning into the onside, fielded at backward square leg. And that's the end of Patterson White's 21sts. It's gone for 22 runs now. The runs have overtaken the overs once more. 136 without loss. Stoneman 52, Robson 62.
General feeling, I'm not sure if that's the feeling of all the players, but certainly the general feeling that I've got now is we're playing until 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
You struggle to think of opportunities throughout the game, let alone today.
I thought they'd have a very quick blast of pace just after lunch and then turn to these two, just quickly get them to the 80th and then be ready for 5 o'clock otherwise.
Slater tosses it up, defended by Stoneman.
But it looks like it's a case of these two get us through to 5 o'clock.
Yeah, Mullane alternating between...
I'll get us through to 80 overs, sorry.
Crowding the batsman and then easing them off a little bit. There's only himself around the bat for Mark Stoneman at the moment. This one's, he needs a slip, this one defended.
Just wondering how many opening stands these two have had this summer actually. Both been good performers, but where have they both done it together this year? I'm just going to have a quick look.
Slater tosses it up, really gave that one plenty of air, flighted it nicely in truth. This one's driven out onto the offside. Ben Duckett doing the fielding. All good this for Ben Slater, and in his 7th over of the innings. Drops that one short, that'll be cut away. Work for Fletcher to do on the offside. There's only a single. Fletcher just picks it up and those huge grabbers and throws the ball in. 137 without loss. Sam Robson's back, you can hear. Tapped down very hard indeed. Defends this one out as far as Duckett. As ever, sunglasses perched on top of his cap. Slater bowls, whipped away nicely by Robson. There's Hamid on the leg side. Good bit of fielding from Hamid, can't save the single. And they go through for one. Means Robson will keep the strike, end of the over. So not so rattling through the overs, if nothing else. 138 without loss. And Ben Slater now 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 19.
It is. It's the first century stand of the summer for the Middlesex opening pair. The reason why, it wasn't really of note, because usually you say, I think they've passed 50 on a couple, maybe 3 occasions as a partnership. But because they've both gone so well individually, it's always been one or t'other. But this time they've both done it. So first century stand of the summer is following on at Trent Bridge as Patterson White's in, bowls to Robson, chopped away into the grounds. Tumbling to his right was Duckett to try and prevent the run. They're going to pick up 2 in the end because there's nobody out in the deep, so it's 140 without loss. Robson's on 65.
Yeah, I think Duckett got a hand to it, stopped it going for 4, took some of the pace off it.
Yeah, Robson's averaging 49 and Stoneman's averaging 45, as we said, a live one for the pair of them. But you kind of look at that and you'd have thought one of them there'd have been a century stand between them, but they've either, it's always been one or other have done it more often than not, but never together, as this ball's cut away by Robson and backward a point it goes, and they have picked up 2 more. Robson's on to 67, 142 without loss, so first century stand of the summer for the opening pair.
Yeah, repeat of the previous ball, was chopped away. This time Duckett couldn't get her hand on it, so I had to chase after it.
86, I think, was the previous best, if I hadn't passed that message on already. As forward goes Robson, pushing back, no run.
Raining again in Bristol, where they've had a stop-start day in the match between Gloucestershire and Lancashire. Gloucester 176 for 3 in that one in their second innings.
Good flight, Robson kicks it away, outside off. Robson got 9 at Lords against Nottinghamshire, bowled Pattinson. Stoneman was bowled Pattinson for 31 in first innings. When he was naught, caught James, bowled Fletcher in the second as his Robson forward. Tickles away through mid-wicket, gets a single, moves to 68, and he, like Hamid, is thinking about 2 centuries in the 2 matches. And Mulaney. Robson 101 not out, so Lords for 180 deliveries. 6. About 58.2 overs to get to 133 for 3 in that drawn match with the rain on the final day. Stoneman on strike as Pattinson white bowls. It's pushed back to him defensively. There's no run. The 86 was against Durham. Did it in. Stoneman was out last ball of the 22nd over, 86 for 1. He'd gone for 41. Robson went on to get 84. But yeah, the highest partnership they'd managed to this point this season.
Not sticking with Ben Slater for the time being. Been going for about 20 minutes since lunch. Runs have come quite easily. 21 have been added. Yes, this one's seemingly heading towards a draw. We think probably the skippers will get together about 5 o'clock and have the handshake, because this game doesn't seem really to be going anywhere. Middlesex batting superbly in their second innings. Both openers still there. 143 without loss, the visitors, with the former England men. Mark Stoneman 53 not out. Sam Robson 63 not out. Middlesex are still 32 runs behind, but on a wicket that's flattened out nicely, batting relatively easily at the moment. Middlesex 143 without loss. Slater bowls the next delivery. The last 2 both been dots. This one's pushed up to James Pattinson at mid-off. Turns his collar up. A little bit of protection from the sun on the back of the neck. Next ball steered in that general direction, but before it gets to Pattinson, across comes Liam Patterson-White to thrust down his right hand and cut the ball off. Sweepers out on either side. Slater tosses it up. Robson drives again to James Pattinson at mid-off. No run. Feeling is that, from here certainly, that it might be an error from the batsman that brings Notts a wicket, particularly against Ben Slater. This one's driven on the offside. They take a single. Ben's trying to flight it nicely, but not getting a great deal of turn on there. 144 without loss at the end of that over. A single from Robson means he'll keep the strike. 59 overs have gone, and Middlesex trail by 31.
Yeah, 144 without loss. It's a really good effort. Really good effort from these two. Very, very impressive against one of the best attacks around at the moment. Pattinson. No Broad, as we've been saying, from Lords. Big difference, but still it's a formidable attack, and of course Luke Fletcher doing what he does so well as well. 5 around the back for Robson as he's forward, and angled forward defence brings a squirted single backward of points. Robson's on 70. Duckety went round to collect. It's glorious out there at the moment. Afternoon delight, that's your tweet, isn't it? Afternoon delight. That's exactly what it is out there. I'm genuinely really enjoying this. I think this is brilliant from Robson at Stoneman. I know it's the pitch hasn't deteriorated. It's been pretty flat, but even still, a fair old bit of pressure out there as Stoneman forward, inside edge beaten on that one, got a big stride in, wrapped the front pad, but obviously a long way outside off, nothing from the bowler at all.
The similarities Notts supporters will remember is Notts at New Road, Worcester last year, when they were made to follow on, went into the last day batting for a second time a long way behind, and Slater and Amead battered throughout the final day.
Quicker one darted down, and Stoneman waits on it and drops a single, fine of the cover points, which is Dane Patterson.
They both finished exactly 114 not out apiece. That's a long old day's cricket when you don't see a wicket fall. Last time I think, in fact, Notts were in Cardiff. That was in a previous occasion I'd seen that.
Robson forward, pushing back to the left arm finger spinner, no run.
2017, Colin Ingram and Chris Cook battered throughout a day when a wicket didn't go down.
Left arm around again for Patterson White. 2 balls to go, the 23rd. 4 around the bat instead of 5 now as leg gully is removed. Goes back to a shortish cover, and Patterson White bowls. Robson waits on the back foot and wristily whips that one away through mid-wicket. Nice looking shot. It got an R from the bowler. They've run 3, so it's hauled in just inside the boundary rope. Is that James out there? No.
Joe Clark.
Joe Clark, thank you. Retreating from mid-on. Middlesex for 149 without loss. Stoneman 54 on to strike. Robson 73. Left arm over now for the left-handed Stoneman. 4 now settle around the bat in a almost square around Stoneman. He's forward, pushing back to mid-off, no run, on 49 for no wicket. What's a square when one of the angles goes off a little bit of a, it's not quite 90 degrees each of them? What's the name of that shape?
Obtuse.
Oh, what about the shapes, please? Can we stick to that rather than insults?
What is it? I don't know.
What's a rhombus?
Oh.
Oh. What have you started here? We don't know.
That was a question. That wasn't answering your question. That was me throwing another question in there.
Oh yeah, rhombus works, I think.
And you saying mine doesn't?
No, I thought you were insulting me.
Well, I very rarely miss a chance not to. I think on this occasion.
The headmaster's back with us, Mr. Howells.
There we go, an obtuse angle. Yeah, the rhombus is correct, but an obtuse angle is nonetheless a fine attempt. An angle,
but wrong.
Any angle greater than 90 degrees is an obtuse angle.
See if you can get a wicket, Mr. Headmaster.
Robson's on 73. Slater bowls and push back to Slater. Sun is shining. So it's a beautiful afternoon. Is it chilly out there today, lads? What is it? I mean, I can't make it. Chilly? Thumbs up? No. Oh, it's good. It's a good day.
I thought you were talking about lunch.
No, you know what I'm talking about.
Fish and chips for lunch today, not
so
chilli.
it's a nice day for watching a bit of cricket. Looking for wickets here, the home side though. This one's whipped away on the leg side. Right arm throw, have to make the ground quickly, and he does. That's a Stoneman running to the danger end, keeper's end. And it brings up the 150 partnership. And a knowledgeable crowd, though I don't think that's quite got through to year 5 yet, but it's still 150 from 366 balls. First wicket partnership here is Stoneman and Robson. What are you pointing at, Davey?
Look at balls faced. 183 balls faced each.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Next, Slater round. Oh, that was both full and quick. And turned around the corner by Stoneman, but for no run. Good call that. Now, it isn't quite the same, of course, but yeah, good call on that. Let alone the huge number of balls they faced for it, but the fact they're identical at that point. Stoneman's on 54 and he's facing now. Slater in his 9th over. Oh, and a turning delivery. Whoa. See, this, you're still back in the draw. You're back in the draw. However, it is still cricket not to turn your eye away from, because there are some really interesting things happening out there. And that's why I'm giving so much credit to Stoneman and Robson at the moment, you know. Next ball bowled, goes back and whips that one away just in front of square on the offside. There's Stoneman. And he moves to 55 and 151 for no wicket. Trail still by 24 runs.
And what's even more remarkable about this, there'd be the 2 former Test openers out there. Both would have a slight, Robson more so, aspiration of England still. Although after Stokes' comments this week, lesser so. But first time they've passed a century opening stand this summer for this pair. Even though they're both averaging beautifully, just below 50. But they've never done it together. this season until here at Trent Bridge in the follow-on. First time they've passed or brought up a century stand this summer, the pair of them. Timely indeed. I think it's been magnificent batting from these two, I really do, because I've got such admiration for the Nottinghamshire attack.
I can't bowl at both ends.
Oh, sorry, this push.
Oh, that was the last ball of your over.
Was it? Yeah, I was just testing.
151 without loss at the end of an over.
Just
that was
testing after lunch, see if you're awake.
Bob says, Dave, remember this is better than a loss. It holds our position. It does indeed. And Helen White, Liam Patterson White's mum, says it's been a bit of a frustrating day for the lads, Dave. It has indeed, Helen.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I don't think Liam's done an awful lot wrong, or any of them's done an awful lot wrong. I think they've given it everything, and well, who knows how the next hour or so might turn.
I think, again, these two, you look at what the lower order did yesterday, young lower order as well. Simpson obviously leading the charge with 92. Well, it wasn't a charge, was it? Leading the defence with 92, but huge credit to them. So one of these two would have really thought, we've got to do it today.
Patterson White bowls to the left-handed Mark Stoneman.
As I say, it's turned out, first time this season they've done it together. Just looking back through all of the innings so far this year for Middlesex, it's almost always been one of them. It's very rare that they've both failed.
Next delivery on its way, tossed up there by LPW. Blocked by Stoneman.
For the first time they've both succeeded in passing 50 together.
So there's 4 round the bat. Lyndon James on the offside, Asiba Mead on the leg side, and Mulaney and James Pattinson behind the wicket. Another one just pattered down by his feet by Stoneman. Lots of overhead activity today. Lots of helicopters. Next delivery is worked away down the leg side. Tom Moores takes it nicely. Extra bit of bounce, but didn't brush the glove on its way through. I'm not sure that overhead helicopter city tours of Nottingham have become a thing. But,
And why not?
well, I don't, yeah.
Helipad on the top for the 6th floor restaurant.
Yeah.
Helicopter in.
You had a voucher, yes? I had it.
151 without loss. Next one is pushed back to the bowler by Mark Stoneman.
It's disappointing on my media car parking app.
Yeah.
Now for coming to this ground, I would expect to get loyalty points for dining at 6, wouldn't you?
Aye.
I think so.
Next delivery down the leg side, and not entirely sure whether Tom Moores gathered that or not. Certainly didn't think he'd hit it, but there was a cry or two of catch out there. Don't think that was a chance gone begging. End of the over, 151 without loss.
Lovely man on the gate down there, as he always refers to you as Duck, which is one of those things, of course, from this part of the world. All right, Duck.
Mid-duck.
Duck. How are you? So it'd be a lot better if I didn't have to deal with this app every morning. He said, I know. He said, anyway, he says, does it work? And when we get a beep, we both cheer. Me and my very good friend on the gate.
Pete.
One that he's got his beeping thing to work, which I think he's actually borrowed, shall we say, from Sainsbury's, from that
He's got his beeping
shop
thing
and
to
go.
work.
He's got his beeping thing to work, and when it actually does work, both of us go, yes. There's life in us yet.
You don't print yours out then?
Oh, that's so old-fashioned, Davey. Come on now, come on.
Think of the planet. Think of the forests.
Think of the
The
forest.
land of the forestry workers.
Think of the price of ink.
Yeah.
Well, there is that.
Electricity. So print it as well.
That's true. I have to plug my printer into one of your electric car chargers.
Can you rig up your indoor bike at home, your static bike?
I haven't got one of those. I never will have, thank you. So, Robson's on 74. Slater, start of his 10th over. On the leg side, turned away, but no further than duck it.
Martin Emerson's got a few going spare. I'm sure he can lend you on.
Of those bikes.
He's a mammal, isn't he?
The Lycra lad.
He's got a bit of Lycra going
mammal.
spare as well, I understand. Once again, it's Slater. Comes around the wicket, in bowls full. Driven up here to mid-off.
Does he still
No run.
Does he still constitute a middle-aged man in Lycra, or is he a...
Was he an old... No, you're middle-aged for a long time
Oh, yeah.
nowadays, Kev, yeah. Middle age until you... Well,
I'm looking forward to getting there.
yeah, for sure. Next ball bowled, a little quicker, driven again in the offside, straight to fielders. I mean, just got to time it not quite right, and it could be a little bit uppish and could be a catching opportunity, but then still 9 more wickets needed. But I tell you, this for me, the story is, can they bat the whole day through, this pair? Robson on 74. Slater, midway through this over, comes around the wicket, bowls again on the leg stump and turned away by Robson. 188 balls, both of them heading towards their double tons in a short time, possibly, of balls faced, but they've got to maintain that concentration. Got a leg slip and a regulation slip in at the moment. But that's behind. There's nobody. Well, there is obviously people in front that once worked on the onside, but they're out there at short extra cover and short mid wicket.
Yeah, look at Robson going quicker than the aggressive Stoneman. He's obviously been listening to the comments of Stokes, hasn't he?
Yeah, come on, lads.
Get your strike rate up.
Robson again, and pushed on the offside. There'll be no run. At the end of the over, 151 for no wicket. Did you hear me with my pearls of wisdom on the old TMS at lunchtime? Did you barged in the room?
Oh, I didn't.
Like an elephant. Well, you did.
But in the meantime, the cameraman's pointing to us. What have we missed over there?
I don't know what we've missed.
Oh,
rain!
Oh, it's raining.
We want none of that talk. No.
I did look over his shoulder there a minute ago and have exactly that thought myself.
Dave, we can still see the funnel.
We can see the power station.
Yeah.
We'll be all right.
We'll be all right.
The game finally in the balance here. We don't want rain to...
Anyway, I was asked the question whether county cricketers would be listening to Ben Stokes and that you to talk. And I said I thought they would. I said what I am interested to find out what the county cricket coaches, and I've got an important part of this. Just hold a second. What the county cricket coaches think of it all, and I'm interested to hear what they think in the next couple of weeks. Whether they're going to change their attitude, what they say onto their players. But in the meantime, Dave, important, interesting, intriguing development here. Yeah.
Asib Hamid is going to bowl for the first time for Nottinghamshire.
Oh, really?
For Lancashire, he bowled 42 deliveries, none for 21. But this is really, I won't say scraping the bottom of the barrel, it's going very, very left field from Stephen Mullaney.
His first ball is against Mark Stoneman, who picked up his first-class wicket this year. Off spinner.
Well, Ben Slater, in the last home match against Derbyshire, got his maiden first-class wicket. Asib Hamid, no idea what he bowls. He's only coming off 2 paces and bowls a little bit of turn. I don't think Tom Moores knew what he was going to bowl, because Tom Moores was neither here nor there, was he? He was sort of a novice club stumper, standing there to a slow bowler. He doesn't want to get close enough to get a bail in the face. Down the leg side this time, and Moores takes... Tom Moores is in no man's land there, isn't he?
As Stoneman, are you allowed to ask, what are you going to bowl, Hasib?
Well,
which the answer could be, I have no idea.
All you get is right arm round. Next to a high full toss, and Stoneman's missed out. I mean, whenever umpires ask me, I used to say right arm rusty.
Oh yeah, it's right arm round or right arm over, isn't it? But in terms of, is Stoneman allowed to ask? Is he bowling off break? Is he bowling leg spin?
No.
Does he just have to wait until the ball's delivered?
Exactly. Next delivery is hit him on the pad, asking, "Go on, umpire. Go on, Mr. Baldwin." Not out.
That would have been something, wouldn't it? Oh, Hamid doesn't like it. Look now.
That's the most animated I think I've ever seen, Ash.
Yeah.
Got a replay here on the as you're watching the live stream.
Oh, good call.
Drifting down.
I thought it turned on it. I thought it went.
Next delivery on its way, tossed up down the leg side. I can't get over the position of Tom Moores though. Should he not be standing up?
Yeah, yeah. He's worried about it darting down the leg side. You're right. Yeah,
he is. Extraordinary stuff, but this is very left field, but I love it. Next delivery is defended. He started with a maiden. Asib Hamid and bowling to Mark Stoneman, who just didn't want to get out to him.
So you got to get a second over, lads.
Well,
he will, won't he?
Well,
yeah. Give him another go.
Don't know what Liam Patterson-White would make of it, but he's had a good long old go. Is Slater going to continue, or are we now going to get the Duckets and the Clarks of this world having a bowl?
Or the Moors? That might have at some point.
It's going to be Ben Slater. So what we've got here is Nottinghamshire's. Well, it's like a club game, isn't it? Your best 2 players. They're opening the batting and they're hogging all the bowling. The 2 openers are bowling in tandem.
Hamid Bowden very wide on the crease. He's got to do a lot to get an LBW decision against a left-hander from there. I've just freeze-framed on his release point, and he's virtually on that white tram line, isn't he?
Thanks very much to Kev there. He's looking after the VT and the truck. And once pushed onto the leg side, there'll be...
You lot don't shout Yozza every time you see me for nothing, do you?
What do you think we shout? Da 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 da.
I'll set him up, Kev.
Robson on 74. Slater around the wicket and defensively push back up to the bowler. There'll be no run. 151 for no wicket.
That was uncharacteristically naughty of you. I thought I was going to have to deliver my own punchline there.
It's been in your company for too long. Slater round the wicket, and again fended away by Robson. They don't want to get out to these boys. Well, don't give me one of those blooming punch in the glove business. Come on, we're too old for that.
It was a good one, that.
Unbelievable. Robson on 74, and goes back and pushed into the offside ooze. Oh, I like it. We got a few oohs and ahs.
There's been a few of those today.
Yeah. And you're right about the keeper, Tom Moores. He's dancing a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left. And Slater in. Nicely placed, actually, through mid-wicket there by Robson. That's going to go to the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. It's going to take its time to get over the rope, but it does. 4 runs for Robson to 78 and takes Middlesex to 155 for no wicket now, trailing by 20 runs.
Is his theory that to Slater there's absolutely... I mean, for him, he kind of thought, right, OK, for the one that darts down the leg side, but with Slater doing this, is it because he's thinking there's no chance they're going to leave their crease here, so there's no point in me standing up. I may as well stand back and give myself just a little bit more chance of taking an edge.
The answer is I don't know.
Leg side, tucked away nicely by Robson for a single. And Slater has his hands on his head to say, I can't believe I've not got a wicket there. 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 27. Middlesex 156 for no wicket. Stoneman 55, Robson 79. And this means they trail, following on second innings by 19 runs. They've done a good job. There've been moments when there's been pressure upon them. And right now, I say for me, the tale of the day will be, can they bat the whole day without losing a wicket here? That's what I'm looking forward to seeing. And your man's going to carry on here,
He
Dave.
is indeed. He is indeed. Great
so.
stuff. Hamid going to bowl to Robson. He bowled to Stoneman in his last over. Just the one slip. Stephen Mullaney. They're almost trying to buy one, aren't they, with fielders pushed.
It's 15 overs till the second new ball, so yeah.
Hamid began with a maiden. He's tossed this up. Robson drives into the offside, and now he's conceded a run, but Hamid will be happy about that. He can get back to attacking Mark Stoneman. 157 without loss. Next delivery on its way from Asiba Mead. Stoneman pushes it back to the bowler. It's these moments you remember, Kevin, when you get the part-timer comes on and has a go. When he gets a wicket, what a great sight it is. 150, not for the batsman, of course, but when a part-timer gets a wicket, and just the reaction of all the teammates, it's terrific. Can he produce that now? Hamid bowls again, and it's popped up on the leg side. Tom Moores goes after it, and must have been some bat involved. 1 run, 158 without loss. Brings Robson back on strike. Stoneman has 56, Robson has 80. Next one. Whoa! Robson goes down on his knees. Just drops to his knees to prevent that squeezing between bat and pad and rolling back onto the stumps. Next delivery on its way now and defended by Robson. So Hamid threw his second over, went for 2 runs, and Middlesex are 158 without loss here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC London. They trail by 17 runs. What a terrific effort this has been in the second innings by Middlesex.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. For whatever the conditions have made life more difficult for the bowlers, it still required some good application, and you know, they're a long way behind. Look at that first innings score of Middlesex, 551 for 8, and they were in some bother, weren't they, at the top of their first innings. And however, I would say, you know, if you're a first-class county team in the second division, you should be backing yourself in this situation. Quite clearly, you should be. But we all know that human frailties, and therefore they've battled through really well. One squeezed away by Stoneman off the bowling of Slater for no run. So Stoneman's 56. He has brought us his double 100 at Ball's face, 202. Robson at the other end, not quite there yet. Needs to face one more for that. He's on 80, but it's Stoneman facing at the moment. Driven out into the offside. Asiba Mead doing the fielding, thinking about his next over. What's he going to do? Is he going to get one? And once again, it's Slater. Comes in and bowls, and defensively met by Stoneman. The cloud has increased. I think, although there definitely was sign of maybe one or two spots maybe making their way here, I think that's looking a little bit lighter away to our right-hand side now. Slater bowls, leans back, and that's carved away by Stoneman out on the offside for 1. He'll take his score up to 57, and the Middlesex score to 159 for no wicket. 16 runs the deficit now on the final day. This championship match, Glamorgan have got a win, whether Derbyshire will be able to secure one. What's the latest there? The match at Hove between Derbyshire and Sussex. The target for Sussex was 342. They're 93 for 1 with 50 overs left. The next ball, and that one's pushed back up to the bowler. Now, in this day and age, taking into account particularly what's been taking place in the last couple of weeks, I just wonder whether Sussex will have a dart at that at some point. Next ball, leans back, and that's just turned around the corner. And no run, it's the end of that over. Don't forget Lancashire, what did they chase down the other day at Birmingham for that victory over Warwickshire? Yeah, and basically, I mean, they always had it in their sights. Here, by the way, 159 for no wicket, trailed by 16 runs, Stoneman and Robson. They always had it in their mind they were going to go for it, but really, the telltale signs only began that they were thinking of it just after tea. It wasn't even at tea, it was a few hours after tea when all of a sudden you started thinking, oh, mathematically you could always see that there was a chance, but that's when the intentions really first became clear. So could still be a good finish on the cards there at Hove, and of course that has a bearing as well on positions in this table. Not that they'll be able to, I think, touch either of these two teams, will they now? But obviously a little bit of pressure building upon them.
It's a Mead bowling, slightly edgy from Stoneman. It's cut away towards the third man fence. Not entirely sure who's after it. Subfielder on, young man without name or number, and they come back for 3. Nicely run, but nicely chased by him. 3 runs. Mead hasn't bowled since 2017 in first-class cricket. Bowled 4 overs then. None for 9 for Lancashire.
He's got a puppy-like look about him, hasn't he? His opportunity to have a go.
Only 7 overs he's bowled in his career before this one. No wickets. This is pushed back to him. 1 over in 2015, 2 in 2016, and 4 overs in 2017. He's into his 3rd over here. None for 5. Bowling to Sam Robson, who just hurried onto him a little bit, didn't it? And Robson squirted it away for a single on the leg side. 163 without loss. Stoneman back on strike on 60. Robson has 81. Notts have forged ahead on their over rate as well. They're now +2 as a result of steady diet of spin from both ends since lunch. This one's speared down the leg side by Hamid. Remember, Notts lost 4 points at the end of the match at Lord's because of their over rate. Rain scuppering them. Next one's clipped onto the leg side, no run. .163 without loss. Next delivery. Oh, very nearly chopped on by Stoneman. Bottom edge, the ball bounced down on this hard surface and over the stumps through to Moores. I think we'll still play. We'll play on until at least 5 o'clock. You've got to get into the last hour of the day. Remember, people do pay money to come in and watch the cricket. I think all along we've suspected this would drift towards a draw on the final day, and so it seems. But that's not to take anything away from this Middlesex opening effort. The openers are still there, 163 without loss. They began their second innings following on 175 behind, so they're within 12 runs now of wiping out that deficit. Nottinghamshire have got Ben Slater and Asib Ahmed bowling at the moment, and when you remember they're the opening batsmen, they're now doing the bowling duties. It just tells you what sort of an afternoon it's drifted into. Very enjoyable nonetheless, but this is heading towards a handshake round about 5 o'clock, we think. Middlesex 163 without loss. Slater starting a new over, and alongside me Kevin Howells. Just seen Joe Clark rather turning his arm over as if he wants to go, Kev.
163 for no wickets. Robson on 81, and they are encouraging their part-time bowlers with these oohs and ahs, the noises you hear in the background. Everything is a little bit close, and there have been a couple that have been really close actually, both Slater and Hamid. So once again it's Robson facing on 81. They're played up to Clark here, who's at mid-on. Stoneman and Robson, though, no doubt enjoying lapping up their battle here for the draw. They wish, of course, that it was a case of chasing down runs for a victory, but yes, I'm sure they get great satisfaction from, if they can see the day out as well, it'd be terrific, magnificent. Well, the day and a bit, because of course they came out late yesterday afternoon, so.
Yeah, Joe Clark's getting himself ready, look.
He wants to go. It's not to say he definitely will get one, but he's clearly sending a message to the captain. And that's pushed into the offside for no run.
I mean, Robson and Stoneman would rather be facing Asib Ahmed and Ben Slater, that's for certain, but they don't want to get out to these two.
That's the keeping the ego in check. Most definitely. And again, Robson facing, has to stop and check himself and push the ball from Slater onto the leg side. And at the end of the over, 163 for no wicket, trail by 12. Stoneman on 60, Robson by 81. Just looking at this table, then looking at your fixtures, just to remind everyone that Nottinghamshire played Derbyshire just after the midway point of July, and you've got Glamorgan before that in Cardiff. These are important games.
Yeah.
Important. I mean, Nottinghamshire at the top, but sort of you're almost like, in the nicest possible way, just sort of kicking them away a little bit at the butt, saying, look, you can join us up here, you stay down there. And of course Glamorgan and Derbyshire will have different thoughts. They'll be, should they be able to get one better over Nottinghamshire in either of those matches?
Yeah, well,
massive results for them. The
one defeat Notts have sustained this year was Glamorgan here. It was a cracking game. You were here at that one, weren't you?
No.
Cracking contest, but Glamorgan got the better of Notts on the final day. So they go down to Cardiff in 12 days' time. There'll certainly be an element of revenge. As Kevin said, they'll be also looking just to keep them at arm's length. Hamid to bowl to Stoneman. Just the one close to the wicket catcher, Stephen Mullany at slip. He's gone very wide. Stoneman deflects it onto the leg side for a single, 164 without loss.
There was somebody on Twitter said, Glamorgan now putting themselves in a really strong promotion spot. And I was tempted, Dave, but I stopped my temptation, resisted it, to say, promotion to what?
Well, this is
We've no idea what's going on.
We don't know. There's a Mead bowling, Robson defence. We don't know if there is going to be a promotion relegation, and if there is a promotion, assume, I think, Kevin, what, 2, but you don't know. In the past, it's been 3 up, 3 down, hasn't it?
I think the idea was 2 now, wasn't it?
But
when this was originally set
you don't
up.
know.
No, we don't.
Nice looking shot from Robson through the offside this time. Got to the pitch of it, left his crease, drove Hamid into the offside for 4, and that takes Middlesex to 168 without loss.
Well, I was grateful to hear, and I shouldn't have been surprised by it, but sometimes you do worry, was that there is, an element of where you finish has merit for where you will be next season. That in itself is something.
Next ball is worked away this time by Robson on the leg side. They've run the first one quickly. Are they going to come back for 2? They're not. Kyle says, Dave, can we now call Slater and Hamid all-rounders? Yeah, well, very much so.
Spin twins?
Spin twins, yeah. Especially if they get 5 wickets apiece. They're struggling to get the first one. 169 without loss. Joe Clark wants a piece of the action. Might get Clark and Duckett bowling in tandem as Stoneman eases it into the offside. That's not Notts giving up. It's not Notts not taking the spirit of cricket or the spirit of the county championship lightly, or doing it a disservice. They've tried all sorts of things, and right now, as Hamid fields off his own bowling, right now Hamid and Slater look as likely as Pattinson and co to get a wicket. Why not? Well done, Stephen Mullaney and co. 169 without loss.
At this stage, Robson drops his trousers. Is it Robson? Pulling them back up now. Primary school children have at least left, otherwise that could have caused a giggle. For them. Look at that miss. Anyway, 169 for no wicket. Stoneman 61, Robson on 86. And once again, Slater to continue. Slater of the yard.
Clark wants some of this. He got the ball then and was bowling deliveries.
Saying, why leave me out? Keep them interested. So it's Slater to Robson. Goes back. Use of the wrist to whip it away. Out to Duckett. Leg side. No run.
Don't know if Joe Clark's had a bowl A for Notts and B at all. Let's have a
look at that one. As Slater comes into bowl to Robson now. Round the wicket. Again goes back defensively. Push back to the bowler. No run.
Joe Clark in his first class career has bowled 12 deliveries, all for Worcestershire, none for 22. So he got a bit of tap.
Could have been declaration. Who knows?
Who knows?
Robson. Again. Use of the wrists onto the leg side.
And that was in 2016.
As you'd expect, as the afternoon goes on, this becomes just a little bit, how do you put it, more tiring. Let's see what's going to happen here. Again, this time it is work leg side, but this time it's a little squarer. So it does allow them to go through for 1. And the score to move to 170 for no wicket.
There will be people that will say, what's the point, won't there? Because we're at a situation where neither side can win effectively. I know, the pedants would say, well, only 10 deliveries and Notts would win, but
fired in again by Slater, no run.
But effectively, realistically, we've got a situation where neither side can win, and they can't call it off until 5 o'clock.
Nope. Stoneman 61. Any centuries will still count, of course, in first class cricket for them, driven along the ground.
Well, there will. There's that to play for Robson and Stoneman, and there's maiden wickets up for grabs here for Hamid, or a third one. Unlikely as it now seems, but a third one for Ben Slater.
170 for no wicket. The end of the over. Stoneman 61, Robson 87. Trailed by 5 runs.
A question, Kevin.
Okay.
As captain, then. Are you going to take the second new ball after 80 overs?
Yeah.
Are you going to bimble along like this for the next half an hour and then suddenly unleash James Pattinson,
yes,
perhaps risking injury, perhaps risking all sorts?
No. Sure, he's going to look at that one short, sharp go with a new ball.
There's Hamid. Bowls past the outside edge, and I still can't get my head over it. Tom Moore's been about 4 paces back behind the stumps. It is like the clubby keeper who's been thrown in there, and He doesn't really know where to stand. He doesn't want to get too close. This one's pushed in the offside, and there's no run. Certainly if there was any sign of Robson leaving his crease, I'm sure Tom would go up there and act as a deterrent. Mead again bowls. Robson defends. He's paying him all the respect in the world here.
He's got himself into a bit of rhythm here.
Yeah. 170 without loss. Terrific opening partnership. Oh! Pushed away by the pad. It's well outside the line. Just seemed to be going at that rather inelegantly, and that's how it turned out. He led with the pad rather than the bat towards the ball. Hamid again bowls. That one just turned back a whisker, and Hamid turns it on the leg side straight to duck it. One or two cries. I'm not entirely sure if they're coming from the field or from the spectators. Robson into the offside, no run. That's 5 dots, I think. No, it's 6 dots. Well bowled to Seba Mead, 170 without loss.
So they all count on the first-class records,
Yep.
and there are not many cricketers that aren't aware of where they stand on that front.
Now where they're going. Now Notts have got a head on the over 8, so they've obviously asked the umpire if they can have a drink. This looks like
Stoneman's going off somewhere.
This looks like a coordinated drinks break halfway through the afternoon.
Scorecard time, do you think, Dave? Scorecard time, should I say?
You or me?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can draw it up here. I'm looking at Surrey versus Kent and thinking to myself, you only need 8 wickets there, because Surrey still trail by 139, but clearly it is very hard work. Denley was out LBW to Worrell for 69, Compton LBW to Sam Curran for 48. And much about the same here, because Bell Drummond's not out 38, comes from 78 balls. Leaning's not out 32 from 92. So that one heading towards a draw now. But I say with those 8 wickets, it's a draw this. And when you get 673 for 7 declared, and then you bowl the team out for 331, you're going to be a little bit frustrated by that, because they were hoping for pace and curry. There's me thinking of tea later. Pace and carry they were hoping for, and have been hoping and trying to get there at the Oval for a little while. I mean, that was the instruction from Alex Stewart all those years ago, and they went on to win the championship just a few seasons back. But it's becoming increasingly difficult to bowl teams out twice there. So they'll have to look at that in much about the same way they looked at it at Chelmsford, shall we say, when they made a few changes, and Simon Harmer with his best ever figures, and he's got himself into the South African touring team as well for later, which I think is going to take him out of 2 championship matches for Essex, which is a blow to them. Gloucestershire 176 for 3 with a rain delay there at Bristol. They're taking on Lancashire, and they lead by 111 runs. So again, last desperate throws from Lancashire, I guess, to get those Gloucestershire wickets. Scott made 7, Denter 23, Phillipson 9, but it's Hammond and Bracey with a not out pair. But I think they've been off for quite some time now, because I think that might even have been the lunchtime score. So that's not so good. In fact, I think if we have a look at the women's test again, it's rain there in Taunton. So that's the part of the world to be avoiding cricket-wise at the moment. Northamptonshire 172 for 2 against Warwickshire. That's a lead of 218 runs. Rickleton, who is a South African player himself, isn't he? Or Ryan Rickleton, and will be touring with South Africa later in the summer. He's not out 83 off 130 balls. Luke Proctor not out 79 from 114. So a little bit of digging in, saving matches around the country. And the Sussex-Derbyshire one I'm keeping a close eye on. 102 for 1, need another 240 to win. What sort of rate have they been scoring? Well, Haynes was out for 20 off 29 balls, but Ali Orr not out 56 off 94 with 9 fours and a 6, so he's going on quite nicely. Not the same for Allsop, he's not going on the same pace. He's 21 off 56 balls, but I say that could be a case of do what you can up till tea and then just have another look again.
Yeah.
Derbyshire, of course, trying to keep in the mix towards the top. I think Sussex still at this stage, are they still looking for their first win? Maybe. I'll just see if I...
They're down in 7th, aren't they, just above Leicestershire?
Yeah, they're without a win.
Slater's play resumes. This time it's defended. We're saying although there's been no wickets and whatever, and we can see where this game is heading, we're still saying nonetheless we're enjoying it. Not necessarily everybody's cup of tea this, because I've had a message as Slater. It's Kevin's over, but I'll just get this message out of the way as it's defended. Hi Dave, are you all as fed up as us? We're near the players' steps in front of the pavilion. Wendy from Grimsby.
Wendy, where are you, Wendy?
Look across, you'll see us. Wendy, Diana, Rose, Derek, Darren, Martin and Tom in front of the pavilion.
Wendy, give us a wave. Wendy, give us a wave. I once worked away for a single onto the leg side. I reckon she's not listening. I think she's just keeping in touch with us digitally.
Are you as fed up as we are?
Well, the answer to that, well, I don't know how fed up you are, Wendy. I'm not fed up, although it will start to go quite slowly, I think, Dave. It's that post-tea one on a match like this that usually gets me. But at the moment, it's not got me. Midway through the over, but Wendy, you can give us a wave. Not when the bowling's at this end. Next delivery, and that's played away. Stopped well sharply there by Cebu's fielding on the leg side.
Mandy says the same. Can I send my daughter down after school when she comes home? She can have a bowl.
God, a bit cutting around here, aren't they? Hey? I think we're seeing a different side of these East Midlander. Robson on 87, and that one's driven up to Pattinson, who does the fielding, and they go through for one. I didn't realise what power I had then. I actually have power over whether or not your microphone's turned on or not.
Well, with all that in mind,
there we go. 172 for no wickets. Stoneman on 62. Sorry, Kev.
For once, you'll like where I'm going with this. With all that in mind of upsetting the East Midlanders, and most pertinently out of all of that, we still get scones for tea.
Oh, you had 4 yesterday. You don't deserve any more. Stoneman 62, and that's driven to mid on. And the end of Wendy, of another over. Can you believe it, Wendy? There in Grimsby. Is that a journey, Dave? Grimsby across here? Is that a journey or not? Not too bad, I suppose. 172 for no wicket. Stoneman on 62. Robson 88.
Hour from Newark, so took 20 minutes on top of that.
An hour and 20. Goes to Grimsby. Now, is she Grimsby or is she Cleethorpes?
Well, this is it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a big question.
Grimsby Road Cleethorpes and Cleethorpes Road Grimsby. Football ground.
I did a game there at Cleethorpes. Yeah, I did a Sunday League match where there was all sorts of kerfuffle, I remember, because the Yorkshire members were complaining to Yorkshire.
Cricket.
Yeah, that they'd taken a game out to Cleethorpes, and the Yorkshire admin had to remind everybody that actually it wasn't their home match.
There's Asiba Mead bowls, and Robson whips it to mid on. Of course, Notts had it as a home venue for about 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Turn of the century.
One toilet, Dave. That's all I remember from that Sunday League game. One toilet.
Next delivery is pushed back to the bowler. Just turned down the road past the Wellow Public House.
Well, that's perhaps where I should have gone instead of joining the long queue for the one toilet.
Yeah, that's exactly where you should have gone. Next delivery dropped on the leg side by Robson. Moves on to 89, 173 without loss. They've just gone past the partnership that Hales and Nash put on when Notts beat Middlesex on their last visit here. The openers putting 165 on in the T20. Fell on deaf ears. This one's clipped on the leg side, fielded by Lyndon James.
He's very selective in what he hears, isn't he? I've noticed that. You noticed that as well?
Rach says it's raining in Stapleford, trying to waft it back off towards Derby, she says.
Is that Rachel who's working from home again today?
Yeah.
She said she was going to come and say hello today.
Hamid bowls and Stoneman. Shall we, shan't we, shall we, shan't we? Yes, they go through for it a little belatedly. 174 without loss.
There probably aren't many players that I just have to show you their picture. Leave the mute button alone. And you'll know instinctively what happened on this day in cricket history.
Kevin James is the picture.
This must be the 4-in-4 day then, as this has worked on the leg side.
It's a single, and this is your over. Do we officially call it JMO Day?
JMO Day, 1996.
He's not on Twitter to have a laugh with.
You can put @Solent Sport when he sees it.
Yeah, but he doesn't reply.
I've not
Yeah, you
heard. I've not heard that story this season.
this week. But there can't be many players in world cricket that you just put his picture up and say, "Yep, know what happened on this day."
JMO Day.
It's a day when Kevin James, who now commentates for Hampshire or for BBC Solent on all the Hampshire games against the Indian tourists in what, 95, whenever it was. In that match he got a century, and then he followed that up by getting 4 wickets in 4 balls against the Indian tourists, and it would have been 5 in 5 but for a drop in the gully. And he said not only that, his proudest moment was when he went on a subsequent Indian tour to interview Sourav Ganguly, and he stood up and said, "I remember you, you're the 4 in 4 man."
Oh, I'd never heard that bit of it. It's not like JMO to hold a bit back.
I reckon he adds a bit every year. Hobson on 90. Defensive push into the bowler. Did anybody see what I saw then, lads? Did you see what I saw out there?
Sort of
I don't think it is.
come on.
I saw a ball
Oh,
being handed to the umpire, who's now standing at square leg, and he was put in his pocket. And Robson's on 90. Whipped away out there on the onside.
That's what they're saving Joe Clark for, the new ball.
And it looks a shiny ball.
Yeah. Joe Clark to take the new ball. Oh, and Duckett. Duckett's turning his arm over now.
Yeah. 2 balls into this 16th over of Slater. He bowls again, giving that one a bit more air and driven. Oh, this is such a tease, is Mr. Liam Patterson White, who throws the ball in the air as if it was a catch, but it was a bump ball, and he's looking for a fairly wide area all on his own out there on the offside. Short extra cover, and the next ball is on the leg side. It's played square just beyond the umpire for 1. And Robson to 91, the score 176 for no wicket. Dave's got his finger pointing again. To what are you pointing, Davey?
The bottom strap line on the big board at the far end.
Oh, the lead. Sorry. That was a big moment and I missed it. Middlesex now in front. Forgive me. And we would have been talking nonsense and I missed that point, and I'm so sorry. Middlesex in front by 1 run.
Middlesex lead.
Next ball. Driven. Hard and firm, and that'll be to mid off. Kev, I'm not going to press the mute button at the end of this over, but I want you, almost Churchillian, to talk of this performance from Stoneman and Robson, and they're not going to get out to this ball before it. I know they're not. Next ball is bowled and driven, hard and firm. They'll go through for 1, and it's a slight misfield there. I say a slight. It is a misfield there from Clark, which allows them to go through for 1. So the lead is now to 177 for no wicket. Started off behind, obviously, by 175 runs, Stoneman and Robson. For all the conditions and all that sort of stuff, a word about this partnership and what they're doing here for Middlesex from you, Kev, eh?
No, I think it's brilliant. Again, first century of the season. First century partnership from these two. Both averaging near enough 50. But they've never done it together in an innings. And you fancied, all right, one of them today. If Nottinghamshire got these 2 early this morning, then it could have been a very different day. But 2 ex-England openers, one certainly still has aspirations, the other must quietly as well. But I think it's a fabulous effort, because I think Nottinghamshire are one of the best teams in the country. So to defy Nottinghamshire here at Trent Bridge.
It's a Mead bowling and a little bit of turn there. In fact, more than a little bit of turn. That was very, very nicely flighted and bowled by Hasiba Mead. Terrific stuff, really was. Past the outside edge of Mark Stoneman's bat and through into the gloves of Tom Moores, who persists in standing a couple of paces behind the stumps. Now a push and run to mid-off, and they take a single. Rach, Kev, first come back to you to say this week work is getting in the way of all my fun. Also conscious she's not sent any bacon up to the commentary box this season.
Oh, the other Kev.
The other Kev, yeah, but there we are. A Mead to bowl to Sam Robson on 91. 76th over of the innings. He'll want to go to 3 figures before that second new ball becomes due, I'm sure, and he pushes this out as far as Clark, who still bowls the ball in from the deep. He's itching, he's desperate, he's longing for Stephen Mullaney to say, on you come, but Slater and Mead are doing a pretty good job here in the circumstances. Stoneman defends this one. Look at Mead again, an LBW shout. That's not the done thing, Has. We'd like to see it on one of those. Well, we wouldn't like to see it, but can you imagine on one of those circulars that we get from time to time? Asiba Mead of Nottinghamshire has been given a level 1 warning or whatever it is for excessive appealing whilst bowling. Next one strikes him on the pad, and again they're asking.
Bit of fun, isn't it? But it's good. It's good.
After the previous one, he put his arm around the umpire as if to say, "You know, money messing."
No, I'm only a part-timer. You got to view these appeal a little bit differently.
Next ball, bowls. Ooh, that could have been the moment. Kept low, dug out by Stoneman, 179 without loss.
Don't let us miss International JMO Day next year, will you? I mean, it would be something if JMO was commentating today, but I think you might notice he's not, because Hampshire were beaten inside 3 days by Essex yesterday.
Oh yeah, it'll be in a darkened room then.
He's great, isn't he, JMO? JMO is one of the. I mean, I love JMO, and he's one of these that claims, to be ultra professional, doesn't care. Whatever happens out there happens out there.
Yeah.
But when his boys are going well,
he's worse than Emerson.
He's twice the size, in a good way, height-wise. I mean, he loves, as we, all commentators when they're with their teams day in day out. Of course, they go into. But he tries to play Mr. Cool every now and then. Doesn't work. Now he's struck that really well. Robson out there through mid-wicket. Goes over the boundary rope, and there will be 4 runs. I will always say he's very fair. I'm not saying he's not fair, but he does. You can't help but short. I mean, you two know this. When you're following the team as professional as you are, you start. When I was doing Yorkshire day in day out for a few years, I always used to say that it wasn't the team that I got upset about whether they won or lost, but it was individuals. If I knew they were maybe going through a bad time or whatever,
Going a bad time at home.
No. Struggling for a bit of form or something. Defensively, push back up to the bowler.
This is Slater's 15th over of this spell. There's no wonder he dropped 1 short then. And he's helped, along with Asiba Mead, to give Notts an over rate at the moment of +5.
Do you think you can cash some of those points in for what you lost down at Lord's? Goes back, defensive. Push back up to the bowler, Slater.
Actually, we ought to let Kev take over as Robson's on 96.
Oh, good call. Sorry.
Oh.
Also, it's time for the scones. Good call, that.
Here's Slater.
Let him do a bit of work.
Puts it on a length, and it's turned. Ooh, did that carry to the left hand of leg slip? Turned off the back foot by Robson. Very nearly bought Nottinghamshire a wicket. 184 with that
Tried
loss.
everything else.
Yeah.
He's nailed on to get this 100. Absolute certainty.
Well, I turned to Kevin Howes when he asked for this Churchillian recognition of this partnership, and Hamid nearly got Stoneman the very next ball.
Yeah, so I didn't say which team it needed to be Churchillian for.
Oh, I see.
Take the glasses off, Ben. Take the glasses. You don't need the sunglasses on while you're bowling on a cloudy day.
They do. Have they not explained to you why?
This ball's pushed back by Stoneman into the offside. There's no run.
It gives clarity of any brightness, and there is a bit of brightness around here at the moment.
If we stumbled upon something here, we're going to do end by end, but I'll do when Robson's on strike. So you keep this end for now.
Oh, that's good. That confuses a simple man.
You just keep going, Kev.
You keep going, my friend. We'll see you later.
Yeah. Never want to play you two. Here's Slater, he bowls, and Stoneman's forward, pushing away into the offside. There's an appeal that hit pad first. 184 not out. Appeal rejected.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's 5 o'clock, and Kev's been doing a great job for the last couple of hours as Stoneman sits there now on 99 not out. He's taken 2 hours to move from 97 to 99.
Duckett's just stood in front of Mulaney, turning his arm over. Which is going to be a Mead again. It's going to be Kevin Hand to talk you through it.
Yeah, come on, Kev. Come on, mate, come on.
Here he goes, Hamid. He very nearly picked up the wicket of Stoneman with the first ball of his last over, turning it past the edge. Good turn as well for Hamid. 97 Robson, 237 deliveries. What time did they start yesterday? They were in the 60s, the partnership overnight. Hamid bowls to Robson, who's forward planting that ball into the ground.
Our friend usually makes a note of this sort of thing. Oh, he's off on Twitter at the moment.
Oh, sorry, what was the...
At what time did this innings begin yesterday? Here's Robson on the back foot, working to mid-wicket. There's no run.
5:45? would be the guess.
Yeah.
Well, because late on, because we finished late.
Yeah, 20 overs. I think it was about 5:45.
Hamid to Robson, drives out to a deep point. He'll only get a single, moves to 98, 185 for no wickets. Midway through the over, Stoneman back onto strike. The other thing we do is just the commentators go batter by batter, don't they? Does anyone want Stoneman?
No, you're all right.
No, you're doing a great job, I
Sticking with
thought. What do you think, David?
Yeah,
He's doing a great job.
Stoneman's on 65, and Hamid is driven to a wideish mid-off. Stoneman scampers a single, moves to 66, 186 without loss. Robson back onto strike on 98. Message sent. Anyone that wants to get into the England side, they're going to have to play a certain way. He's got the superior strike rate of the aggressive Stoneman. So Hamid from the pavilion end bowls, and Robson gets an edge which balloons towards point. A silly point, or a halfway in point I should say, would have taken a comfortable catch for a very wide gully, but nobody near. High up to the outside shoulder of the bat, and Hamid unsettling the pair of these as he comes in once more. Bowls, and Robson drives, this time only as far as cover. There's no run. That's the end of the over. 8 gone for Hamid. None for 19 from 2, but in consecutive overs he's unsettled both of these. 186 without loss.
He's going to have a bulletin to do. You know what's going to happen, don't you? Just to that moment.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, Dave. You're just going to keep on going.
Well, it's all right. Stoneman's on strike. We'll see him get a single, then bring Kev back in. So that's 16 consecutive overs of Slater and Hamid. Hamid 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19. First time he's bowled in 5 years. Only bowled, what was it, 4 overs in total in his career up to this point. Ben Slater 17 overs, none for 38. Slater to Stoneman, who's on 66, partnership 186. Next one's cut into the offside, out to Luke Fletcher.
Oh.
187 without loss.
Oh.
Robson on 98.
Do you trust me, braces?
News bulletin, there's been a burst water pipe in Beeston.
Oh,
and lost cue altogether.
They have. Oh no. Can we hear them tapping away though? Do they know that they've taken cue from?
Yeah, somebody's to a different studio. It's going to be a shambles. Oh, we're back. That's fine.
Slater to Robson, who punches into the onside but doesn't pierce the 2 mid wickets. Fielded by Hamid at the first of the mid wickets, and there's no run. Robson's on 98, 187 for no wicket. I said there was going to be a pressure point today. I didn't realise this was what it was going to be. As his Slater drops short, Robson punches off the back foot, a single to deep square. He's on to 99, 188 without loss.
He's got a Billy Roo to 99 not out. Andrew Parker says perhaps they should bring Brace Girdle on next. It'll never get that bad, Andrew.
I reckon they're going to come to him in a moment. Here we go.
Yes, I think we've long since given up any likelihood of either side being able to force a positive result from this game. Middlesex's openers are still there. They began this innings at 5:45 last night, and currently 188 without loss on the board. Sam Robson just ahead of his partner. He's 99 not out. Mark Stoneman, the former England left-hander, is 67 not out. Knots have rung the changes at the moment. Asib, Hamid and Ben Slater, the opening batsmen, are both doing the bowling duties. Middlesex 188 without loss. That's an overall lead of just 13. Slater bowls, Slateman. Stoner bowls to Slateman. It's been that sort of day. End of the over. 79 overs have gone. 188 without loss. Still, Captain Howells, are you going to take the second new ball and make the nasty fasty have a go?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, definitely, yeah. But I don't think they'll keep them on for too long, unless there's immediate results from it. And I'm not suspecting there will be immediate results.
No.
And by immediate results, I don't mean 1 wicket. I mean 1 wicket they keep going. But I don't think that. Surely that 1 won't become 3 or 4 quickly, will it?
No.
Would it? No.
I think it was odd that Joe Clark was loosening up for all that time and he's not giving him a ball.
He was having a laugh, wasn't he?
Well, anyway.
Robson's on 99 here.
Yeah, and Mulaney's going to make him wait. Look, Mulaney's orchestrated everything. Now, this was classic Shane Warne. Always talk about a match at Lords, and Warne was captaining Hampshire against Middlesex. Every little minute detail. Everybody's in on the single. Hamid bowls to Robson, who pads up outside off stump. The one slip is Mulaney, who undoubtedly will be chirping away in the ear of Robson.
We've lost Trevor. He says as a neutral, I'm off to watch Sussex and Derbyshire.
Oh, Trev.
Hamid to Robson. Kicks away outside the off stump again.
Andrew Ensley says, can we all have a go? Can I come and have a go with my leggies? If you can get a wicket, Andrew, yeah, you're on next.
Hamid, lots of flight. Robson goes forward and drives through the covers for 4, and there's his century. 103 from 247 deliveries, 192 without loss, following on Middlesex as Robson raises his bat to the pavilion here at Trent Bridge and then to the Radcliffe Road end in the stands. That is a fabulous century. 12th 4 struck away by Robson, and defiant against by far the best team in Division 2, by far the best bowling attack in Division 2, and quite possibly the best at both in the country as well. Brilliant from Robson.
I thought you were going to give it the big build-up, Kev. You've been eulogising over him for 6 hours.
For me too, Robson. This is pushed back and there's no run. 192 without loss.
No, very well battered indeed. Sam Robson's second century against Notts this year, and he's looked a high-quality player.
Yeah, interestingly on his stats, Hamid bowls and Robson works through square leg for a single off the back foot. They're going to turn it into 2 actually. Oh! Stop it, titty ye not. Dane Patterson went down in stages there as he tumbled to get that one, and well, his mate James Patterson comes and oh, it was the other way around. It was James Patterson who went down stage, and Dane Patterson comes to give him a high five and sympathise.
Struggling to get out there.
Hamid to Robson, dug out. There's no run. 194 without
no
loss.
ball.
Robson 105 and a no ball.
Free hit.
Free hit, yeah. Oh, he kicked the stumps, I think.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, putting the bails back on.
Yeah.
Was that a no ball or a dead ball then? Kicking the
He
stumps.
signalled no ball, didn't he? Wasn't this Finney's law?
Finney's
It
law,
become,
yeah.
do you remember? It became a no balled and then dead ball, didn't it? From a dead ball as Hamid bowls, Robson cuts out to cover. On the boundary, Hamid none for 28 from 9 as Robson's single takes him to 106. Stoneman has 67. What are you chuckling about?
Clark again. He bowled it in.
Oh, I see. I see. The oddity. Is it actually? I'm going to throw it to
New
you.
ball alert. New ball klaxon.
Is it
being
80th?
taken? Is it being taken?
Mulaney, Fletcher's in the vicinity. Look at the
Umpires having
size
a
of
chat.
Fletcher. Look at the size of Fletcher. Clark takes off the cap. Fletcher stood between Mulaney and Clark. Look at the size. No, it's Duckett. It's Duckett. The size of Fletcher over Duckett. Goodness me.
So Slater, 18 overs, 3 maidens, none for 40.
What a time to take him off. Dreadful.
Just getting loose.
Yeah.
So no new ball yet, if at all, for the quicks. Robson has scored now 490 runs this season. Of that 490, he's got 3 centuries and 150. And one of the centuries was 150, so 350 runs plus another 50, that's 400 at least. You know, who knows how big the 50 was, and go back and have a look. But then, so his other 9 innings of the season have totalled at best 90, but probably considerably less. So it's been real feast or famine stuff for Robson. 5 knocks of 50 or over.
I think this is a new ball.
It is. It is. The new ball taken, announced. Well
Ben
done.
Duck has got the new ball.
There we go.
Game's gone, lads. The game's gone. This has to be yours, Davy boy.
Well,
duck it with a new ball.
I was just
Come
having a
on,
look to see if he's bowled before.
Never mind, he's got a new ball in his hand.
So Ben Duckett, with Tom Moore stood back, Ben Duckett comes in from the Radcliffe Road end, and the first one's there or thereabouts, fairly gentle, medium pace, maybe wobbled a little bit. First class career, bowling. Oh well. Ben Duckett, 107 deliveries, 84 runs, 1 wicket. So who is the... In fact, next ball is worked onto the leg side. There's no run. I will look this up, but before I do, I'm fairly sure it's Sam Northeast, because I think there was a bit last year when Northeast came. He didn't come on loan, did he? He just came for a couple of matches after his contract had finished with Hampshire after his brief loan spell with Yorkshire. Here's Duckett in again. Medium pacer, one slip. That got big on Robson, turns it away on the leg side. And there's no run. 198 without loss. When was the last double 100 opening stand then, Kev, for Middlesex?
Oh, goodness me.
Come on, Kev.
That would have been a while ago.
Have you got it?
Come on.
That would have been a long while ago. Let's have a look. Thanks.
Get him on his toes. It was 2017, Ben Duckett's.
When you hear the music, you've got
first
30
last
seconds left, Kev, okay?
Next delivery. Short. Robson pushes it into the offside. No run. Remains 198 without loss.
Oh, of course, it was when... is my mic...
Oh, I see. Oh, good one. Good one from you, Kev. Yeah. You don't know, do you?
Next delivery. Down the leg side. Fairly casual flick at it from Stoneman. Goes through to the keeper.
Haven't you got a friend to know? A friend you can call?
Rogers and Robson, 472. I don't think it was a double century stand.
Kent versus Northants, Beckenham, 2016. Second innings, Sam Northeast caught Nathan Buck, bowled Ben Duckett for 27. Duckett's only first-class wicket. He's bowled an over there worth 1 run. Ben Duckett having taken the second new ball. Who's going to be his partner? Who's going to be his bowling partner? It is going to be Joseph Clarke.
Robson and Rogers
Is
on
it?
181.
Joseph Clarke.
Do you think there's somebody in accounts who's saying, Mulaney, do you know how much these cricket balls cost? Do you know how much a ball costs, Mulaney?
Cost of living, 10% inflation, is it at the moment?
We could be heading to Tom Moore's bowling after tea territory. What about that?
Before tea at this rate? Gosh.
So Joe Clarke is going to bowl, gentlemen. First class, as I said earlier, he's just bowled 12 deliveries in first class cricket, none for 22 for Worcestershire 6 years ago.
Clarke bowls and Robson pushes that to mid-on. I just stepped in the breach there, lads. I mean, you seem to be on soon. I'm just going to do one more over, and then, as I say,
Okay.
Who said that?
the scones will be out downstairs. 198 for no wicket. This is the second over of the second new ball, and it's been bowled by Joe Clarke. You heard that correctly. Clarke coming in from the pavilion end. In and bowls. Oh no, very nearly squeezes through there. Robson did not know a lot about that. Worked away, but uppish. Leg side. Cheered on. We were talking probably too much, forgive us, about Shropshire, yes, of course. Joe Clarke being a Shropshire lad. Previously at Worcestershire. Well, I suppose following quite a similar pattern to our guest yesterday, Ted Emsley. Although, to the best of my knowledge, Joe Clarke's never played for Sheffield United. And that oohs and ahs, I'm not too sure what for, because that was cut away leg side for a single. And the score moves to 199 for no wicket now, and Robson up to 108. Now Rocky Stoneman, sure, he's going to want to get his 3 figures for his first class records here, doesn't he? He's 230. Are they both on the same number of? No, that's my eyesight. Robson's on 257 faced, and Stoneman on 237. Stoneman 67 not out. The left-handed Stoneman, and it's Clarke coming around the wicket into him now, and quite suitably defended, I felt, back up to the bowler.
This is good from the pharmacist. Have you noticed, Dave, the last 4 overs have been bowled in scorecard order. Slater, Hamid, Duckett, Clarke. So on that theory, Lyndon James should have the next over. Great spot.
Is this a game?
Great spot. 1, 2, 3, 4 have bowled the last overs. 1, 2, 3, 4 in scorecard order.
The pharmacist.
Yeah.
Next delivery in bowls, and that's driven up to the fielder at mid off. Some of a certain vintage, you might be thinking we're talking about the Train Spotting film here, but I don't think we are. All reputable. The pharmacist. Where does the pharmacist come from? Do we know?
Well, I've shortened it because it's a great long.
Oh, I see. Stoneman on 67. And worked away down towards fine leg for a single.
That's the full That's the fall.
68. 200's brought up, everybody.
Yeah.
I will be with you in a minute, Dave. 200 for no wicket. And the lead of 25 runs, Stoneman and Robson, of course, the opening partnership here. 200 from 497 balls. Well done to both gentlemen. Who put the harm in pharmacy?
Retired pharmacist.
Oh, a retired one.
So I call him the pharmacist.
Ah, yes. Very good. Well, thank you for that. Anyway, it's the end. Is it the end of the over?
It is the end of the over.
So it's time for Scotland.
And we can stop that little theory because pharmacist Ben Duckett's going to have another over. So just for a moment, we thought you were onto something there. 1, 2,
Well, it could
3,
be onto
4.
something if James bowls the next change. Would that be right?
Well, maybe change bowlers. Yeah, Duckett bowls turned away. Thank you very much, Mr. Howells, for your contributions this afternoon. Greatly appreciated. 201 without loss. Robson 108. I guess the Middlesex question right now, the Mock Stoneman question, is there enough time for him to get 100? Of course there's enough time, but is he batting with enough fluency down the leg side? Duckett's claimed and Duckett's got a wicket! His second first-class wicket is Sam Robson. Horrible ball down the leg side, and Robson's gone to turn it away, to tickle it away. He's reached an absolute mile away from his body and tickled it down there, and Tom Moores has taken a blinder. Super catch, super moment. Middlesex 201 for 1. Ben Duckett's got his first Nottinghamshire wicket.
Well, would you believe it? Sam Robson, what an innings. 290 minutes. 258 balls, 108 defiance runs from Robson, and he falls to a strangle down the leg sides to the occasional right arm over of Ben Duckett with the new ball. And the question that throws immediately is the skipper Stephen Mullaney immediately telling Patterson and Fletcher, warm up. You've got to have one dart at them now before tea and see if you can turn 1 into 3, 4 at tea. Middlesex's lead. I mean, just imagine one of them came on now and managed to pick up Stoneman. Double century opening stand following on. What an effort by those two.
Even if they did, they'd still need another 8 wickets, Kev.
They would, but it is a young middle order. It is a young middle order.
But as we did say this morning, Middlesex would have to be wary of that second new ball. Now, when we said that, did we imagine it would be taken by Duckett and Clark, and Duckett would take the wicket?
But also, I mean, how many overs are we going to have today now? Because there's only 33 remaining of the scheduled day, but we've still got 25 minutes till tea.
It'll be 5 o'clock and job done.
That will be, yeah. But they've, but in terms of time, they've got what, 25 minutes plus 2 hours, 2 hours and 25 minutes.
Yeah, but
Middlesex lead by 26.
There'll be 1 hour. Just get to.
Oh, look at Duckett! Look at Duckett! There, look at him. He's playing to the crowd. Look at that! Oh, I shouldn't give a thumbs up. In case the Middlesex balcony see. No, fair play to him.
So,
come on, Dave, was the cry from Fletcher at mid-on, wasn't it?
Yeah. Stephen Eskenazi. I'll never call him Stevie again.
No, it's on his Twitter handle still. I'm going to have to tell him to change it.
Duckett in to bowl. First ball clipped on the leg side. 201 for 1. Hey, what a moment. And Sam Robson won't mind too much. He's 108 runs against his name before he nicked one behind. Be ready for a cuppa. Duckett in again, balls. Nice looking delivery that was. Just outside off, angling back. Eskenazi pushes it to cover, no run.
You can't not bring on one of the quicks now, just with Eskenazi there. Just say, look. I mean, you know, what's the story all the time of a batter who's been padded up for 6 hours and then all of a sudden comes out and's out?
Oh, well. Next delivery. Forced for a run on the offside by Eskenazi. He's away, 202 for 1.
I mean, he's got a couple of throwdowns there from Duckett, but even still, you know, there's a chat with Duckett. What was the speed on that? Did you see for Duckett in this over?
No, I haven't looked. I just think they probably all realise even if they got another one, you're not going to get another 8. It just isn't possible on that surface. So you know, why put Pattinson in and co.
I love
through it.
I love that With our open window here, Fletcher's able to shout up to you. Come on, Dave.
202 for 1. I will partially watch this live through the window with one eye and partially watch the stream with the other to see if it does flash up.
Oh, I'll watch the stream for you.
What pace he's bowling. I wouldn't have thought he'd even register next delivery. He's cut away into the offside for a single by the left-handed Stoneman, who goes to 70.
It's flashed up every ball so far of the over. Now we're looking at it. It can guarantee it's not going to come up.
Oh, there we are, bowling speeds. Look, 60, 61.
Oh, yeah.
One didn't register, 63, 64, and the last one didn't register.
Yeah.
So between 60 and 64 miles an hour. And Ben Duckett has got his first Nottinghamshire wicket.
So just a fraction.
3 for 1.
Just a fraction quicker than Mercer then. High fives all round for Duckett.
Good catch from Tom Moores as well, who's had another,
look who it is. Is
tough
it?
all day.
Who's coming on?
Joe Clark.
Oh, it is Clark still.
Yeah, still Joe Clark. He wants one now.
Moles.
$203 for 1. Can Stoneman get his 100? I think he's got to increase his tempo a little bit. He wouldn't mind though, been there before, hasn't he? It's not his first rodeo. He'd be quite happy to shake hands at 70 not out. Or make that 74 not out as he pulls along up from Clark through mid-wicket for 4.
I've still got to find the last century opening stand. So it was against Yorkshire. Rogers and Robson put on 100 and... What did I say? It was 181 when they chased the 472.
So that's a poor start to the over from Joe Clark. Can he get back on it here and get Stoneman? He turns on that muddy part of the ground at the far end, bowls and then fields off his own bowling. Middlesex lead is 32. It's all purely academical now. Academic. Hamilton academicals. Stoneman 74. Next one down the leg side, and that was almost a carbon copy. The only thing was Stoneman didn't get a nudge on it down the leg side to Tom Moores.
Maybe I'll just be cheeky. Maybe I'll just be cheeky and send a message to the Middlesex office. Where was the last 200 stand?
207 for 1. The match is drawn at Bristol, by the way, Gloucestershire and Lancashire, where they've had all the rain. They've obviously decided they're not going to be able to get back out there. Match drawn. This one's played back to Clark. So right now there are just 4 matches going on at Wantage Road between Northampton and Warwickshire. That's going to be a draw. Surrey and Kent at the Oval. Kent are 3 down. They're 235 for 3. They're 107 behind, but again, you'd say like here, wickets are very hard to come by, and that's almost certainly a draw. And at Hove, where Sussex need 214 more to beat Derbyshire, Stoneman will pull this out towards Lyndon James, who makes a decent stop. Yeah, really good work by Lyndon James behind square in front of the William Clark stand. Pulled away by Stoneman for a couple. He moves to 76, 209 for 1.
Do you know what, the Middlesex office are going to leave me rightly stranded, because what an idiot. Of course, it was last year when Middlesex hit their highest first-class score, 676 at Hove. They beat the 372 by Mike Gatting and Justin Langer at Essex and Southgate in 1998.
Thanks, Paul. Again, clipped in the same direction, but Lyndon James is there this time. One more, 210 for 1. Stoneman will keep strike on 77. It's all yours.
They're 376 when Stoneman was eventually dismissed, was the 3rd highest partnership for any wicket in Middlesex's history. So 376 as the record between those two. So yeah, it was last year. Middlesex racked it up in September. Robson finished with 192, Stoneman 174 was the first to go, and 676 the record championship score by Middlesex, and achieved a record chase down there this year. Middlesex, their highest chase against Sussex, they did the 472, but their highest remains against Nottinghamshire, doesn't it? I think it's still the championship record. Here's Duckett, he's right arm around Stoneman. slip in place, and the left-handers forward defending into the onside, and there's no run.
I presume Slater had, well, I think he'd been off the field, so when he came back, he just came up and gave Ben Duckett a bit of a hug and congratulated him on his wicket.
Stoneman awaits. Duckett bowls. This is driven to cover. No run. Oh, how could I have forgotten that? Only last year. 6-7-6. There goes Duckett. Bowls. Stoneman's right behind this. And no run. Highest fourth innings totals for Middlesex. That's obviously not going to be in threat today, but yeah, it was 1925 here at Trent Bridge, and Middlesex chased 502 for 6 to beat Nottinghamshire, the highest championship chase.
Yeah.
Seconded by Middlesex versus Yorkshire, in their own records, that is. As Duckett's in, bowls, and this is pushed away towards cover, and there's no run in 2014 at Lords. That side in 1925. A.W. Carr for Nottinghamshire. Lily Weissel, Walker, Carr, Paynton, Flint, Staples, Richmond, Barrett, Matthews and Larwood. This is full and pushed away into the offside by Stoneman. So Larwood was on the receiving end of that chase. He picked up none for 23 in the first innings. Barrett got 5, Staples got 4, Middlesex all out for 127 in reply to Knott's 167. Short, this one's down the leg side from Duckett and whipped away off his hit by Stoneman for 4. He's into the 80s. Middlesex 214 for 1, and Stoneman's on to 81. Then Nottinghamshire smashed 461 for 9, declared. Carr 123, Payton not out on 126. Middlesex had a certain E.H. Hendren not out on 206. Bruce got 103, Mann not out on 101, and they chased down 502 for 6 in 140.5 overs to win.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there'll be 3-day cricket, so there'll be a heck of a lot of overs bowled, a lot of runs scored, and all in 3-day cricket.
Yeah.
Now what? The ball gone out of shape after just 5 overs here. Now, umpire Baldwin. Oh, yeah, it has gone out of shape. Just 5 overs. Well, they're going to change it anyway, whether it's gone out of shape or split or whatever it is. It's become defective, and they'll change it. It's quite, just saw on the live stream there, some quite snazzy footwear for umpire Baldwin. As he asks for the suitcase, briefcase. There's his natty footwear, those of you watching the stream. What are we calling it? A briefcase full of cricket balls brought out to him?
I've seen some very official looking cases come out this year, rather than boxes of balls. Yeah, official secret acts in there.
Well, this should pretty much be a brand new ball, as it's only 5 overs old.
Well, it's true, yes. Of note in that innings, Patsy Hendren passed 16,000 runs in county championship matches when he reached 179. Now that was 1925. Hendren played until 1937. And 12 years later, he'd gone from 16,000 to 57,000 first-class runs. 170 centuries. Playing career of 30 years for Patsy Hendren, who died, as Dan Norcross and I think discovered in the game you were at Lords. Was it the final day of the Lords game that Dan Norcross was with you? Yeah, we discovered prior to that match, because didn't he turn up? Was it a Patsy Hendren t-shirt he was wearing for that game? Do you remember? He turned up with one of his. Who was it on there? Was it Hendren? I can't remember. But anyway,
it was one of the Surrey players.
He yes, it was, wasn't it? But just prior to that, we discovered that Patsy Hendren had died in Tooting. We decided, by Tooting boys, of course, that we needed to find out how he ended up in Tooting and where he passed away.
Ben Slater on the live stream there, looking very happy with his day's work. Just wonder if we will ever get this 86th over started.
They're halting on for tea, aren't they? 12 minutes away.
Well, we've changed the ball, so Joe Clark is armed with well, a replacement, but I'm guessing pretty much a brand new ball once again.
Is this mine or yours?
Yeah.
I feel like you've done a lot. Go on. Ball's down leg side, clipped away down to fine leg by Eskenazi. Could be his first boundary. Long old chase and a slide, and he'll keep it in. Well done. They've run 2-16 for one. Pattinson. James Pattinson collecting down there. Yeah, I feel like you've done a lot of work with Kevin Howes. I was chipping in and letting you do over and over. He doesn't like the three on, he doesn't like the three commentators, does he? So I was happily summarising. Oh,
Been update for BBC Radio Nottingham. There's Clark bowling. Well, Notts have got a wicket, Verity. 216 for one is the Middlesex score, and I know you know your cricketers, so this will surprise you. Notts took the second new ball and gave it to Ben Duckett and Joe Clark to share it, neither of whom have ever bowled for Nottinghamshire before. Way back in the distant past, Ben Duckett had one first-class wicket to his name. Joe Clark has never, ever taken a first-class wicket, but it was Ben Duckett who made the breakthrough. The Middlesex opening partnership worth 201. And Sam Robson, who just passed his 100, tried to tickle one down the leg side and edged it through to the wicket-keeper. So Notts have got a wicket. We are very much on course for tea at 20-4, and then we'll play between 4 and 5, and this game will be consigned to the record books as a draw at 5 o'clock. Middlesex 216 for one. There's a few here. We've had a lot of school kids in for this particular match, and it's been absolutely joyous to hear them and see them and watch them get their autographs and their photographs and whatever. So that's been very good indeed. We're blessed with lovely weather this afternoon, but the game, I'm afraid, petering out into a draw.
this one's full and straight and pushed to cover by Eskenazi off Clark. So yeah, we'll have 50 minutes after tea. It'll be 4:50, not 5 o'clock, because we're in the third innings, so they can declare it at 4:50 and walk off. Clark around the wicket, last ball of his third over, he bowls. Eskenazi clips him away out to deep square for a single. This is one for a red inker for Eskenazi, isn't it?
I think you've got to be careful at doing it at 4:50.
Oh yeah, oh that's true.
Because if you ask, I think if you ask and everybody's happy and satisfied hands, and get the umpires there and all the rest of it, just to confirm that both sides. Because if you just say that's it, Notts will go, oh right, now then there's still 20 overs left. We'll set about chasing whatever it is.
Oh mate, Miles, even he wouldn't do that.
So you've.
Fletch might, but Miles would tell him no, settle down, Fletch.
I think you've got to get to 5 o'clock, but we'll see. It may well be that they'll all be happy and delighted to troop off at 10-2, but we'll see. Here's Duckett, Benjamin bowling to Eskenazi Stephen. First ball's pushed to point, and there's no run. So we've had a wicket today, just the one. Sam Robson, and that was just the 19th wicket of the match. I mean, we've not, in terms of wickets, had 2 full complete innings yet, and we're very close to tea on the final day as Eskenazi wearing his woolly pulley, Middlesex woolly pulley with the, what are they? Are they sea axes? What are they? The logo. What's the Middlesex logo, Kevin? They call them sea axes?
Sea axes, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
On the sweater. 217 for one. Very distinctive and famous logo. Oh, this is a wretched one down the leg side. Tom Moore's got a cross, couldn't hang on to it. It was very, very wide. It's going to be a bye. It will go against the keeper. 218 for one. Extras 25. Middlesex lead by 43. There'll be plenty who don't really see the point of this and think it's just perhaps not the spirit of the game. Part-time occasional bowlers. There'll be others who are enjoying just seeing some different bowlers operating for the first time, 218 for 1. But
Yeah, I mean, it's getting us up to tee, isn't it, basically?
yeah.
I'm sure we'll see the tweakers back on afterwards, won't we? Quite good for the tweakers to just get the practice and time, isn't it? I don't think any of them would complain about getting the bowl, the spinners. They complain they don't get enough time bowling.
Next delivery worked onto the leg side by Stoneman, who's on 82. He will take as much of this as Notts can throw down at him. I'd much rather be facing Slater and Hamid and Duckett and Clark than James Pattinson in particular, whizzing it past his nose, and Dane Patterson swinging it both ways. Luke Fletcher peppering him as well. 219 for 1. Luke Fletcher's just showing Ben Duckett how to hold the ball, look here, which is quite sweet. He's perhaps said, this is how you bowl an in-swinger, Ben. There is Duckett. Always in-swinger's gone a long way down the leg side.
Don't listen to Fletch, Ben.
End of the over. Ben Duckett, 4 overs, 1 for 9. Joe Clark, 3 overs, none for 12. And nothing's been harmed.
Just going back to that 502 for 6, Larwood was wicketless in the second innings as well. None for 76 off 24. Larwood in that. How old would he have been in 1925? What was the body line? That was
32-3.
32-3, so it was, yeah.
So it wasn't...
he was still 7 years shy of that.
wasn't at his
peak.
pomp.
What would he have been? Let's have a look. Harold Larwood.
Going to be Clark again, I think.
He was 21. He was 20 indeed in the summer of 1925, Harold Larwood. So yeah, just a young pup making his way into the Nottinghamshire side. Reached the grand old age of 91, Larwood.
Had some life. We saw her at Blackpool last Sunday, the plaque up there. Had a season there as their pro.
Here's Clark, bowls, driven by Stoneman's cover.
I think he bowled that from behind the stumps at the far end.
Yeah, could well have done. It's the spinners one, isn't it? Sometimes the spinners do that, don't they?
Yeah,
Just,
the Scottish international spinner Mark Watt of Derbyshire, who's playing for Derbyshire in the Blast. He does that about once and over. He'll bowl one from an absolute mile back. See where Clark lets this one go from.
bowls and short. He's pulled straight to Hamid at mid-wicket. There's no run. Larwood made his Test debut the following year against Australia, 1926. Cap 225. His last Test was 1933, of course, the Bodyline Tour. What a premature end to his international career in the Irie Bean. Of course, he finished up his days in Australia, didn't he?
Yeah.
New South Wales. His home when he passed away in not long, coming up the anniversary, 22nd of July 1995. This ball's just full of a length from Clark, defended by Stoneman into the offside, no run.
From Mansfield Way, Nunca Gate.
That's it. I was going to ask you the pronunciation. I was going to be brave for a minute, but then...
Worked down the pit there at Annesley, I think. Annesley Colliery.
Yep, started in the mines at the age of 14. Clark from behind the umpire comes around the wickets and Stoneman defends once more. Fun and games in the middle for the others.
For a decade or more he's had bowlers who in and are in at him, and he's giving them a little bit back now. Great scenes when Duckett got his wicket. They'd be replicated if Clark could get one. They'll all know out there that Stoneman just won't want to get out to him.
This one's just full of length, driven away through the covers. Lovely shot by Stoneman, and he will move to 86. 2-2-3 for one.
Yeah, that was a little bit of quality, wasn't it, from Mark Stoneman? Fabulous shot. I think when initially it was announced that Scott Borthwick was leaving Surrey to head back north, I think there's many that assumed that Stoneman would be making the same journey, but didn't. Just hopped over the Thames to join Middlesex. Did he have a little spell with you on loan before it became...
yeah, it was kind of a loan with a view.
Oh, crikey, the ball's now being inspected.
Oh! That's just a delay until... Well, they're making sure it's the last over before tea. In fact, hurry up, lads, because it's 3:40 now.
It's tea time now, yeah. There's one ball left. But,
come on, Moles, let them bowl it and you can talk about it on the way off. Oh, look, they're getting it... No, get on with it. No, the umpires are going to have a talk about it, are they? No, they're getting on with it. Last ball of the over, come on. And it's time for some scones.
Yeah, it's perhaps going to say bowl this ball, and then during tea we'll try and find a good one for you.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Around the wicket will come again. To start, I mean, he starts from an over the wicket position, doesn't he? And then he runs all the way around the back of the umpire. And
what was lunch? Score 122 without loss. So
I was about to say fish and chips.
101 for 1 this afternoon.
Aye, that was scoring rate dramatically on the morning session, didn't they? Good performance. They lead by only 48. It's extraordinary, isn't it? To, you know, again, to come away from yesterday saying what a good day with the bat that was for Middlesex. Well, the score, they're 63 following on. But it was. It's been a good 2 days of the bat for the visitors. As Clark, last ball before tea, is defended on the back foot by Stoneman on 86, and off they go. 2-2, 3 for 1. We've got 50 minutes, perhaps an hour, remaining of this game here at Trent Bridge. And we shall come back and enjoy it greatly, because it's been a lovely few days. It really has. But a draw awaits for these two.
Thank you, Kev. We'll be back when the players return in 20 minutes' time. Hope you'll join us then. Well, welcome back to Trent Bridge for the last knockings of Nottinghamshire versus Middlesex. The players taking to the field, whether you're with us on the live stream or listening to us via the BBC Sport website and app. We would imagine we'll be done and dusted in around about an hour's time. Maybe a little less than that. This game destined to finish as a draw, with Middlesex about to begin this final session of the game. 223 for 1. About 88 overs in this innings. Mark Stoneman 86 not out. I guess he's got something very personal and important for him to press on and try and achieve in this session. So we'll get underway in just a moment. Been doing an update for Radio Nottingham in a minute or two as well. Looks very much as if it's going to be Ben Duckett to start after tea. I've never said that before, but he has taken the only wicket. There is that radio update. Yes, we're just about to start after tea. First ball about to be bowled by Ben Duckett, who, interestingly enough, has picked up his first Nottinghamshire wicket in this match. Very, very seldom does Ben Duckett bowl, but he managed to get Sam Robson, the Centurion, out for 108, caught down the leg side by Tom Moores. Notts have used 9 different bowlers. Tom Moores hasn't yet taken the pads off and had a bowl. Lyndon James hasn't bowled in this innings, but 9 bowlers have been bowled as this match drifts on towards a draw. Middlesex 223 for 1. We think the two captains maybe just before 5 o'clock will get together and shake hands on a draw. So meanwhile, Ben Duckett has bowled a couple of deliveries, no addition to the tea time score. Steve Eskenazi's on strike on 4. So I just wonder if Lyndon James and Tom Moores will be able to turn their arm over. Interesting that they were both bowling, but all the Nottinghamshire players were just turning their arms over, with Kevin Shine including, I saw Tom Moores, who's got the pads on as this is worked onto the leg side. And I just had a little look, a little peep. I just couldn't see in the 2 or 3 minutes that I was looking, but I couldn't see an instance where all 11 Nottinghamshire bowlers have bowled in the same innings. But obviously if that happens, we'll try and dig it out. I could find that it's only happened 4 times in Test cricket where all 11 players have bowled. There's Duckett in again. Eskenazi just having a few difficulties getting him away here. Miscuts this into the offside straight to Hamid. 223 for 1. Found 2 or 3 occasions where Chris Reed has taken the pads off and bowled. Also Bilal Shafayat, but certainly those fleeting occasions have found so far still didn't involve all 11 bowling. Next one is pushed back to the bowler. 223 for 1. And imagine the pace of the game will be absolutely electric. Notts have got themselves into a position where the over rate is +8, so
time to have a natter. What should we natter about races? What haven't we covered in the last 4 days?
Yes, Duckett, nice and full, and there's going to be runs here. Poor old Luke Fletcher's going to have to chase us. They might actually run 5.
Come on, Fletch.
The ball's not going to go to the ropes. And he fetches it back, and the 2 Middlesex batsmen exchange ends on 3 occasions. 3 to the total, 226 for 1.
Shall I give him a clap?
Stoneman 86, Eskenazi on 7. Yes, I don't think that was in his game plan to chase us out to the boundary.
It's made Mulaney chuckle.
So Joe Clark will continue. Bowled 4 overs before tea. 4-0, 16-0 his figures. These, like Duckett, his first bowl for Nottinghamshire. He's never got a first-class wicket, Joe Clark. Duckett now has 2. Ben Slater now has 2. Neither Clark nor Hamid have yet registered a first-class wicket.
What's the thriller at the moment on the finishes? We've still got a good number with us. Good evening to you all. Thank you for hanging around. They're here to see the Stoneman century, aren't they? The Eskenazi 50. Here's Clark. Bowls, and Eskenazi hooks to deep backward square leg, and we'll pick up to a slide on the boundary rope from the deep mid wicket, the numberless deep mid wicket. Did we ever establish who the numberless?
No. I don't think James Pattinson's on the field. No real reason why he should be, actually. Sure, there'd be a bit of a queue to go and put your feet up and watch the last knockings of this one, were it offered.
Clark in his 5th over. Bowls and driven into the covers, where Hamid fields off Eskenazi. So Sussex Derbyshire's the match, isn't it? 169 to win. 9 wickets standing. Oh, Sussex. That'd be good going, wouldn't it? Or an all-stop. They've still got Rizwan to come. Stephen Finn going to bowl in that. How many did he get in the Derbyshire second innings as Clark bowls, and Eskenazi leaves alone outside the off stump. None for 12 from 6. Go away at that. It was miles off. They're having fun though, aren't they? 1 for 96 off 25 in the first innings, Finn, and none for 12 off 6 in the second. When they declared 127 for 7. Derbyshire set the game up. Fair play to them. But they're in trouble. Clark bowls full straight. Oh, I thought he was going to play around that for a moment, didn't you? Eskenazi pushes defensively into the offside, keeping that bat face open, no run. So
this is the thing, you're not entirely sure what he's going to bowl at you.
Yeah. Yeah, that Sussex one would be a real blow to Derbyshire, who beat Middlesex last up. Glamorgan winning, Worcestershire defeated as this ball's wide outside the off stump, and driven, just trapping the bat down on it, really. Eskenazi a single out to deep point. So yeah, Notts will stay sitting pretty at the top. Middlesex will maintain second place with the draw. Glamorgan in 3rd, Worcestershire 4th, where Derbyshire will remain then in 5th, and Sussex tucking in behind Durham, who will hold 6th. Leicestershire stranded, winless at the bottom. I mean, that's assuming Sussex do it, of course, but they're looking good. Around the wicket comes Clark. Forward goes Stoneman. No run. He's not giving away this century, is he? A century and a red inker.
Somehow found Luke Fletcher in at slip.
Oh yeah, is that what the yeah? Maybe that's what the chuckle was with Mulaney. Right, come and stand at the slip then. Honestly. Oh, Duckett's looking up at you. He's telling you he's taking another wicket here, isn't he? He's coming back on, Duckett. See that? He gave you a little glance there, Duckett.
The clock's above us. I think it's all about clock watching. 2:29 for 1.
That's a mighty difference between Duckett and Fletcher, isn't it? He's looking, see? Fletcher's having a look. A warm up. He's telling you to warm up, braces. Oh, brilliant. It's just out of shot on the stream, I think. You can see Duckett there, but to the right, Fletcher's telling the girdler to warm up.
There is Ben Duckett. He'll want to keep going. He's got a wicket. It's after another one. Bowls nice and full to Eskenazi, who just bunts it out onto the offside. And there's a single. 230 for 1. Middlesex leading by 55.
Always plays well here, the track, the surface at Trent Bridge, doesn't it? What have you made of this one? The colour of it has interested us throughout, hasn't it? It's become a palish grey as the game's worn on, from a pretty greeny, a browny green to begin with. Is that fair?
Yeah, it would certainly wouldn't have won any beauty contest, would it? It's been an ugly looking track throughout. This is played into the offside by Stoneman, who stays on 86, but it's
played truer than we believed it was.
Yeah, it often does. The ground staff here managed to serve up a greenish looking wicket on the first day, which often falls visiting skippers, but Stephen Mulaney won the toss. He knew what to do, wanted to bat first and
boss the game.
Yeah, put runs on the board. I think they'd have liked to have seen it break up a little more than it has done, having got 550 on the board. Next one is cut out into the deep to Slater by Stoneman, who goes on to 87, 231 for 1. But Notts certainly haven't lost any. In fact, they've marginally gained 1 point over nearest rivals Middlesex.
And a nod up from Pattinson as well now down there.
This won't be cricket that he knows, I imagine, either, as Duckett bowls. I wouldn't imagine they get to this stage very often in South Africa. Drifting towards a draw, 231 for 1.
You had a few chats with him, Patterson?
Yeah, he's a lovely fella. Yeah. Very good bowler as well. Next ball on its way, and this is pushed into the offside. Didn't play at Lords, and I know he was looking forward to that. The game before he got an 8 for, and then just a little bit of a niggle, so they left him out. But as you know, that was the stage when Broad was involved, so it was
touch and go. Yeah.
Well, it was a rotation time. Fletcher, Patterson, and
will he be back next year? Do you think?
Yes, I think so. I think that's the plan now.
So that's why he's let Middlesex get away with the draw here.
Next delivery is pushed back down the track, just misses the stumps at the non-striker's end. Dane Patterson picks the ball up, and end of Ben Duckett's 6th over in all. 6 overs, 1 for 14.
He wants the Lord's lunches next year, doesn't he?
There's a word from Stephen Mullaney. Obviously, we'll have to find out what the verdict is, whether it's keep going or whether he's. I think it's Lyndon James. Just watch the skipper there. I think he's onto this. The fact that Notts have used 9 different bowlers, and there's just Lyndon James and Tom Moores who haven't had a bowl. We'll have to see. But, I think he gestured to Lyndon James, so he's down at long leg. I'll keep half an eye on him this over.
Clark's around the wicket from the pavilion end. He bowls, low full toss, driven away into the covers by Stoneman. There's no run. I love the way they all keep looking up here. Duckett at the end of his over had a look up at you, Girdler. Maybe he's just looking at the time.
I'd say the clock's just above us. Yeah.
He won't change that quick. He's just had another look. He can't keep looking at the clock. I reckon it's like Strictly. He's expecting you to lift. 9 out of 10, Ben. He's expecting a score to be lifted up. Thumbs up or thumbs down. The Roman Emperor up here. Thumbs up or thumb down. Short edged by Stoneman. He was looking to run, but perhaps not that fine. Third slip probably would have bounced in front of him, but 4 runs it is, and Stoneman's into the 90s. 235 for 1. Stoneman's on to 91.
Allsop out at Hove for 35. 181 for 2. Mohammad Rizwan comes to the crease after his first innings century. Anuj Dal, former Notts man, with the wicket.
How much did he play for Notts?
He didn't.
Well, there we go. That's what I was thinking.
Academy, second 11, fielded a lot for the first team. Took some good catches for the first team on as a sub, but didn't make a first team appearance.
Clark around the wicket to Stoneman, clips out to deep mid wicket for a single. He's on to 92. He's a good player, Dal.
Yep.
Lewis Rees, he's another good one for Derbyshire. Left arm seamer. Opening bat, as he was at Lancashire.
Might find himself back at the top of the order once Shan Masood has left on international duty.
This is full and clipped into the onside by Eskenazi for a single. He's on to 12. 237 for 1. They lead by 62, Middlesex. I haven't been noting that. The lead for a while. Kevin Howells, welcome back.
Declaration imminent.
Yeah.
That's why I thought I'd better come in.
Yeah. 24 overs, 10
come
wickets.
on, this is the entertainment industry, everybody. Come on.
This is very entertaining.
That would be ultimate Baz ball, that, if pull out now.
Clark's wide on the crease. He bowls. Low full toss. Clips away down to fine leg. Long leg as a chase, but he'll get there. They'll take just a single. Stoneman was looking for 2. He's on to 93. I've been mightily entertained. Fletcher looking up here, telling the Girdler to warm up. Just rolled his arms over and pointed at the Girdler.
Well, I saw that, but I thought there was a little bit too much levity about it. I thought Fletcher doesn't realise here that we're actually taking that quite seriously.
Yeah, he's on his way down, Fletch.
Yeah. What do you reckon, Dave?
I reckon Lyndon James.
They signed you
Tom
up?
Moores ought to have a bowl, and then we've had all 11.
Oh, that'll be good, yeah.
Give me a bit of homework to do to find out if it's ever happened before.
Oh, full and straight from Clark, and again Eskenazi looked as though he was going to play all around that. He gets the bat down and pushes it back, and there's no run. 238 for 1. There was a Sussex and Middlesex match at Southgate, where I think, well, certainly David Nash ended up bowling. Whether they got through all 11.
Yeah, well, I've found 4 occasions where Chris Reed has bowled, but again, not all 11. Apparently, it's happened 4 times in Test cricket.
Oh. Let's have a look. Oh, was that? Maybe it was a different year then. Maybe it wasn't 2000. Oh, it's 2000.
No, finish the sentence. 2006.
6. It was. Yeah, Nash bowled, but that's not 11, is it? 9 bowled. So who didn't bowl? Who saw Nash take the gloves off and bowl, and they didn't get to bowl? Let's have a look. Ed Smith didn't bowl. Oh no, he did. 5 overs, 1 for 60.
60 is 5 overs.
Bouncer here from Duckett to Stoneman, through to the keeper it goes. Morgan played in that game. It was a
Jamie Dalrymple's on there. Who else is on there?
yeah. Oh, this was peak Middlesex. This Churchy predicted Middlesex were going to win the title this year with that batting lineup.
Where's your bowling?
Silverwood.
Compton, did he bowl?
Compton surely got a bowl with his off spin. Yeah. Full, and Stoneman drives to mid off, and there's no run. Shah would have bowled his off spin. Ed Joyce definitely bowls. I say competently, definitely bowls. Yep, 4 overs, none for 60.
How stupid is this, taking us forever to find out?
So it's the bowlers who didn't bowl by the looks of it. Because Dalrymple bowled, Joyce bowled, Styrus bowled, Owen Morgan didn't bowl. This is full. So Stoneman pushes back and there's no run.
It's happened 4 times in Test cricket where all 11 players have bowled. The last time was in 2005, the 4th Test match between South Africa and West Indies. So that's an awful lot of cricket. It's only happened 4 times. But I will try and find a Nottinghamshire occasion should it happen.
This is full, push to mid on and there's no run. Oh, Shah didn't bowl. No, he didn't bowl his off spin. So Shah and
Joyce.
Joyce
No,
bowled.
Morgan.
Yeah, Shah and Morgan didn't bowl. David Nash is 4.5 overs, 1 for 53. He picked up a wicket, didn't he? Who did he get? Murray Goodwin. Stumped Morgan, bowled Nash. That's why Morgan didn't bowl, because he took the gloves. Bouncer to Stoneman from Duckett and hooked straight to deep mid wicket. Stoneman's on to 94. So that match was drawn. My memory of that was yeah. So Middlesex were 208 for 9 at the end.
Yeah.
Having been set 421. So they hung on for the draw, Middlesex.
9 down.
Yeah. Having been set 400. So obviously it was pudding bowling which set it up. That was it. I remember there was some sort of controversy about it.
Oh, I do hope so.
Duckett bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. There's no run. So what happened was Sussex 507, Middlesex 466. Game's heading to a draw. Scott Styrus, that was the end of the over, 239 for 1. Scott Styrus is captaining Middlesex. Chris Adams is captaining Sussex. So here enters the moment of contention, maybe. Scott Styrus admitted to me at the end of the match in interview, I have never in my life ever had to enter into a negotiation over setting up a target before. And Styrus by this point is well into his 30s. Never have I ever had to do this before. And I was up against Grizzly Adams, who's not called Grizzly for nothing. And the negotiations were pretty rough, and the negotiation resulted in Middlesex being set 421 to win. Which back then, bearing in mind this is 2006, this is very early T20. Nowadays, so they were set it off 73 overs because Middlesex were 208 for 9 at the end. So 73 overs to chase 421, and Styrus said, "Yep, Adams got the better of me in the negotiations, pulled the ball right over my eyes."
Seba Mead is back into the attack. Bowled earlier 8 overs. 9 overs, I beg your pardon, and his first one back. He's obviously not a second spell bowler, because his first one back is a long hop, pulled away by Stoneman for 4 to take him to 98. So you're back on it, Kev.
Come on, Kev.
Another 100.
You can do it, boy. Come on.
Up for grabs just around the corner.
Slip in place, Hamid to Stoneman. From the pavilion end, it's very full, and Stoneman rejects the opportunity. He just dabs it into the onside. So yeah, there's those over rates. Compton's 6 overs went at an economy of 15. Smith's 5 went at an economy of 12. Nash's 5 went at an economy of 11, and 15 off Joyce's 4. The economy is this is full and driven to mid-on by Stoneman. There's no run, so yeah, the ball was for a couple of hours really. Nick Compton had 6 overs. Maybe not a couple of hours, but Ed Smith had 5, Nash had 5, Joyce had 4. Full delivery, pushed back into the onside, and there's no run, but an hour and a half, let's say. Then the ball's thumped all around Southgate, and Middlesex then said about 421 off 73 overs. That was the negotiation. It's Hamid bowls, and this ball's worked backwards around the leg side, and Stoneman moves to 99, 244 for 1. I seem to remember as well, it was such a farce, the toss-up of the balls by Nash, Smith, Compton and Joyce, but Nash and Joyce in particular, that there was some sort of ECB meeting about it, and in terms of the rules and regs, the level of pudding bowling that you're allowed to bowl, it had to be to within some degree of normality. As this ball's turned backwards around the leg side by Eskenazi, picks up a single to move to 13, 245 for 1. I.e. you could no longer just throw it up in the air, and 6 was hit, 6 was hit, 6 was hit.
Told it's been a tough day for Nottinghamshire, because the seconds are getting a bit of a battering. There's a young Yorkshire lad, 291 not out at tea, and I'm told the not seconds have used 10 different bowlers so far today in their match.
Just over the road, Lady Bay. Do you want me to go over there and we can somehow link up a commentary?
Could zoom somehow.
Somehow, yeah.
Lucy Live.
Ben Slater.
You might be able to see it from up on the 6th floor restaurant.
I told you we should have taken our scones up there.
6th floor restaurant.
Say it again, you might get an invite next year.
It's not the invite, I'm after the voucher.
The invite comes with the voucher.
I told you, they don't want the likes of you and me up there.
I can scrub up really well.
We are not their target audience, Kev.
I'm still waiting for an invite to the Pelham Restaurant at Lord's, up at the top. Beautiful view up there. I've been there to have a look, but not been there to eat yet. Yeah. Just do a review, shouldn't I?
Where did it go wrong for us?
We've got to be influencers. That's where it goes wrong. Here's Eskenazi awaiting. Onto the pads it goes from Slater. There's no run. We've got to be cricket influencers on social media.
I'll leave that to
I could see you getting influencer status, Kev.
Yeah.
This is a 3rd spell in this innings for Ben Duckett, right? For Ben Slater, by the way.
No, he still hasn't got a wicket. I mean, come on.
But not in this innings, no.
So they've got that social media account, haven't they? Cricket Scran, which is great.
Nosh.
I love it. Is it Cricket Nosh?
Nosh.
Is it Football Scran and Cricket Nosh? As forward goes Eskenazi, pushing away into the offside, no run. So you need to be a social media influencer, which basically tops Cricket Nosh.
What do you mean I need to be?
Then you'll get the vouchers. Then you'll get the vouchers everywhere you go, because you're an influencer.
I am one, aren't I?
Braces is shaking his head. This ball's turned away through square leg for a single. Eskenazi's on to 14, 246 1. I'm trying to get you the voucher as well, because he'll have 2 and he'll invite you as your +1, Dave.
No, you're all right.
I'm on
I'm watching here that night.
I'm on constant Twitter watch for product placement, me. I tell you, I'm constantly looking at my tweets.
What products in particular?
Well, anything. Trying to encourage the public to follow my lifestyle.
Everyone up on the single, because Stoneman's on strike on 99. 246 for 1. And Slater, the off spinner, around the wicket, bowls, and it's defended patiently into the onside.
I'll take a picture tonight of a service station on my way home, where people will be thinking, God, I wish I had his life.
Oh, Chris Nash did that, didn't he?
He did for a while.
Yeah. Slater's around the wicket, bowls, and this ball's tucked away through square leg. He finds the little gap in the field, and a cheer from the crowd as he'll pick up a couple. It'll move to 101 from 281 deliveries, 246 for 1. And Mark Stoneman, go on, you're going to have to lift your bat, Rocky. And he does.
And this side, Rocky. Don't forget us, Rocky.
Pavilion.
Oh, Rocky.
He lifts the bat. I mean, look, the end of it obviously has been against the part-timers. But 337 minutes, 281, a lot of it was pretty high pressured.
100%, Kevin. And well said.
Thank you.
Couldn't agree more. No, done a terrific job. But one definite chance this morning. Yeah, a couple of half chances along the way from some decent deliveries, but no, terrific. Seriously, terrific. Well done to Mark Stoneman. Oh, now he's got his century. I can commentate. I see. Yeah. That's push behind the square, and that's the end of the over to somebody else. 248 for one. No, I'm fine, thanks. Stoneman on 101. Eskenazi on 14.
28th first-class century for Mark Stoneman. 34-year-old, 35 now. Oh no!
When did he miss his birthday again? When was it?
3 days ago.
That's why he looked at you like that. He's thinking, "Come on,
breakfast.
Kev."
I didn't wish him a happy birthday.
I saw him at breakfast. He had to share a breakfast table with you on his birthday, and you never mentioned it.
Oh no!
That's poor, isn't it, Dave? Dave knows all the birthdays of the Nottinghamshire boys. That wouldn't have happened if you had been away from home, would it, Dave? No.
Emerson and Church, he always got a birthday wish from them too, didn't he?
Seba Mead bowls and pushed back to him by Stevie Eskenazi.
Sorry, Rocky.
248 for one.
You can still send him a card.
So what was it? 35 this week.
Yeah.
Next delivery is floated up there, and I think that was a full toss, which is defended. You'd imagine at 35 his hopes of an England recaller are probably gone. Next one is cut to backward point by Eskenazi, and they take a single. Slater does the field in. Producer Kirsty says, given that everybody out there seems to be having a bowl, I'm popping through any second to begin my commentary stint. Kirsty, don't say it if you don't mean it. Don't say it if you don't mean it.
No, lads, that'd be bad. I mean, just imagine how good she's going to be and put us to shame.
She's good at everything else. Oh, come on. 249 for one. Next ball is chopped out onto the offside. And there's no run. We'll have to speak in cricket code that only us know what we're talking about.
Well, I've been doing that for 4 days now. And even then, I'm not sure we know what we're talking about.
No, Stoneman on the strike. A little push and run up to mid-on. Gets his 102nd run. Throw comes in from Joe Clark, who's got over on an ankle. There we are. That's just what Notts didn't need. Oh, my word. He's come out of the attack and might now have to go off the field. James Pattinson is just resting on him, just leaning on his back. But did he go over on his ankle there, Joe Clark? Has he
done something silly?
Rushed in from mid-on to field. We'll see how bad it is, whether he goes off or not. 250 up to absolute no applause whatsoever.
No, it's a shame. Because I say, for all the sense of whatever at the moment, at the start of the day, we didn't we thought we knew where he was going, and indeed it has gone that way. But it wasn't 100% certain.
No, it wasn't guaranteed.
And that's why we mustn't forget that as we have a bit of a laugh and whatever about the situation as it now stands.
Yeah.
The day and this follow-on innings has been played really, really well by Middlesex.
By Robson and Stoneman. Kept Notts waiting and waiting and waiting as this is pushed into the offside. When did the wicket go down? 80 whatever over. Certainly after the second new ball had been taken by Ben Slater. 85th over maybe. 83rd over. 250 for one. Ben Duckett's going off the field rather than Clark. Clark, it was obviously one of those where just for a split second, has he gone over on his ankle, but seems to have walked it off okay.
Warwickshire got their keeper, Michael Burgess, bowling in their game as well. And I think he may have taken a wicket, and that's his first class wicket. Yeah, first class wicket.
And what have we got now? Endless hold-ups here. This is the trouble with Notts having an over rate of +8. 4:30. We're just trying to get the physio's actually on the field, coming to attend to Joe Clark, such that it can do this whilst the two batsmen are toweling off and getting drinks and changing gloves.
What about that Derbyshire score? Because 201 for 200, another 141 needed. What's the time? 4:30 and 141 needed. See if I can get a bit more detail on how many overs are left of that chase, because Derbyshire lose and miss out on the draw, which of course gives them 8 points at the moment, that sort of keeps them down around about the fourth position, fourth place in the table. A win, although a win is unlikely anyway, but those points for a draw will be useful. Following that Glamorgan win, I didn't properly compute how many runs Glamorgan chased down, but they did have a little time to do it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, there was no time pressure. But still,
Ingram got 100
runs.
and Route 99 not out.
Yeah.
Those of you who aren't watching the live stream might wonder what's going on. Well, I can tell you precisely nothing. Joe Clark is down on the ground on the outfield. He's got his boot off. The Notts physios attending to him. Everybody else having a little bit of a drink or a chat or a sit down. Ben Duckett's off the field. I just wonder if Ben Duckett's got to pop the pads and wicket-keeping gloves on. So I did see Tom Morse turning his arm over during the tea interval. I wonder if he'll end up having a bowl as we draw closer to 10 to 5. But there's precisely nothing going on at the moment. 250 for 1. Now Stoneman's got his century. Nothing really for Middlesex to achieve out of this. Nothing really for Notts to achieve unless one or two of these bowlers can get a very rare wicket. Yes, we're just about going through the motions now. We think this game could be called off as early as 10 to 5 if the two captains agree. We'd just about be entering the final hour in any case by then. All along, it's looked as if today was going to be a draw with Nottinghamshire and nearest rivals Middlesex playing out this contest. It's been a high-scoring game over the first 3 days. Always looked very difficult for the bowlers to be able to get 10 Middlesex wickets today. In truth, they've only got one, and that one wicket was taken not so long ago by Ben Duckett. Stephen Mullany almost giving everybody a bowl in the side. Ben Duckett given the second new ball, and he dismissed Sam Robson for 108 for his first wicket. Middlesex 250 for 1. Around about 15-20 minutes from now, I would imagine this game will be called off as a draw. Ben Duckett's come back onto the field without any wicket-keeping pads, so that's that theory gone up in smoke.
Yeah, but it filled another 30 seconds of what we have to talk about, Dave. So any theories are welcome at this stage. Listen, they need Sussex with 8 wickets standing. Target 342. They need 4.8 and over to chase down the target at 207 for 2.
Clark stayed on the field. We're going to get some cricket. It's going to be Ben Slater to bowl.
Ridgewan's on 5, Alior on 121, so that's an interesting finish there. We've just got entertainment for you, that's what we've got. We haven't got a close finish, we've just got the entertainers.
Three Stooges.
We've got Kevin Howells.
No, not us.
No other live stream has got Kevin Howells.
You just go to commentating,
Rubbish. I'm talking about what's going on out there. We've got the entertainers. Stoneman's on 102 and goes back and played square. And Stoneman will jog through for a single. I could say that he races down to the other end, but sadly now that people can actually see what's going on, see that's the problem. Oh hello everybody. Somebody's just turned on the telly now and gone, hey, there's been a remake of Last of the Summer Wine.
Dumb, Dumber and Even Dumber Still.
It's at this point I hope Kirsty doesn't come in, otherwise I'm afraid that would really complete that, and I'm not going to say why. 251 for 1, Eskenazi on 15, Stoneman on 103.
She's got a few screenshots of you, Kevin Howells, don't you worry, especially after what you said on day 2.
It was you, I think you'll find.
Oh no, that's me, what I said on day 2.
Slater, midway through the 20th over, and that's played up towards fielder at mid-on.
You were worried about people watching you on camera.
Yeah, well, and rightly so. Hide the kids behind the sofa. Eskenazi's 15 not out of 41 balls. The partnership we just missed there, 50 coming up as well. Between this pair, another ball lobbed in to Eskenazi, pushed into the offside.
Shame for Robson's red inker. He'd have loved to have walked off with Stoneman tonight, wouldn't he, having batted the whole way through?
I was looking for that tail. Yeah, he's going to be a bit grumpy at that probably. And forward defence from Eskenazi into the offside, no run.
So
at the end of the over, 251 for 1. Stoneman on 103, Eskenazi on 15, and the lead 76 runs. Go.
averages for Middlesex. John Simpson averaging 59, Robson 49, Stoneman 49 live, so it'll come down a bit when he's out. Holden 48, Anderson 46, Holman 41. It's really healthy stuff. Eskenazi 37, only 6 innings, including this one after a century and breaking his bone in his hand, taking a catch in that one. Robbie White 32. I mean, they've got Peter Milan's coming to this.
What's your point, Kev?
It's never been this healthy, Dave.
Never.
Your rich is here. Your rich is here. It's not been. This is why Middlesex have been so bad since the title. Their batting's been woeful.
Here's a Mead then to bowl to Mark Stoneman on 103. And his first delivery of this over is cut away on the offside. So after this over, there'll be 18 left. So what do we think? Get to 10 to 5 with 16 left. At that point, they can knock it on the heads, should they choose to do so, and we don't really see any reason why not, as Eskenazi helps it out onto the offside. Winners and losers in this game, well, it's a draw, but there are some that will have contributed more than others. Obviously for Nottinghamshire, Lyndon James had a terrific game, career best score for him of 155, century as well to Asiba Mead, who's bowling now. Can he get a maiden wicket just to pop the cherry on that Hamid cake for this particular game? I think Liam Patterson-White, although he has gone wicketless in the second innings, only took 1 wicket in the first innings, once again showing what an important player he is with 50 as well for Notts, and held an end up for hours and hours and hours in the first innings as Hamid bowls and it's defended. I think James Pattinson's run in with plenty of purpose, picked up 4 wickets, again the main aggressor. He looks fit and well and healthy, which is good to see. This one's played out onto the offside. 1 or 2 of the others have played less significant roles in this game. Ben Duckett, of course, will remember his first wicket. He enjoyed the celebrations there.
Is that Lyndon James who's going to get a call up here?
This one is pushed into the offside. I just wonder, it'd be nice. He'd be bowler number 10 if he gets a go. It's a little surprising that he didn't turn his arm over before. I mean, he is number 4 of the 4 frontline seamers, 254 for 1. Didn't get a wicket in the first innings. So
That's Slater 26, isn't it?
Slater's 26, but yeah, Lyndon James is.
Yeah, he looks despondent to the fact that he's been taken off.
20 overs, 3 maidens, none for 44 for
What's
Ben
going on
Slater.
here, Skip? And he's bringing on Lyndon James.
And I can tell you as well that we might get.
Oh, he's loving this. I know what you're going to get. I know what you're going to get. Will you tell them?
We might get a change of wicket. Well, we are going to get a change of wicket keeper. Tom Moores is taking the gloves off. So there's going to be some homework for Bracegirdle to do here, unless anybody can help me out, folks, because Lyndon James is going to bowl from this end. And he will be the 10th different bowler in this particular innings for Nottinghamshire, and Tom Moores is taking the pads off to give to Joe Clark. That'll be why all the concern was over Joe Clark, of course Ben Duckett could have done it, but Joe Clark is going to keep wicket, so I would imagine Tom Moores will have a bowl at the far end, and that would be it.
11,
Notts would have had all 11, and crikey, we'll get no sleep tonight.
But never mind what's gone on in the history of the game. What about you, Dave? You've never seen it before.
Well, I sometimes say these things and then
remind yourself you haven't.
And then 2 years ago, what about
bit like Fletcher
what about
Lords.
Southampton 2 years ago or something? And then you look and you yeah.
Well,
yeah.
And let's be honest about this. These are not the games that stay forever in your mind, are they? So, but having said that, Dave, it could be a first for you. Could be a first.
Well, Fletcher at Lords couldn't remember that he'd opened the batting before, could he?
No, that was extraordinary.
Mulaney said, you did, because you went out with me and did it.
Yeah.
And Fletcher said, I've never done it before. Yes, you did. You walked out with me and did it.
This is the
I
trouble.
hope they get on with it. How long have we got? Otherwise, we're going to miss our opportunity to do so.
Well, this is the trouble with overrate. It was +8 last time we saw the board.
Now the board's frozen in boredom.
Got Lyndon James
You did there.
up there in silhouette. The way he's bowling as well, I don't think he's going to come in off his off his normal run and bowl his medium quick. It looks very much to me as if he's just going to turn his arm over off a pace or two.
And at stake for the batters here, they do not want to get out to this bowling. Well, they never want to go, but this is the stuff that's the challenge for them. Again, it's neither going to make or break their year, but Personal prize. What's the name
I've
of that?
got a game for the Girdler.
Oh, look out.
How much do you think the tickets were for the Frankie Valley tonight braces? One ticket, how much do you reckon it was?
I think ours were about 65 or 70 quid each, two of them.
They've gone up.
84 quid.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's why
Using
we
cheap seats.
That's why we were in COVID lockdown. I said, no, I'll have my money back, please.
Yeah.
Thanks to Mark, who sent me all sorts of places to go and visit in Cardiff for the next away game. I'll have a little look at that.
You be careful in Cardiff. Lyndon James is going to bowl, and I don't know why, but it ends up with me telling you he is. And it's pushed out into the offside for a single. And that's Stoneman moves to 106, 255 for one. This is going to have to be my last over, lads, because it's for you boys to wrap up the game, and with possibly history being made here for the Girdler. Eskenazi's on 16, 255 for one. Oh, he's almost squeezed through. I didn't quite.
Yeah, Mark was saying, I've been out for a bit. Is there a scone report from you guys? And Dave, reference your Cardiff visit, and the oldest record shop in the world. And Nirvana's played there, never mind your Bryan Adams.
Lyndon James into Eskenazi. Lyndon James, of course, big score in the first innings. And these things shouldn't be forgotten just because a game ends the way it has in the last couple of hours. Terrific knock, and it was top draw, and obviously further evidence of what we're going to see over the next few years, Dave.
Joe Clark keeping, having bowled earlier in the innings.
James to Eskenazi, slower full-length Yorker there. I say slower, but you know what I mean. It was a slow one.
I mean, this isn't how he bowls, so it's difficult just to come on and bowl off a couple of paces, isn't it?
It is, but he's doing a cracking job. In again, and defensively, a little bit of a wobble of the bat there from Eskenazi.
So there'll be this over, Kev, one ball left. Tom Moores will bowl an over, and then that'll be it, we think.
Well, it could well be, so it's got to be the pair of you to see it through. What are we waiting for now? Is Clark going to get...
Joe Clark wants a helmet for one ball here to stand up to
the
the stumps.
Well,
crikey.
It is a crikey, really, isn't it? But anyway, fair play to them. I mean, they're inventive, enterprising. There have been so many of them looking up to you, Dave. I think they're doing this.
The clock is just here, Kev.
No. I was going to say that
in life in general, Dave.
I say that they're here looking up at you, and they're thinking, what can we do to help Dave make this more interesting? I swear that's what's going on.
I promise you they're not. They're looking up at the clock to see how much time they've got to waste.
It's you. They think we need to help the Girdler here with this programme. And whoever it is, taking forever to bring the helmet out.
I know. No.
Is there anybody there? Perhaps they've already gone.
Have you seen Tom Moores loosening up here on the edge of the...
Dave, I've not missed it. I've not missed it. But I want all of that. I want to be you.
Has he bowled before?
It's all set up because he's going to come on and he's going to bowl. You look like that. He's going to come on and he's going to bowl, and he's going to bowl obviously an over, and then at the end of that over on his sixth delivery, Dave, he's going to get a wicket.
Do you think?
And I'm telling you now, Dave, it's going to be one of your happiest moments.
He's not bowled in first-class cricket before, Tom Moores.
Well, there we are.
Or List A cricket, or 2020 cricket, or T10 cricket. He's not bowled. Okay. He's not bowled.
So it could go anywhere. It may well do. Right, let's resume our action here. And I need to point out we are not the only ones left on the ground, by the way.
And every player is now bowled for the second 11 as well, I'm hearing.
Eskenazi on 16. Oh dear, it's been a funny old week. Either side of what? This is Radcliffe Road, isn't it, behind us?
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, a single. That's the end of that over. 256 for one. Stoneman 106. Eskenazi on 17. And the lead is 81 runs. For those just joining us, it's good of you to join us. And you may have joined us for one of the biggest, most monumental moments of Nottinghamshire's cricketing history.
Well, it is going to be Tom Moores to bowl what we imagine might well be the final over of this LV County Championship Division 2 match. I hope people don't think, they just, I don't know, making light of the integrity of the competition. That's the word, isn't it?
No, I don't think they are in this situation, are they? I mean, because the draw's a draw, and you know, and I don't think you could here, could you, Dave? Seriously?
Well, I don't think so. I don't think
No.
so. It just, you know, so few these occasions where you can give somebody else a bowl. Got James Pattinson in at first slip as well.
Do you think his dad taught him how to bowl? Must have done.
Let's have a look. Let's see if he can get a wicket. Fair head, bowl, nearly a wide, cut out by Eskenazi into the offside, and he'll get a single to 57 for one.
He's holding his shoulder.
Yeah.
Don't hurt your shoulder now. Whatever you do.
So Stoneman on strike on 106. It can go one of two ways here for Mark Stoneman. He can slap a 4 and be the highest scorer in the innings going past Sam Robson, or he can nick it to James Pattinson at slip.
Well, he's better than David Nash when Nashy took off the gloves, I can tell you that much.
Moore's
Sorry,
gone
Nashy.
round the wicket. Bit of variety here. Fairly high full toss.
I'll take that back.
Don't get a warning.
Removed from the attack after 3 deliveries.
Stoneman bunts it back towards him. 2:57 for one. Then we'll have a look at the clock. It's not 10. It's not 10-2 yet. There might have to be a little bit of time killing after this over. Otherwise, they might be forced to bowl another one. Next delivery from Moores, bowls, and tickled fine by Stoneman. Work down here for Lyndon James to do, and Stoneman comes back for 2. He wants to have a little bit more of this. Good throw from Lyndon James right over the top, but Stoneman goes to 108 alongside Sam Robson's score, and we've perhaps got 3 balls left. Is that all he's had? 3 balls? 1, a 0 and a 2.
Oh, come on, at least make it one field change for us.
Here's Moores again.
What's happened now?
Don't know.
Somebody behind the bowler's arm? I
Can't see anybody moving. They all want it to be the last over, both sides. 2:59 for one. Middlesex want to get on the road and get back home. Moore's bowls. Stoneman gets his 109th run deflected away, and he'll go down to the non-striker's end and think, right, that's me with a nice little not out from here at Trent Bridge.
You say that you've got to keep it. I'm not too sure about the time, Dave.
Yeah.
I think there may be have to be another one after this.
There's going to be a chat.
But what we really don't want is another 13 minutes here.
No, there's going to be a chat.
This is bonkers.
Mulaney and
Isn't this
Duckett and
bonkers?
Bowler Moores.
Absolute bonkers.
Yeah, we've got to sort out a proper field here for Tom Moores here with Middlesex 260 for one.
It doesn't happen too often, this, does it? But when it does happen,
and
it's
I've never seen it happen. I've never seen it happen.
Showing the umpire the ball.
Good on you. You've never seen it happen when?
I've never seen it happen in quite as entertaining way as it has here.
Showing the umpire the ball, and he's had a look, and he made a couple of steps.
However, now I'm starting to be a bit embarrassed.
I mean, every time it does happen, though, I do remember sitting here thinking on each and every occasion, why are the rules not moved until tea? Say, look, you can call it off at tea. But then I suppose if they move it to tea, then you'll have a last hour up to tea that plays out like this, will you? Or, I don't know.
If you've paid £20 and you're there with your mates and you've had a good time and had a drink and you're enjoying it and having a bit of a laugh, and after a hard week at work, you don't want them to walk off at tea. As Moore's bowls, Eskenazi gets a single. Played into the offside, and they take 1 run. I know you can say, well, you can go to the cricket and it can rain all day and you'll see nothing.
Yeah.
Joe Clark, a little bit of opportunism. Clark got the throw in from the deep, and he spotted that Eskenazi had turned at the non-striker's end and had wandered out of his ground, so he threw it down to the far end.
And now we've got to wait forever until we can have this.
He's tying his lace now, like Eskenazi. The only counter I'd come with that is all the complaints that we play too much cricket. Well, stop playing nonsense cricket then, like this is, and save yourself a couple of hours. And
this is nonsense.
Just going back to day one, very glad to have Grace Ballinger with us from the Loughborough Lightning ladies team. You enjoyed her coverage. We had Kirsty Gordon over the first couple of days. Yesterday, Ronnie Irani popped up to see us, former England Test player, and also Ted Hemsley. It was a treat for us all to spend a bit of time with Ted, former Worcestershire cricketer, Sheffield United footballer, telling us some tales from his story. We've had
and Shrewsbury Town.
And Shrewsbury Town.
Did you hear that? And Shropshire, apparently. He did play for Shropshire as well. Thanks
to Kevin Howells for being here.
Kevin Howells.
We always appreciate the work of the camera crew out there, Barney and Jono and everybody else around the ground, bringing you the pictures. Aaron for bringing you the commentaries. There'll be some post-match interview. Those of you watching the live stream, Aaron's already out there on the outfield. He'll get one or two players for you to chat to. And producer Kirsty, who keeps us all in line. We think this will be the last ball of the game. Tom Moore's bowls a bounce, which goes down the leg side, taken by Joe Clark, and gloves are coming off, and that will be that. 261 for 1. Middlesex lead by 86. The match, ladies and gentlemen, is a draw. The one person I haven't mentioned, and again, huge thanks, always a joy to share the commentary box. Hope you've enjoyed your 4 days in Nottingham. Kevin Hand.
Always, and always enjoy 4 days up here with you, Bracers. Great ground to come, great place to come and watch cricket, and lovely place to work as well, isn't it? And the company's been fantastic. And I'm just tweeting that picture about the company and Ted yesterday, which was lovely. And credit to Middlesex, I've got to say, for 2 days, batted brilliantly. Having been beaten up for another 2 days, as we said they were on the back of the 3 days at Lords, where they were well beaten. They've come back from 2 heavy days on the back foot to win the last 2 days and save the game. Credit to them, because they're up against, best in the division by far, possibly even best in the country.
And when can you next be heard?
Friday night
away on the airwaves?
Friday night, Middlesex at Lords, Somerset, and then Sunday down at Gloucester to finish up in the blast. And that can't come quickly enough to finish there. But we'll enjoy it on Friday night nonetheless. Good to see you, Dave. Thank you for your hospitality.
Thank you very much to Kev. Safe travels, folks. Not's next match. 2 blast games to come. Can't qualify now, barring, well, let's just say they can't qualify. Durham here on Friday evening here at Trent Bridge, Sunday afternoon at New Road, Worcestershire. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage, folks. Thanks to everybody that's listened, thanks to everybody that's watched the stream, and thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch with us. We've tried to read out most of the correspondence. Sometimes they all just come through in a bit of a glut and we miss one or two, so we do apologise. Well done, Mark Stoneman, by the way. He's just leading them off. 109 not out. Mark Robson, beg your pardon, Sam Robson made 108. The 1 wicket to fall, a wicket for Ben Duckett. It's finished. It's a draw. Nottinghamshire will take. That's a very good one. I think it's 15 points and Middlesex 14, so they'll just stretch their gap over Middlesex at the top, will Notts, to 11 points. That's it from us all. Whatever you're doing this Wednesday night, enjoy it, and as I say, I hope you've enjoyed the coverage, and you'll pop along and enjoy some county cricket with us all soon. From the team at Trent Bridge, a very good night.
Thanks to Dave Bracegirdle, Kevin Hand, and obviously Kevin Howells as well. They've been good value for their money, haven't they, over the last 4 days? And obviously Grace and Kirsty earlier on in this fixture. So yes, it's got to 10 to 5, and let's be honest, it was always looking likely that this was going to be the result, and the match is drawn. 8 points each for the team, 7 bonus points for Notts, 6 for Middlesex as well. I'll be speaking to the captain Stephen Mullaney very, very shortly, so do stick around and hear his thoughts. Yes, so as I was just saying a minute ago, the captain is on his way over to me. A captain that tried everything, I think is fair to say, on day 4 to get the wickets that were needed. 1 wicket was taken. Who had money on Ben Duckett being that person? Mull. Well, what can you say? You tried everything, didn't you, really? But obviously the victory was never really there for us to grab. But you must be proud of the effort of the boys over the last 4 days.
Yeah, I don't think you can ask any more. I hope if I was a fan watching that, I think we'd give it everything. And then obviously after lunch when Stoneman and Robson played really well, I think everyone would agree that there's no point in risking injuries to our big 3. But to get all 11 to bowl, I heard it was a record since 1905 that's just been broken. So, something a bit different for people to write about. But I don't think we could have given it any more. We enforced the follow on. We knew it was going to be tough, but that's the type of cricket we play. We play to attack. And I thought we did that the whole way through. I thought we were quite unlucky actually in this morning session to not get a couple. We had a tough catch drop by Liam. It happens, and we went past the edge a few times on a pretty flat wicket. So no complaints. Just obviously stay top of the league and move on to a couple of 2020s and then a bit of a break before we go to Glamorgan for a massive game.
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? We've seen over the last 3 days really that pitch has been a batter-friendly pitch. So coming into today, knowing that you had to get those wickets, was it about trying things a little bit different, asking your bowlers to give you maybe 4 over bursts, just something to mix it up and potentially get those early wickets that were needed, really?
I think not to start with. I think we thought we had enough. If we bowled good balls, I think the key is when you break a partnership, you had to go hard at the new batter, and we didn't get that chance. Stoneman and Robson batted really well. For Patterson White to only get 1 wicket on that wicket, I'm not quite sure how he has, because I thought he bowled magnificently well. But credit to them, they played well. I thought we did unbelievably well to get 550 and make them follow on a flat wicket. So no complaints. We're no excuses from our point. We give it our everything, and we got a good high points draw out of it.
And the 7 bonus points on top of that as well. Just going back to sort of the early days, Lyndon 155 career best. Obviously,
seems a long time ago, that.
It does, it really does. But within this game, within this fixture, there's been numerous high points, and obviously that Lyndon's 155 was one of them. Is it nice to know that you gave everything, people gave everything, and do you know what, it wasn't meant to be?
Yeah, well, I don't think there's any low points. I think we've gone about it. They had a bit of fun at the end, obviously, but we've gone about it the right way, and that's how we want to play our cricket. We're a professional side, and we pride ourselves on being professional. And I believe your mic's gone. So
right. People want to hear you, not me.
Well, that's fair. I was saying, I think we're a professional side. We want to keep it professional as we can. You saw all 11 who started the fixture on the field at the end, and I think that's testament to how together we are as a squad. And as I said, we've got a massive game, 3 games: Glamorgan, Derby, and Sussex coming up in that before we break for the 100 in the Royal London. So looking forward to them, and have a crack in these 2 2020s and have a nice rest next week.
Whether this is back on or not, I don't know. Thank you. Hi everybody. Just finally, because I'll let you go because of this issue, Glamorgan, obviously a big game. We've obviously spoken. Do you feel awkward? Because I feel a little bit awkward. Feels like you're interviewing me. It should be, yeah, true. Obviously the performance here against Glamorgan, we've spoken about as and as a team we've spoken about it. We weren't on our game for that fixture. Going away to Glamorgan, then is there a little bit extra in that game, or is it look, we're top there? They obviously had a good result this round, and it's about getting the points needed and to stay on top of the division. Thank you.
Yeah, obviously we want to put whatever we do wrong right, and it's been well documented over before last season how much we're pretty poor for a couple of years, so we've put that right. And one thing we want to put right is them couple of bad sessions against Glamorgan. We want to put a performance in it at Cardiff where we put ourselves in a position to win the game and stretch that position between 1, 2, 3 and 4 and get us as close to Division 1 as possible, and then hopefully push to win the title. So yeah, no, they're obviously a good team. They've had a great win at Worcester chasing 330 and they've got some players in form, so we're going to have to play well.
Well, my mic's
back on
now. I'm back on
right,
apparently
okay.
now. Is there anything you want to ask me before I let you go?
No, well, I thought the viewers would have appreciated if it stayed off, that's all. No? Sorry. Thank you, Aaron. Goodbye.
the captain Stephen Mullany there. So yes, that does bring a close to the 4 days here at Trent Bridge. It is a match that has been ended in a draw. Like I said earlier, 8 points each for the draw, 7 bonus points for Nott, 6 for Middlesex. They literally did try everything, but you have to give credit especially to Stoneman and Robson at the top of the order for Middlesex today for obviously batting it out for as long as they could. So that's it from Trent Bridge Live for the County Championship. The next time we will be able to see you is on Friday for a T20 fixture. That's against Durham, so do join us for there. It is a 6:30 start, so we will be on air from 6 o'clock. We hope you can join us then. But from everybody here at Trent Bridge Live, thank you very much for keeping us company over the last 4 days, and we'll see you very, very soon.